कुछ ही मास पूर्व मुझे एक बहुत ही शांत और गंभीर महिला ने, जो कि सफेद वस्त्रों में थी, उसने मुझे विश्वास दिलाया कि मैं सहज ही वो सब प्राप्त कर सकता हूं जिसकी वर्षों से मुझे तलाश है। कुछ समय पश्चात ही मुझे माउंट आबू राजस्थान से निमंत्रण मिला, जो कि ब्रह्मा कुमारी ईश्वरीय विश्वविद्यालय का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुख्यालय है। इसे प्यार से मधुबन भी कहा जाता है। बस यहीं प्रारंभ हुआ मेरा एक नया सफर। दिल में अनेकों उमंगों की लहरें उठ रही थी। मन खुले गगन में उड़ाने भरने लगा कि कैसा होगा वो क्षण। उस महिला ने मुझे 2 प्रश्नों पर गहराई से विचार करने को कहा। मैं कौन? परमात्मा कौन? मेरे दिल की गहराई से बार बार यही आवाज आ रही थी कि इस यात्रा में अवश्य ही मेरे जीवन की सभी समस्याओं का हल और मेरे प्रश्नों का समाधान मिल जाएगा। आबू रोड स्टेशन पहुंचते ही एक अलग ही प्रकार की वेशभूषा और पहनावे वाले लोग नजर आने लगे। मैं आबू रोड स्थित शांतिवन के लिए रवाना हो गया। शांतिवन 70 एकड़ भूमि में फैला हुआ विशाल परिसर। ये बेहद ही शोभनीय परिसर आबू रोड से आबू पर्वत जाते समय मात्र 6 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर बना हुआ है। शांतिवन परिसर में प्रवेश करते ही एक अनोखे एवं अद्भुत वातावरण का एहसास होने लगा। ऐसा लग रहा था कि मैं किसी दूसरी दुनिया में प्रवेश कर गया हूं। यहां का शांतिमय वातावरण एक गहरी शांति की अनुभूति करा रहा था। यहां के हरे भरे वृक्ष, बगीचे एवं जहां तक नजर डालो अद्भुत कौतूहल पैदा कर रहे थे कि यहां कौन सी अद्भुत चीज देखने को मिलेगी। दोपहर का भोजन हमने यहां बने विशाल डाइनिंग हॉल में किया। ये 3 मंजिला इमारत से बना विशाल डाइनिंग हॉल 5000 व्यक्तियों के एक साथ भोजन करने की क्षमता रखता है। और बेहद अद्भुत एवं आश्चर्य यह है कि 20,000 लोगों के भोजन पकाने की व्यवस्था बड़े ही सुचारू एवं व्यवस्थित रूप से चलती है। इस परिसर के मुख्य आकर्षणों में से एक है अत्यंत विशाल डायमंड जुबली हॉल, जिसमें एक साथ 20,000 लोगों के बैठने की व्यवस्था है। यह डायमंड हॉल एशिया का सबसे बड़ा बिना स्तंभ का सभागार है। यह विशाल हॉल वास्तुकला की दृष्टि से उत्तम तथा आधुनिक सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित है। डायमंड हॉल के बगल में एक दूसरा हॉल कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल है, जो कि हीटिंग एवं कूलिंग दोनों सुविधाओं से सुसज्जित है। इस हॉल में 2000 लोगों के बैठने की व्यवस्था है। इस सभागृह द्वारा राजयोग शिविरों एवं मीटिंग आदि का संचालन समय प्रति समय होता रहता है। कॉन्फ्रेंस हॉल से थोड़ी ही दूरी पर ओम आर्ट गैलरी नामक गोलाकार आध्यात्मिक संग्रहालय बना हुआ है। इसके भीतर प्रवेश करते ही मन शांति की गहन अनुभूति में खोने लगा। विभिन्न प्रकार के मॉडल्स द्वारा यह भी जानने को मिला कि मैं कौन, परमात्मा कौन, सृष्टि का समय चक्र आदि। आर्ट गैलरी से बाहर निकलते ही मन को मोह लेने वाला एवं परमात्मा की सहज याद दिलाने वाला कमल पंखुड़ी के आकार का तपस्या स्थल देखने को मिला। इसके चारों तरफ एक बहुत ही सुंदर बगीचा भी है। यहां बैठते ही मन सहज ही परमात्मा की याद में एकाग्र हो जाता है। ब्रह्मा कुमारीज का मानना है कि परमात्मा की याद आंख खोलकर करनी चाहिए एवं मन ही मन परमात्मा के साथ सुंदर एवं श्रेष्ठ विचारों का आदान प्रदान करना चाहिए। इसी का नाम सहज राजयोग है। मैंने महसूस किया कि मैं भ्रुकुटी में विराजमान एक ज्योति बिंदु आत्मा हूं। मन बुद्धि से इस शरीर को यहां ही भूलकर इस भौतिक नश्वर संसार से पार एक दिव्य लोक शांति धाम की ओर जाता हुआ अनुभव कर रहा हूं। मुझ आत्मा के पिता परमात्मा शिव से शांति व पवित्रता की किरणें मुझ आत्मा पर पड़ रही हैं। मैं आत्मा शांति व शक्ति से भरपूर होती जा रही हूं। थोड़ी ही देर में मुझे महसूस हो रहा था कि मैं अब इस शरीर में एक अलौकिक एवं दिव्य शक्ति से भरपूर एक व्यक्ति हूं। इस राजयोग अभ्यास के बाद मैंने अपने शाश्वत प्रश्नों का हल जान लिया कि मैं कौन, परमात्मा कौन। वर्तमान समय इस विद्यालय की मुख्य संचालिका यहां ही निवास करती हैं तथा यहां से ही इस विद्यालय के संचालन का कार्य किया जाता है। यहां पर ब्रह्मा कुमारीज विद्यालय का स्वनिर्मित प्रिंटिंग प्रेस भी है, जहां प्रतिदिन हजारों की संख्या में छोटी बड़ी विभिन्न प्रकार की पुस्तकों की छपाई का कार्य चलता रहता है। यहाँ की सबसे ज्यादा प्रचलित और आकर्षित करने वाली पुस्तक मुझे जो लगी वो थी ज्ञानामृत और वर्ल्ड रिन्यूअल मासिक पत्रिका। इस विद्यालय में मन के स्वास्थ्य के साथ तन के स्वास्थ्य का भी ख्याल रखा जाता है। चारों ही ओर आकाश को छू लेने वाली मनोरम पहाड़ी के दृश्य सचमुच मुझे मेरी ऊंचाई का और परमात्मा के साथ संबंध का एक गहरा एहसास करा रही हूं। शांतिवन सचमुच शांति के सागर समान सबको समा लेने वाला है। रात्रि भोजन के पश्चात मुझे यह भी बताया गया कि माउंट आबू में पांडव भवन एवं ज्ञान सरोवर और दूसरे अनेक परिसर भी हैं। पांडव भवन इस विद्यालय का मुख्यालय है और इस विद्यालय के संस्थापक ब्रह्मा बाबा की तपस्या भूमि भी है। मन ही मन सोच में पड़ गया कि कैसी वो भूमि होगी, कैसा होगा वहां का वातावरण। अगले ही दिन हम निकल पड़े पांडव भवन की ओर। करीब 1 घंटे के सफर के पश्चात अंततः हम पहुंच गए पांडव भवन। योगी बनो पवित्र बनों का मंत्र प्रदान करता है ये विद्यालय का अंतर्राष्ट्रीय मुख्यालय, जिसे यहाँ के लोग विद्यालय के संस्थापक ब्रह्मा बाबा की कर्म भूमि भी मानते हैं। मुझे बताया गया कि ब्रह्मा बाबा ने यहां ही तपस्या की थी। ये ब्रह्मा बाबा का वो स्थान है जहां पर वो निवास करते थे। यहां पर मुझे खिंचाव सा अनुभव हुआ, जैसे कि कोई शक्ति मुझे अपने प्रेम व हृदय स्पर्शी बंधनों से बांध रही हो। जब मैंने इस विद्यालय का इतिहास जानने की इच्छा व्यक्त की तो मुझे हिस्ट्री हॉल की तरफ ले जाया गया। 1936 में 60 वर्ष की उम्र में ब्रह्मा बाबा के द्वारा माताओं बहनों के छोटे से संगठन को लेकर इस ईश्वरीय विश्वविद्यालय की शुरुआत हुई। ब्रह्मा बाबा पहले एक सुप्रसिद्ध रईस और हीरों के व्यापारी थे। श्रेष्ठ मूल्यों को धारण कर दूसरों के जीवन को बदलना उनके जीवन का लक्ष्य बन गया। उस परम शक्ति ईश्वर से दिव्य प्रेरणा प्राप्त कर अपनी संपूर्ण चल अचल संपत्ति माताओं बहनों को सौंपकर स्वयं को सांसारिक बंधनों से मुक्त कर परमात्मा के साकार माध्यम बने। उन्होंने नारी शक्ति को सम्मान दिया और आध्यात्मिक क्रांति के लिए प्रेरित किया। ब्रह्मा बाबा ने 93 वर्ष की आयु में अपने भौतिक शरीर को त्याग कर संपूर्णता को प्राप्त किया। आध्यात्मिक सशक्तिकरण द्वारा ही मानवता का पुनरुत्थान संभव है। ऐसा ही आध्यात्मिक शक्ति का अनुभव इस महाधाम पर पहुंचकर सहज ही होने लगता है। यह है ब्रह्मा बाबा का समाधि स्थल। इसे शांति स्तंभ भी कहा जाता है। यहां पहुंचकर मानो ऐसा लग रहा था कि पवित्रता, शांति और शक्ति के प्रकंपन मेरे रोम रोम में प्रवेश कर रहे हैं। वर्तमान समय में इस संस्था का कारोबार दादी जानकी जी के द्वारा हो रहा है, जिनकी आयु प्रायः 95 वर्ष के नजदीक है। दादी अर्थात बड़ी बहन, जिन्होंने संस्था के प्रारंभ में स्वयं को बाल्यावस्था से ही सेवा के प्रति तन, मन, धन से समर्पित किया। दादियों की उपस्थिति मात्र से ही पूरा वातावरण मधुरता एवं स्नेह से भर उठता है। ये दादियां बड़ी उम्र के बावजूद पूरे विश्व में अथक रूप से निस्वार्थ सेवा हेतु भ्रमण करती रहती हैं। इन दादियों के संपर्क में आते ही अति स्नेह की अनुभूति होती है, एक शीतलता की, जो तन मन को पूर्ण रूप से स्फूर्ति प्रदान करता है। दादी जी से हरेक को प्रेम का स्पंदन प्राप्त होते देखा, जिससे ईर्ष्या, घृणा व नफरत कोसों दूर चली जाती, जैसे व्यक्ति एक अबोध बालक की भांति मात्र उनसे प्यार और बस प्यार पाना चाहता हो। ओम अर्थात मैं आत्मा, शांति माना शांत स्वरूप। वास्तव में यही हमारा असली स्वरूप है, सत्य पहचान है। आईना तो मात्र बाह्य स्वरूप का दर्शन कराता है, परंतु यह ओम शांति भवन मुझे मेरे आंतरिक स्वरूप का दर्शन करा रहा था। यह भवन आज एक दर्शनीय स्थल के रूप में प्रसिद्ध है। इस भवन का निर्माण सन 1983 में किया गया था। पवित्रता ही सच्ची सुख शांति का आधार है, यही यहां का संदेश है। मैंने देखा कि यहां प्रत्येक भाई एवं बहन के मुखमंडल पर सहज ही मधुर मुस्कान होती है। मुझे यहां आकर ज्ञात हुआ कि ये सभी ब्रह्म कुमार कुमारियां कहलाते हैं। अर्थात ब्रह्मा की संतान। ब्रह्मा कुमारीज के मुख्यालय पांडव भवन से मात्र 4 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर स्थित है ज्ञान सरोवर परिसर। इसे एकेडमी फॉर बेटर वर्ल्ड के नाम से जाना जाता है। वहां पहुंचते ही वहां का वातावरण बिल्कुल ही भिन्न महसूस हुआ, जैसे कि हम निर्वाण में प्रवेश कर रहे हों। इस परिसर में चारों तरफ स्नेह और अपनेपन का आभास हो रहा था, जैसे मैं एक वैश्विक परिवार का हिस्सा हूं। सुव्यवस्था और स्वच्छता हर तरफ विद्यमान थी। सुंदर फूलों, पेड़ पौधों और हरे भरे घास के मैदानों से हर कोना सजा हुआ था। अत्यंत गहरी शांति की महक चारों तरफ छाई हुई थी। मुख्य द्वार से थोड़ी ही दूर पर एक विशाल सभागृह बना हुआ है, जिसे हार्मनी हॉल के नाम से जाना जाता है। इस सभागृह में 1800 व्यक्तियों के बैठने तथा एक साथ 16 भाषाओं में अनुवाद की व्यवस्था है। यहां पर हीटिंग एवं कूलिंग दोनों ही सुविधाएं विद्यमान हैं। इस अकादमी में मनुष्यों को मूल्यों से जोड़ने के लिए 18 प्रभागों के माध्यम से मूल्यनिष्ठ शिक्षा प्रदान की जाती है। इन प्रभागों में मुझे एक आध्यात्मिक और भावात्मक पक्ष का सुंदर समन्वय देखने को मिला। यह विद्यालय एक सत्य एवं श्रेष्ठ समाज के निर्माण में प्रयासरत है। सचमुच यह अकादमी पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से श्रेष्ठ है, साथ ही वायु एवं ध्वनि प्रदूषण से पूर्णतया मुक्त है। वायुमंडल में चंपा एवं चमेली की महक से भीगी खुशबू फैली हुई थी, जो कि अलौकिक आनंद की अनुभूति करा रही थी। यहां पर 2000 लोगों के ठहरने की उत्तम व्यवस्था भी है। जैसे जैसे हम आगे बढ़ते गए, प्रति क्षण नए अनूठे दृश्यों का आनंद मिलता रहा। हम बढ़ चले एक अनोखी और अद्भुत कला प्रदर्शनी की ओर, जिसमें हमें वर्तमान ही नहीं बल्कि बेहतर सुनहरे भविष्य का दृश्य देखने को मिला। आकर्षक चित्रों तथा ऑडियो एवं विजुअल शो के माध्यम से मुझे ये अच्छी तरह समझ मिली कि वास्तव में मनुष्य के पतन से सारी सृष्टि में गिरावट आई और अब उसके उत्थान से ही संपूर्ण सृष्टि में पुनः श्रेष्ठ परिवर्तन संभव है। शाम के वक्त हमने चाय एवं टोली ली और विशाल डाइनिंग हॉल का भ्रमण भी किया। यहां वो सब कुछ था जो कि एक बेहतर विश्व के लिए एक नमूना हो। सहयोग, सद्भावना, सादगी, एकता और सर्वगुणों से भरपूर जीवन। मेरा जो अगला दर्शनीय स्थल था वो था पीस पार्क। पीस पार्क जाते समय रास्ते में अति प्राचीन देलवाड़ा मंदिर भी देखने को मिला, जो कि जैन वास्तुकला की दृष्टि से सर्वोत्कृष्ट उदाहरण है। पांडव भवन से पीस पार्क करीब 8 किलोमीटर की दूरी पर स्थित है। यहां पर हरे भरे वृक्षों का इतना मनोरम दृश्य होगा, ये आश्चर्य की बात थी। योगी का अर्थ गंभीर होना नहीं, अपितु हंसना, खेलना व रमणीक जीवन भी है। यहां सर्वत्र व्याप्त खुशी और आनंद का माहौल ध्यान देने योग्य था। ऐसा लग रहा था मानो स्वप्नों के संसार का साकार उपवन है। यहां प्रकृति और मनोरंजन का अद्भुत समन्वय देखने को मिला। प्राकृतिक सौंदर्य की यह छवि आने वाले हर किसी को स्वर्गिक वातावरण का अनुभव कराती है। मुझे गहराई से एहसास होने लगा कि जीवन एक सुंदर फूलों का बगीचा है। इसमें आनंद, प्रेम, सुख, शांति के फल प्राप्त किए जा सकते हैं। यहां छोटे छोटे बगीचे और यह अनूठी कलाकृतियां सहज ही किसी को भी आकर्षित कर यहां का ही बना देती हैं। मैंने एक बात देखी कि यहां कितना भी अशांत और जीवन के प्रति उदासीन व्यक्ति भी सब कुछ भूलकर बचपन के दिनों में चला जाता है। बड़े बुजुर्गों को भी बच्चों के समान खेलते देखा। पीस पार्क के पश्चात चल पड़े आबू शहर में बसे आध्यात्मिक संग्रहालय की ओर। रास्ते में मैंने एक बहुत ही सुंदर पहाड़ियों से घिरी हुई नक्की झील का भी भ्रमण किया। झील के भ्रमण के पश्चात गेटवे ऑफ पैराडाइज कहे जाने वाले आध्यात्मिक संग्रहालय में प्रवेश किया। आत्मज्ञान व परमात्मा ज्ञान के द्वारा ही खुशी व सुख शांति प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। इस बात को अच्छी तरह से तब जाना जब संग्रहालय में भ्रमण कर रहे थे। विज्ञान और आध्यात्मिकता के सुंदर समन्वय को दर्शाता यह संग्रहालय अति अद्भुत एवं शोभनीक है। राजस्थान का यह भूभाग, जहां पर अधिकतर लोग मूलभूत आवश्यकताओं के अभाव में जीवन व्यतीत कर रहे हैं, इसी आवश्यकता को ध्यान में रखते हुए जे वाटुमल ग्लोबल हॉस्पिटल और रिसर्च सेंटर नामक विशाल अस्पताल की स्थापना सन 1990 में की गई। यहां उच्च स्तरीय सभी तरह की आधुनिक स्वास्थ्य सेवाएं प्रदान की जाती हैं। मैंने देखा कि यहां पेशेंट के साथ एक परिवार के सदस्य की तरह व्यवहार किया जाता है। इसकी व्यवस्था ब्रह्म कुमारीस संगठन के सदस्यों द्वारा की जाती है। यहां विशेष रूप से मैंने हॉस्पिटल का प्रत्येक कोना स्वच्छ एवं साफ पाया। जगह जगह लगे हुए ईश्वरीय महावाक्य सहज ही रोगियों के मन को तंदुरुस्त बनाने का कार्य कर रहे थे। यहां पर सभी पेशेंट को व अस्पताल के सभी सदस्यों को परमात्मा की याद में बनाया हुआ भोजन भी खिलाया जाता है। इतने सभी स्थलों का भ्रमण मेरे लिए बहुत ही सुखद था। अब बारी थी शांतिवन वापस लौटने की। मुझे शांतिवन से थोड़ी ही दूरी पर एक ट्रॉमा सेंटर में भी भ्रमण करने का अवसर मिला, जिसका निर्माण हाल ही में सन 2007 में किया गया है। यहां पर आकस्मिक चिकित्सा एवं आंखों के इलाज की संपूर्ण व्यवस्था है। मैंने अपने बाकी के बचे हुए दिनों में 5000 की आवासीय व्यवस्था के लिए बना मनमोहिनी कॉम्प्लेक्स का भी भ्रमण किया।
भूल न जाना क्यों मेरा बाबा हमारा साथी है। तो आज बाबा ने कहा तुम माता पिता बालक तेरे, तुम्हारी कृपा ते सुख करने रे भक्ति।
इस विद्यालय में नई पीढ़ी के लिए ट्रेनिंग सेंटर की व्यवस्था भी है। मैंने अपने प्रवास के दौरान यह भी पाया कि यहां किसी भी प्रकार का कोई भी शुल्क नहीं लिया जाता। ब्रह्मा कुमार भाई बहनों के स्वैच्छिक सहयोग द्वारा ही इस संस्था का कार्य चलता है। मुझे विद्यालय एक जीवंत सामाजिक प्रयोगशाला नजर आई। विश्व नव निर्माण का कार्य करते हुए ये लोग विश्व परिवर्तन के उद्देश्य को समर्पित हैं। अपने प्रवास में कार्यक्रम के दौरान सबसे अच्छी बात जो लगी वो ये है कि स्व परिवर्तन ही विश्व परिवर्तन का आधार है। मधुबन में किस विचार के साथ आया था और किन विचारों के साथ वापस जा रहा हूं, मैं अब मन ही मन यही योजना बना रहा हूं कि यहां से जो कुछ भी प्राप्त किया है उसे हमेशा अपने साथ निरंतर बनाए रखूं। इस आध्यात्मिक यात्रा ने मेरे जीवन के कई नए द्वार खोल दिए। खुशी व संतोषपूर्ण जीवन जीने की कला भी प्राप्त हुई। अब मुझे निरंतर वर्तमान में जीने का आश्चर्यजनक और सुंदर अनुभव हो रहा है। मैंने इस बात को गहराई से समझ लिया है कि ब्रह्मा कुमारीज का यह उद्देश्य कितना गहरा और विराट अर्थ रखता है कि जब मैं बदलूंगा तभी विश्व बदलेगा। ब्रह्मा कुमारीज का यह कार्य सिर्फ भारत ही नहीं, समूचे विश्व के लिए एक प्रेरणादायी है। यह एक रहनुमा, विश्व में उभरता हुआ सूरज है जो पूरे विश्व को ज्ञान की रोशनी प्रदान कर रहा है।
ओम शांति। आज 11 फरवरी 2026 की बाबा की साकार मुरली है। मुरली के महावाक्य हैं, मीठे बच्चे, सबको यही पैगाम दो कि बाप का फरमान है, इस पुरुषोत्तम संगम युग पर पवित्र बनो तो सतयुग का वर्षा मिल जाएगा। प्रश्न है, कौन सा सस्ता सौदा सबको बतलाओ? उत्तर है, इस अंतिम जन्म में बाप के डायरेक्शन पर चल पवित्र बनो तो 21 जन्मों के लिए विश्व की बादशाही मिल जाएगी। यह बहुत सस्ता सौदा है, यही सौदा करना तुम सबको सिखलाओ। बोलो, अब शिव बाबा को याद कर पवित्र बनो तो पवित्र दुनिया का मालिक बनेंगे। ओम शांति। रूहानी बच्चे जानते हैं, रूहानी बाप समझाते हैं कि प्रदर्शनी व मेले में शो दिखलाते हैं या चित्रों पर मनुष्यों को समझाते हैं कि बाप से अब बेहद का वर्षा लेना है। कौन सा वर्षा? मनुष्य से देवता बनने का, अथवा बेहद के बाप से आधा कल्प के लिए स्वर्ग का राज्य कैसे लेना है, यह समझाने का है। बाप सौदागर तो है ही, उनसे यह सौदा करना है। यह तो मनुष्य जानते हैं कि देवी देवताएं पवित्र रहते हैं। भारत में जब सतयुग था तो देवी देवता पवित्र थे। जरूर उन्होंने कोई प्राप्ति की होगी स्वर्ग के लिए। स्वर्ग की स्थापना करने वाले बाप बिगर कोई भी प्राप्ति करा न सके। पतित पावन बाप ही पतितों को पावन बनाए पावन दुनिया का राज्य देने वाले हैं। सौदा कितना सस्ता देते हैं, सिर्फ कहते हैं यह तुम्हारा अंतिम जन्म है। जब तक मैं यहाँ हूँ पवित्र बनो, मैं आया हूँ पवित्र बनाने। तुम इस अंतिम जन्म में पावन बनने का पुरुषार्थ करेंगे तो पावन दुनिया का वर्षा लेंगे। सौदा तो बड़ा सस्ता है। तो बाबा को विचार आया, बच्चों को ऐसे समझाना चाहिए कि बाप का फरमान है पवित्र बनो। यह पुरुषोत्तम संगम युग है जो पवित्र बनने का है। उत्तम से उत्तम पुरुष है ही देवताएं। लक्ष्मी नारायण का राज्य चला है ना। डीटी वर्ल्ड सॉवरेंटी तुमको बाप से वर्षे में मिल सकती है। बाप की मत पर यह अंतिम जन्म पवित्र बनेंगे तो यह भी युक्ति बतलाते हैं कि योग बल से अपने को तमो प्रधान से सतो प्रधान कैसे बनाओ। बच्चों को कल्याण लिए खर्चा तो करना ही है। खर्चे बिगर राजधानी स्थापन नहीं हो सकती। अभी लक्ष्मी नारायण की राजधानी स्थापन हो रही है। बच्चों को पवित्र जरूर बनना है। मनसा वाचा कर्मना, कोई भी उल्टा सुल्टा काम नहीं करना है। देवताओं को कभी कोई खराब ख्याल भी नहीं आता। मुख से ऐसा कोई वचन नहीं निकलता। वह है ही सर्वगुण संपन्न संपूर्ण निर्विकारी मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम। जो होकर जाते हैं उन्होंकी महिमा गाई जाती है। अब तुम बच्चों को भी वही देवी देवता बनाने आया है। तो मनसा वाचा कर्मना, कोई भी ऐसा बुरा काम नहीं करना है। देवताएं संपूर्ण निर्विकारी थे। यह गुण भी तुम अभी धारण कर सकते हो क्योंकि इस मृत्यु लोक में तुम्हारा यह अंतिम जन्म है। पतित दुनिया को मृत्यु लोक, पावन दुनिया को अमर लोक कहा जाता है। अभी मृत्यु लोक का विनाश सामने खड़ा है। जरूर अमरपुरी की स्थापना होती होगी। यह वही महाभारी महाभारत लड़ाई है जो शास्त्रों में दिखाई हुई है, जिससे पुरानी विशेष वर्ल्ड खत्म होती है। परंतु यह ज्ञान कोई में है नहीं। बाप कहते हैं सब अज्ञान नींद में सोए पड़े हैं। 5 विकारों का नशा रहता है। अब बाप कहते हैं पवित्र बनो। मास्टर गॉड तो बनेंगे ना। लक्ष्मी नारायण को गॉड गॉडेज कहते हैं, अर्थात गॉड द्वारा यह वर्षा पाया है। अभी तो भारत पतित है। मनसा वाचा कर्मना, कर्तव्य ही ऐसे चलते हैं। कोई भी बात पहले बुद्धि में आती है, फिर मुख से निकलते हैं। कर्मना में आने से विकर्म बन जाता है। बाप कहते हैं वहाँ कोई विकर्म होता नहीं। यहाँ विकर्म होते हैं क्योंकि रावण राज्य है। अब बाप कहते हैं बाकी जो आयु है पवित्र बनो। प्रतिज्ञा करनी है पवित्र बन, फिर मेरे साथ बुद्धि का योग भी लगाना है, जिससे तुम्हारे जन्म जन्मांतर के पाप भी कट जाए। तब ही तुम 21 जन्म के लिए स्वर्ग के मालिक बनेंगे। बाप ऑफर करते हैं, यह तो समझाते रहते हैं कि इन द्वारा यह वर्षा देते हैं। वह है शिव बाबा, यह है दादा, इसलिए हमेशा कहते ही है बाप दादा। शो बाबा ब्रह्मा दादा बाप कितना सौदा करते हैं। मृत्यु लोक का विनाश सामने खड़ा है, अमर लोक की स्थापना हो रही है। प्रदर्शनी मेला करते ही इसलिए है कि भारतवासियों का कल्याण हो। बाप ही आकर भारत में राम राज्य बनाते हैं। राम राज्य में जरूर पवित्र ही होंगे। बाप कहते हैं बच्चे काम महाशत्रु है। इन 5 विकारों को ही माया कहा जाता है। इन पर जीत पाने से तुम जगत जीत बनेंगे। जगत जीत है ही देवी देवताएं, और कोई जगत जीत बन नहीं सकते। बाबा ने समझाया था क्रिश्चियन लोग अगर आपस में मिल जाएं तो सारी सृष्टि के राजा ले सकते हैं, परंतु लॉ नहीं है। यह बॉम्ब्स है ही पुरानी दुनिया को खत्म करने के लिए। कल्प कल्प ऐसे नई दुनिया से पुरानी, पुरानी से नई होती है। नई दुनिया में है ईश्वरीय राज्य, जिसको राम राज्य कहा जाता है। ईश्वर को न जानने कारण ऐसे ही राम राम जपते रहते हैं। तो तुम बच्चों के अंदर में यह बातें धारण होनी चाहिए। बरोबर हम 84 जन्मों में सतो प्रधान से तमो प्रधान बने हैं, अब फिर सतो प्रधान जरूर बनना है। शिव बाबा का डायरेक्शन है, अब उस पर चलेंगे तो 21 जन्म के लिए पवित्र दुनिया में ऊंच पद पाएंगे। अब चाहे पुरुषार्थ करे या न करे, चाहे तो याद में रहे औरों को रास्ता बताए, चाहे न बताए। प्रदर्शनियों द्वारा बच्चे बहुतों को रास्ता बता रहे हैं। अपना भी कल्याण करना है। सौदा बड़ा सस्ता है। सिर्फ यह अंतिम जन्म पवित्र रहने से, शिव बाबा की याद में रहने से तुम तमो प्रधान से सतो प्रधान बन जाएंगे। कितना सस्ता सौदा है, जीवन ही पलट जाता है। ऐसे ऐसे विचार करना चाहिए। बाबा के पास समाचार आते हैं। राखी बांधने गए तो कोई ने कहा इस समय जबकि तमो प्रधान दुनिया है, इसमें पवित्र रहना यह तो असंभव है। उन विचारों को पता नहीं पड़ता कि अभी संगम युग है। बाप ही पवित्र बनाते हैं। इन्हों का मददगार परम पिता परमात्मा है। उनको यह पता ही नहीं कि यहाँ भीति बहुत भारी है। पवित्र बनने से पवित्र दुनिया का मालिक बनना होता है। बाप कहते हैं इन माया रूपी 5 विकारों पर जीत पाने से तुम जगत जीत बनेंगे। तो हम क्यों नहीं पवित्र बनेंगे? फर्स्ट क्लास सौदा है। बाप कहते हैं काम महाशत्रु है, इन पर जीत पाने से तुम पवित्र बनेंगे। माया जीत जगत जीत, यह है योग बल से माया को जीतने की बात। परमपिता परमात्मा ही आकर रूहों को समझाते हैं कि मुझे याद करो तो खाद निकल जाएगी, तुम सतो प्रधान दुनिया के मालिक बन जाएंगे। बाप वर्षा देते हैं संगम पर। सबसे उत्तम पुरुष यह लक्ष्मी नारायण थे। उन्हों को ही मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम देवी देवता धर्म वाला कहा जाता है। समझाया तो बहुत अच्छी रीति जाता है, परंतु कभी कभी यह पॉइंट्स भूल जाते हैं। फिर बाद में विचार आता है भाषण में यह पॉइंट्स नहीं समझाए। समझाने की पॉइंट्स तो बहुत हैं। ऐसे होता है वकील लोग भी कोई पॉइंट भूल जाते हैं। फिर जब वो पॉइंट बाद में याद आती है तो फिर लड़ते हैं। डॉक्टर लोग का भी ऐसे होता है। ख्यालात चलती हैं, इस बीमारी के लिए यह दवाई ठीक है। यहाँ भी पॉइंट तो ढेर हैं। बाबा कहते हैं आज तुमको गुह्य पॉइंट समझाता हूँ, परंतु समझने वाले हैं सब पतित। कहते भी है हे पतित पावन, फिर किसको कहो तो बिगड़ जाएंगे। ईश्वर के सामने सच कहते हैं हे पतित पावन आओ, आकर हमको पावन बनाओ। ईश्वर को भूल जाते तो फिर झूठ कह देते। इसलिए बड़ा युक्ति से समझाना है, जो सर्प भी मरे लाठी भी न टूटे। बाप कहते हैं चूहे से गुण उठाओ। चूहा काटता ऐसी युक्ति से है जो खून भी निकलता है, परंतु पता बिल्कुल नहीं पड़ता। तो बच्चों की बुद्धि में सब पॉइंट्स रहने चाहिए। योग में रहने वालों को समय पर मदद मिलती है। हो सकता है सुनने वाला सुनाने वाले से भी जास्ती बाप का प्यारा हो, तो बाप खुद भी बैठ समझा देंगे। तो ऐसा समझाना है जो वह समझे। पवित्र बनना तो बहुत अच्छा है। यह एक जन्म पवित्र रहने से हम 21 जन्म पवित्र दुनिया के मालिक बनेंगे। भगवानुवाच, यह अंतिम जन्म पवित्र बनो तो हम गारंटी करते हैं ड्रामा प्लान अनुसार तुम 21 जन्म के लिए वर्षा पा सकते हो। यह तो हम कल्प कल्प वर्षा पाते रहते हैं। सर्विस का जिनको शौक होगा वह तो समझेंगे कि हम जाकर समझाए, भाग ना पड़े। बाप तो ही ज्ञान का सागर, वह कितनी ज्ञान की वर्षा करते रहते हैं। जिनकी आत्मा पवित्र है तो धारणा भी होती है, अपना नाम बाला कर दिखाते हैं। प्रदर्शनी मेले से पता पड़ सकता है कौन कैसी सर्विस करते हैं। टीचर को जांच करनी चाहिए कौन कैसे समझाते हैं। बहुत करके लक्ष्मी नारायण व सीढ़ी के चित्र पर समझाना अच्छा है। योग बल से फिर ऐसे लक्ष्मी नारायण बनते हैं। लक्ष्मी नारायण सो आदि देव आदि देवी। चतुर्भुज में लक्ष्मी नारायण दोनों आ जाते हैं। 2 भुजाएं लक्ष्मी की, 2 नारायण की, यह भी भारतवासी नहीं जानते हैं। महालक्ष्मी की 4 भुजाएं हैं, इसका मतलब ही है वे युगल हैं। विष्णु है ही चतुर्भुज। प्रदर्शनी में तो रोज रोज समझाया जाता है, रथ को भी दिखाया है। कहते हैं अर्जुन बैठा था, कृष्ण रथ चलाने वाला था। यह सब है कथाएं। अभी यह है ज्ञान की बातें। दिखाते हैं ज्ञान अमृत का कलश लक्ष्मी के सिर पर रखा है। वास्तव में कलश रखा है जगत अम्बा पर, जो फिर लक्ष्मी बनती है। यह भी समझाना पड़े। सतयुग में एक धर्म एक मत के मनुष्य होते हैं। देवताओं की है ही एक मत। देवताओं को ही श्री कहा जाता है और किसको नहीं कहते। तो बाबा को ख्याल चल रहा था कि समझाने के लिए अक्षर थोड़े हो। इस अंतिम जन्म में 5 विकारों पर जीत पाने से तुम राम राज्य के मालिक बनेंगे। यह तो सस्ता सौदा है। बाप आकर अविनाशी ज्ञान रत्नों का दान देते हैं। बाप है ज्ञान का सागर, वही ज्ञान रत्न देते हैं। इंद्र सभा में कोई सब्ज परी पुखराज परी भी है तो सब मदद करने वाले। जवाहरात में किस्म किस्म के होते हैं ना, इसलिए 9 रत्न दिखलाए हुए हैं। यह तो जरूर है जो अच्छी रीति पढ़ेंगे तो पद भी पाएंगे। नंबरवार तो है ना, पुरुषार्थ करने का टाइम ही यह है। यह तो बच्चे समझते हैं हम बाप की माला के दाने बनते हैं। जितना शिव बाबा को याद करेंगे उतना हम जैसे कि याद की यात्रा में दौड़ी पहनते हैं। पाप भी जल्दी विनाश होंगे। यह पढ़ाई कोई लंबी चौड़ी नहीं है, सिर्फ पवित्र रहना है। दैवी गुण भी धारण करने हैं। मुख से कभी पत्थर नहीं निकालने चाहिए। पत्थर फेंकने वाले पत्थर बुद्धि ही बनेंगे। रत्न निकालने वाले ही ऊंच पद पाएंगे। यह तो बहुत सहज है। जिज्ञासु को समझो। पतित पावन सर्व का मुक्ति जीवन मुक्तिदाता परम पिता परमात्मा शिव कहे, हे भारतवासी रूहानी बच्चों, रावण राज्य मृत्यु लोक के इस कलयुगी अंतिम जन्म में पवित्र हो रहने से और परमपिता परमात्मा शिव के साथ बुद्धि योग बल की यात्रा से तमो प्रधान आत्मा सतो प्रधान आत्मापन सतो प्रधान सतयुगी विश्व पर पवित्रता सुख शांति संपत्ति संपन्न मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम दैवी स्वराज्य पद फिर से पा सकते हो। 5000 वर्ष पहले मिसल। परंतु होवनहार महाभारी विनाश के पहले बाप हमको वर्षा देते हैं, पढ़ाई पढ़ाते हैं। जितना पढ़ेंगे उतना ऊंच पद पाएंगे। साथ तो ले ही जाएंगे। फिर हमको इस पुराने शरीर का व इस दुनिया का ख्याल क्यों होना चाहिए। तुम्हारा टाइम है पुरानी दुनिया को छोड़ने का। ऐसी ऐसी बातें बुद्धि में मंथन होते रहे तो भी बहुत अच्छा है। आगे चल पुरुषार्थ करते करते समय आता जाएगा, फिर घुटका नहीं आएगा। देखेंगे दुनिया भी आकर थोड़े टाइम पर रही है तो बुद्धि योग लगाना चाहिए। सर्विस करने से मदद भी मिलेगी। जितना किसी को सुख का रास्ता बताएंगे उतना खुशी रहेगी। पुरुषार्थ भी चलता है, तकदीर दिखाई पड़ती है। बाप तो तदवीर सिखलाते हैं। कोई उस पर लग पड़ते हैं, कोई नहीं लगते हैं। तुम जानते हो करोड़पति पदमपति सब ऐसे ही खत्म हो जाएंगे। अच्छा, मीठे मीठे सिखलते बच्चों प्रति माता पिता बाप दादा का याद प्यार और गुड मॉर्निंग। रूहानी बाप की रूहानी बच्चों को नमस्ते। हम रूहानी बच्चों की सिखलते रूहानी माता पिता बाप दादा को याद प्यार गुड मॉर्निंग और नमस्ते बाबा नमस्ते। धारणा के लिए मुख्य सार। पहली पॉइंट है, ऊंच पद पाने के लिए मुख से सदैव रत्न निकालने हैं, पत्थर नहीं। मनसा वाचा कर्मना, ऐसे कर्म करने हैं जो मर्यादा पुरुषोत्तम बनाने वाले हो। दूसरी पॉइंट है, इस अंतिम जन्म में पवित्र बनने की प्रतिज्ञा करनी है। पवित्र बनने की ही युक्ति सबको सुनानी है। आज का वरदान है, एवर रेडी बन, हर परिस्थिति रूपी पेपर में फुल पास होने वाले एवर हैप्पी भव। एवर रेडी बन, हर परिस्थिति रूपी पेपर में फुल पास होने वाले एवर हैप्पी भव। विश्लेषण है, जो एवर रेडी है उनका प्रैक्टिकल स्वरूप एवर हैप्पी होगा। कोई भी परिस्थिति रूपी पेपर व प्राकृतिक आपदा द्वारा आया हुआ पेपर व कोई भी शारीरिक कर्म भोग रूपी पेपर आ जाए, इन सब प्रकार के पेपर्स में फुल पास होने वाले को ही एवर रेडी कहेंगे। जैसे समय किसके लिए रुकता नहीं, ऐसे कभी कोई भी रुकावट रोक न सके। माया के सूक्ष्म व स्थूल विघ्न 1 सेकेंड में समाप्त हो जाए, तब एवर हैप्पी रह सकेंगे। आज का स्लोगन है, समय पर सर्व शक्तियों को कार्य में लगाना, अर्थात मास्टर सर्वशक्तिमान बनना। समय पर सर्व शक्तियों को कार्य में लगाना, अर्थात मास्टर सर्वशक्तिमान बनना। ये अव्यक्त इशारे एकता और विश्वास की विशेषता द्वारा सफलता संपन्न बनो। एकता के 2 आधार हैं, एक फेथ यानी विश्वास, दूसरा लव यानी प्यार। कभी भी 1-2 में विश्वास कम न हो। एक ने कहा, दूसरे ने माना, यही विधि है एकता के सूत्र में पिरोने की। दिल का आपसी स्नेह समीप ले आता है। जैसे बाप से सबका स्नेह है, ऐसे परिवार से भी दिल का सच्चा स्नेह हो। इसके लिए स्वमान में रहकर सबको सम्मान दो। अच्छा, ओम शांति।
भगवान तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। बच्चों से अपने वादा करते हैं ये भगवान, तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। बच्चों से अपने वादा करते हैं ये भगवान। तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। विश्वास, दुनिया की हर खुशियाँ सब होंगी तेरे पास। करके देख मुझ पर मेरे बच्चे तू विश्वास, दुनिया की हर खुशियाँ सब होंगी तेरे पास। राहों पे मेरी चल, बन जाएगा महान। तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। बच्चों से अपने वादा करते हैं ये भगवान। तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। मेरे होठों की मुस्कान। तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। बच्चों से अपने वादा करते हैं ये भगवान। तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान। तू बन के देख मेरा, रखूंगा तेरा ध्यान।
फिर भरपूर बनेगा, भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा, कोई नहीं कमी होगी। हीरों से आकाश भरा, मोती से भरी जमीन होगी। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। हर बाला होगी, सुख शांति प्रेम पावनता की वसुधा पहने माला होगी। हर बालक कृष्ण कन्हैया सा, राधा सी हर बाला होगी, सुख शांति प्रेम पावनता की वसुधा पहने माला होगी। नर होंगे श्री नारायण और नारी श्री लक्ष्मी होगी। नर होंगे श्री नारायण और नारी श्री लक्ष्मी होगी। हीरों से आकाश भरा, मोती से भरी जमीन होगी, कोई नहीं कमी होगी। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। अब देर नहीं, भारत का सितारा विश्व भाल पर चमकेगा। नारी शक्ति पूजित होगी, सौभाग्य का सूरज दमकेगा। अब देर नहीं, भारत का सितारा विश्व भाल पर चमकेगा। नारी शक्ति पूजित होगी, सौभाग्य का सूरज दमकेगा। सत धर्म के चारों पांव पर सतयुग की सृष्टि थमी होगी। सत धर्म के चारों पांव पर सतयुग की सृष्टि थमी होगी। हीरों से आकाश भरा, मोती से भरी जमीन होगी, कोई नहीं कमी होगी। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। वही जगत गुरु यह भारत है, भगवान जहाँ पर आते हैं। गीता गंगा गौ गायत्री का से मान बढ़ाते हैं। वही जगत गुरु यह भारत है, भगवान जहाँ पर आते हैं। गीता गंगा गौ गायत्री का फिर से मान बढ़ाते हैं। है धन्य धन्य अपनी माटी जो फिर से देव भूमि होगी। है धन्य धन्य अपनी माटी जो फिर से देव भूमि होगी। हीरों से आकाश भरा, मोती से भरी जमीन होगी, कोई नहीं कमी होगी। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा, कोई नहीं कमी होगी। हीरों से आकाश भरा, मोती से भरी जमीन होगी। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। भारत फिर भरपूर बनेगा। भारत फिर भरपूर
की कुटिया में बैठे ही बैठे। बड़ा ही सलोना सरस रूप प्यारा, न्यारा निराला ये मन को लुभाए। परम प्यार तेरा बरसता निरंतर, किरणों की बाहों में जग को समाए। यही देखते मेरा मन मुस्कुराए, यही देखते मेरा मन मुस्कुराए। अहो भाव के गीत गाया करूं, गाया करूं। भ्रिकुटी की कुटिया में बैठे ही बैठे। प्रभु प्रेम पंखों से मन का पंखेरू, गगन से भी ऊपर कहीं दूर जाए। हमें मिल गया जो हमें चाहिए था, मिलन सिंधु में हम रहे यूं समाए। कहूँ क्या मैं मुख से मिला कौन है वो, कहूँ क्या मैं मुख से मिला कौन है वो। आँखों से सबको बताया करूं, बताया करूं। भ्रिकुटी की कुटिया में बैठे ही बैठे, भ्रिकुटी की कुटिया में बैठे ही बैठे। पलकें उठा के निहारा करूं, बाबा मेरे मन के मंदिर में तुमको, बाबा मेरे मन के मंदिर में तुमको बिठा के मिलन में मनाया करूं, मनाया करूं। भ्रिकुटी की कुटिया में बैठे ही बैठे।
No matter what, I am feeling great.
Hello and welcome to Godlywood Studio and to Light of Knowledge. Dear friends, in this series we have been discussing about various important topics regarding godly knowledge. And of late we have been discussing about food. The effect of food on body has been the topic of research of science, and the effect of food on mind is the topic of research of spirituality. So what does spiritual knowledge say? What does godly knowledge say? What is the effect of food on mind? To take the discussion further, We have Ruba Benji with us as usual. Let us welcome her. Benji, once again, welcome to the discussion.
Thank you.
Benji, we have been talking about food and its effect on mind. Talking about food, the first thing come to my mind is we have this culture of fast food because people now don't find time. They can't find time to prepare their own food and eat. So more and more for convenience, they are going to this fast food culture. How far is it healthy for us?
If we relate our present times with the way of food we are taking, it is not whether we are taking fast food or slow food. What type of food we are taking matters, and how we are eating, how we are receiving it, it matters much. And who is preparing, in what attitude he is preparing, that itself is a big issue. And then what materials he is using, this is also a very important issue. But my observation, people have become more and more busy, of course, because all are going for work and job, and maybe they are engaged in many activities. Like comparing to olden days, people spend less time in preparing food and they want ready-made food. This actually is for some people because they don't get time. But otherwise, others who have time also have developed much dependency on ready-made food.
Maybe for the sake of convenience, so that you don't have to go through the hassle of preparing food, and
that's again making them towards or taking them towards laziness and not having much importance of self-cooking. And this is actually, I have observed many ladies at home, of course they are working, but less time they spend for the preparation of food. And whenever children demand, or if they don't get time or little busy or diversion with some other work, immediately they order to a hotel and then get the food and give to the children. This kind of culture is catching fast speed, no doubt, but what is the effect? Less they are aware. In olden days, we had less time to go to the hotels, and it was like occasion, not a regular. It was sometimes like any friends or relatives come, okay, let us go for a change. So they were choosing some hotels or outside food. And people who have time also, they are not having more interest in cooking food. But in our spiritual knowledge, God gives highest importance for cooking food. Spend a qualified time in preparing food, because that itself is giving good or bad effect to our body as well as mind. And therefore, here we advise each and every one, as much as possible, prepare food by your own hands. See, many times we have seen the comparison. The same ingredients we give to two people. One person cooks the food and another person also cooks with the same quality, same measurement and same item, but taste differs. And we search people, those who can prepare well, and we say, oh, if she prepares, the food will be very tasty. And the same thing another person prepares, we don't feel much tasty. What is wrong in that? Because the material things are the same and item we have selected is the same.
So you mean to say that the change comes from the mindset of that
course,
person?
the feelings and the love for preparing and what type of quality thoughts they are having at the time, and what type of habit system they have, all matters. So we usually compare three types of food. One that is prepared at home by mother or whoever the relations, and one that is prepared in the hotels or outside food, let us say, and third one the food which is prepared in the temples or any holy places. And we see, if at all a person is given the same amount of ingredients and same item to be prepared in all three places, if we receive that food and taste, the effect will be different. Of course, at home we may feel it is homely and little more clean and tidy, and when we receive the same food in the hotels or outside, it is like a business. I may enjoy the tongue taste, but not that my mind will be more happy. So little bit of happiness, okay, this was very tasty, like that.
So you mean to say that the intention behind preparing food is also
Of course,
important?
intention and the feelings. Like at home, what we prepare, we are unconditionally serving. So if we prepare in the home, a mother will unconditionally serve with love, and maybe it is with attachment, and that may affect. But what we eat outside, though it is prepared with clean hands, let us assume like that, but how far it is clean, I am not sure, because I can't see. This is one aspect. And second thing, how clean his mind, I am not sure. And this affects a person who eats outside food. So the third thing, what is prepared in the holy places, which is termed as prasadam, and that is also prepared with the same ingredients, but we offer to the Supreme God, and then we take, and in return we may not eat much in the quantity, yet we take 1 spoon or 1 bowl, 1 handful, but it gives us so much of divine feelings. So what I am comparing here is food which is prepared in different places with different hands and different intention definitely affects our thought quality. In return, it affects our activity. And therefore, a person who is feeling aggressive, losing temper and tensed, and always, I give another example. One boy who always complains, my mother doesn't prepare what I want. When I ask his mother, she always says, whatever he demands, I am preparing. But what is their dissatisfaction is, mother is always in hurry. And she feels, oh, this boy always demanding, it's very heavy feelings. And while preparing, if you feel happy, even a person who has demanded that item is not served doesn't matter, but it satisfies their desire. This is the difference. And therefore we see when we come to our headquarters, Mount Abu, Madhuban, or in any centers, usually in all Brahma Kumaris centers, we gather for meditation who are regular students, and we collectively sit for meditation. After that we prepare food, which may be few items, but we offer to the Almighty and then serve everyone, and that is called Brahma Bhojan. The Lord who is given these resources, we are preparing in His remembrance, we are offering Him and then sharing in a family, and that gives immense happiness, joy, and also the waves that we can feel from that food, the purity. And for that food, many people wait for that day, when that day comes, so that we can have that holy food like that. So,
I think, Benji, we need to give more attention to this fact, because nowadays we are complaining that my mind is not stable, I am not able to concentrate, especially students and everyone at large. So I think given food, if we give a little bit more attention and prepare it the way, as you say, in a divine way, I think our problems with the mind, at least a majority of these problems will be solved.
Yeah, and people who are not having such advantage or such kind of facility, for them also, I would like to tell one thing. Whenever you start eating food, remember the God for few minutes and give drishti to that food, so that that can be purified little, and all negative vibrations can be dispelled from that. And with His remembrance, start eating. Till you complete eating, don't try to talk with anybody, and this mobile phones, internet or computer, laptop, all these things, people nowadays, they start eating and they will be operating. So this is also a kind of disturbance. And people who watch TV and start eating, and this is also giving a bad effect to our food, because while eating, the thoughts what we have, that also absorbs along with food.
I think Benji, I have got another question regard to this. I have heard that some plants which is growing in the vicinity of these mobile phone towers and where there is high radiation, that's also not good to eat due to its radiation content. So, is there any solution for it, or because radiation is everywhere nowadays?
See, the frequency, what it is traveling everywhere, some things we can't avoid it as much as possible. That is why I said switch off the phones, switch off the TV, internet, all these things are catching that frequency, right? So you sit in a place where these things are not there as much as possible. And first of all, this mobile phones continuously people are using, whether it is necessary or not. I see many people talking hours together over mobile. While eating also they will not have time to give a gap to that. And this is a big hindrance actually, because while eating, these external frequency vibration we should not take inside. And therefore better to avoid all these things. And while eating food, even if you spend 5 minutes, 10 minutes, be peaceful and allow your mind to be tuned with what the activity you are doing, and allow godly power to enter the food and then you take, and this will definitely give very positive effect. Very positive effect.
Benji, I think this is very important for us to know, because now it is a time of gadgets and radiations. So I think if we give a little bit attention to food, I think we can solve majority of our problems. So today that was a very significant discussion. I think we are listening to a lot of researches which show the negative impact of radiation. So at least when we are eating food, as Benji said, we can keep away a little bit distance away from mobile phones and other radiations, so that our food doesn't have that negative vibrations. And now, dear friends, it is time for us to go on into the question of the day.
My name is Subbalakshmi. I am housewife. I want to know about personality and life of Brahma Baba.
Benji, that's also an important question, in the sense that we have heard about many spiritual leaders, but still the world at large is not aware of who Brahma Baba is and what significant work he has done for humanity. So can you very shortly give us an introduction about his personality?
Brahma Baba, the founding father of Prajapita Brahma Kumaris Ishwari Vishwavidyalaya, was known as Dada Lekraj in his past, when he was a diamond merchant in Sindh. At the time, his personality was, he was a man of good discipline, determination, and a great philanthropist, and having a deep devotion towards God, and also he was having a determination in doing whatever he would like to. Though born in a very ordinary family, yet he raised to the top level even in the business world, as well as creating his highest code of conduct with the image. In those days, kings of royal families used to respect him as the most valuable person and part of their family. They used to accept him. And also the words spoken by some kings, they used to say, God has made a mistake, that you should have been kept in our place and you are a crownless king. This was the words they used to express. Means he had adorned, he was having all that worthiness a king should have, though he was very simple. And coming to the next phase of his life, when he reached 60 and when he had already 12 gurus in his life, doing all devotional activities, the day when he realized or was blessed with the divine visions, the vision of change of this world and bringing up the new golden era, which he could see, and also the point of light was in the divine vision he could see and experience, then there was a dramatic change in his life, and he started realizing what is the thought of God. And then he could realize, yes, God wants to make heaven on earth, and he became the instrument. And from there, his spiritual journey started with a rapid force, and also making a dramatic change in the world itself. But began in one corner with one step of change, individual transformation. It is really a great wonder that no example in front of him, but he could understand the thought of God so well that he became a real role model to millions of people today, and how God is practically has planned and doing the divine task of total world transformation. So he understood the thought of God, the will of God, to transform this world of sorrow into world of happiness, known as golden era. But it was not so easy. When he understood the will of God to bring change in the world, transform the whole world from world of sorrow into world of happiness, and world of impurity to purity, world of viciousness into vicelessness, it was a great challenge to him to bring this thought into practical and transform or transmit the same message to the people. So during that time, it was a transition time began, and he stood like a strong leader, unshakable with all opposition in the society. And many ladies who came to him in satsang, they also started dedicating their life, and lot of many criticism he faced, but never he was influenced by anything, because for simple reason he had faith in himself and also God, and that is the great personality which has attracted lakhs and lakhs people today. And this God's message and mission is spreading all over the globe, and today also he is the role model not only for BKs, but he is the father of whole human genealogical tree known as Prajapita Brahma, Adi Dev or Adam. He is the same person.
The personality of Brahma Baba is such that we can even speak volumes about him, how he faced challenges. So I think to know more about him, either she should come in contact with the institution or read books that is available. So Brahma Baba was such a personality who stood unshaken in the face of challenges, and really his life is a textbook for all of us who want to move forward in life, a life of challenges. So now friends, it is time to go to the last part of the episode, that is the attitude, virtue and contemplation. So Benji, what is today's attitude and today's virtue?
Today let us take the attitude of self-help. As much we develop the attitude of helping ourselves, less we are dependent on others, and less we are going to adopt the bad habits like laziness and easygoing, or let's say many wrong habits we develop in our life, which results in negative results. And supporting quality or virtue, always let us take up the virtue to help ourselves to be light. Because when I can help myself when I am light, and when I become heavy with any thoughts, any situation or with any person also, then we can't help ourselves. So always feel light with ourselves, take things light, not a carelessness. Taking things light means not much worried about something which is really bothering me. We have to find out the results or solutions, but not about the problems much. Otherwise, a problem occupied mind cannot feel light.
You mean to say that rather than looking again and again into the problem and getting a headache, we should think more about solutions.
Solutions, and while searching solution also, if your mind is light, solutions can be found easily.
I think Benji, we should have a short reflection on that so that it will help us in the long run to solve problems.
Sit in a comfortable position, focusing your attention on the center of your forehead. Relax your body. Gently relax your mind. Take deep breath and feel relaxed. Think this life is a beautiful drama. Whatever I do, it matters much for me. And let me do the things which gives me joy and happiness. At times of difficulties, first let me see what type of help I can do to myself. The most important help, let me think always positive in negative situation. I allow my mind to think always positive, pure and powerful thoughts. Even at the times of failures, every failure gives me a beautiful lesson to be more careful in future. So it is giving me guidance. It is giving me guidance for my success in near future. I help myself by transforming negative people's attitude, negative situations into positive. Therefore, I remain always light. It is well said, when I help myself, God helps me. To seek God's help, first I need to help myself with positive thoughts, positive feelings, and positive attitudes. Om Shanti.
Thanks a lot, Benji, for this highly rewarding session, even if it is short. I think within a short time you have taken us to a realm where we all find ourselves, the true peace of mind, the true originality. Thanks a lot once again.
Thank you.
So friends, that has been a wonderful discussion as usual. Keep along with us in this journey and we will discover new gems of knowledge. Any queries, any suggestion, please feel free to write to us, email us or call us on our number. So until we meet in the next episode with an interesting topic, it is a goodbye from all of us in the studio.
Om Shanti. Today is 12th of February 2026. We shall listen to the essence of today's Murli. Sweet children, it is now the time of settlement. Ravan has buried everyone in the graveyard. The Father has come to shower nectar and take you back with him. Question: why is Shiv Baba called the innocent Lord of the treasure store? Answer: because it is when Shiva, the innocent Lord, comes that he benefits those with no virtues, those with stone intellects and the hunchbacks, and makes them into the masters of the world. He comes into this impure world and enters an impure body. He is so innocent. The direction of the innocent Lord is, sweet children, drink nectar and leave the poison of vices. Song, the resident of the faraway land has come into this foreign land. Essence for dharana, point number 1. Renounce drinking poison for this last birth. Drink nectar and enable others to drink nectar as well. You have to become pure, do the service of changing thorns into flowers. Point number 2. In order to become a bead of the rosary around Vishnu's neck, stay in remembrance of the Father. Cooperate fully and become a remover of sorrow like the Father. Blessing, may you be a master son of knowledge and make an impact on all souls with your spiritual attitude. Something attractive pulls others to itself and everyone's attention is drawn to it. In the same way, when your attitude is not worldly but filled with spirituality, the impact of that will automatically influence many souls. A spiritual attitude means the stage of being loving and detached, which automatically attracts many souls. Such spiritual and powerful souls become master sons of knowledge and spread their light everywhere. Slogan, remain constantly set on your seat of self-respect and all your powers will accept your orders. Om Shanti.
Knowledge makes you free, knowledge makes you strong. Put your heart right in the place. You can't be going wrong. When the going gets so hard, you need to be on guard. And all that you have, wisdom as your heart. You go deep inside, find a new way of life, flying free forever to the light of knowledge, flying free forever to the light of knowledge.
Hello everyone, welcome once again to Light of Knowledge International. I'm Dr. Amarjeet from Thailand, and once again we have with us our lovely sister Masana from UK. Welcome, sister.
Thank you, Sister Amarjeet. It's wonderful to be here again.
Sister Masana, we have been having some deep talks about communication and intrinsic communication, and along that flow of thought, I had a question about non-violent communication, because we hear this word very often. Maybe you could explain what it is and how we can avoid it, and what are the repercussions when we don't practice it?
Definitely. So I first learned about nonviolent communication, about 20 years ago. And the phrase was coined by Marshall Rosenberg in the States. And it's now international. It's a process that many different facilitators have learned. And what I appreciated is it's a very practical way of beginning to learn how to transform negative thoughts, feelings, unmet needs, and that negative language that I referred to before about blame, attack, judgment, criticism, biggest critic being self, then others. And it's becoming more aware of when I act in a thought way violently, And that's not often understood out there in the world, that my thoughts can be violent. And what I was really impressed by is that Marshall Rosenberg said, in reflection, he regretted he used 2 negative words in the title: non-negative, violent, negative. Communication is the language of the heart, compassion. And really this whole process is learning how to come back into that compassion with self-respect, and beginning to understand where my blocks are mentally and emotionally. And there are many useful practical tools that can help us to change the direction of our thoughts and feelings, and to create energetically a heart-to-heart connection with somebody else, rather than going into fight or flight.
I didn't realize it, but when you said it just now, non-violence communication, and yet the very topic has 2 negative words. That's very interesting. So yeah, I would really be interested in the tools, because listening to you in the previous sessions, we have realized that most of us come with background thought and judgment and criticism within ourselves, and like you said, to look at ourselves, that are we like that? But what are some of the other tools that we could use? Because I think we react and we speak so fast that we actually don't hear ourselves, or where we are not thinking where we are coming from, and we're not even reflecting whether we are violent in our words. And I don't think many of us have ever associated violence with thoughts, and just having that negative energy. Even the irritation energy is negative, anger is definitely, but there are other subtle negative energies that when we're in a hurry, when we are rushing, that we overlook, and this causes a lot of miscommunication. So yes, we would like to hear on some of these tools that will help us.
So the first thing is what we were referring to in the other episodes, and I'll repeat it, is the pause button. To slow down the thoughts and feelings before even coming into sound, communication, and into relationship with another. And so the pause button is important. Another useful tip is the SOS, an anagram, and that's for stop, observe in a detached, compassionate way, and then steer the thoughts. It's like driving a car, you steer in a direction that is accurate. So steer the thoughts away from the judgment, the violent thoughts, into a more positive one. So another tool is, there are many unmet needs, and needs are described as universal human values. And there's a whole vocabulary of them, and so people can go on the Nonviolent Communication web page and look at the resource of the needs and the feelings. Universal human values, there are 5 main ones. There are many that refer to spiritual, physical, emotional, spiritual. And the 5 ones that I observe are most commonly unmet in human beings when they're feeling angry or in judgment is a need to be listened to, a need to be understood, a need to be accepted, a need to feel safe, and a need to be respected. And these are universal. When my need is met, so if in this moment, like I am, I'm being listened to, I feel respected, so I feel calm, I feel content, and I feel open to communicate as we are. However, if that need in this moment is unmet, it will trigger negative feelings, a feeling of upset, rejection, sadness, frustration, all of those negative ones. And so this process helps me to identify in any moment that I am feeling out of balance, mentally and emotionally, to go back in and say, oh, which need is not being met at the moment? I don't feel I'm being respected at this moment. So rather than expect the other to respect me, I remind myself from that spiritual early morning practice, I am valuable, I am lovable, I am peaceful.
Give the respect to yourself.
Yes. And then my feelings begin to change. And then I can be more aware of how to respond to the other person rather than react. So there are many tools like this that really, with practice and discipline, help me to create a language of the heart and compassion and connect with others from a more respectful place. And that changes the whole atmosphere and relationships.
I really like that, because whatever we want for ourselves, we need to give it that out to others first. And if we are feeling disrespected, then perhaps there's some lack of respect from our side to the other, and fulfilling it within first in order to be able to give it to the other. But next time we feel disrespected or lack of attention or lack of anything, then we just have to check, is it from the outside or is it from us, from within ourselves?
Exactly. And there's another tool that I can briefly share, and it's about creating a request. In the old world of blame, judgment, criticism, I can easily, when I feel low or lost or frightened or frustrated, to demand of somebody else what I want. Because behind that is an old false negative belief that I'm not enough and that everybody is better than me. It's a false negative belief. And when I learn how this 4-step, how to create a request, I actually create a bridge of new possibilities of communicating with somebody in a different way other than the violent communication.
When you say on demand without being demanding, yeah, that sounds interesting. To get what you want, but without being forceful or sounding negative in any way. You were telling about the 4 steps?
So the 4 steps are, first, it is to be aware of what the behavior, maybe it's the behavior of someone. We'll give a simple example of I, the mother, when my son was younger, and I go into the kitchen and I come home after a full day and the kitchen is covered in dirty dishes and there's nowhere that I can start cooking. I have to first clean up. And I feel very angry, very frustrated because my son has been home and he hasn't cleaned up after himself. So if I go to him and start being angry and irritated and tell him off, then what's going to happen? There's either he's going to argue back with me, I'm going to argue with him, and neither of us are going to be happy. And when I cook the food, it will have a negative energy. So we want to change that scene. So with practice, Masana goes into the kitchen, finds that the kitchen is dirty, the dishes are left there, and I think, okay, I'm going to describe the event, what I see. When I go into the kitchen and find the dishes, the dirty dishes in the sink, that's the first step. I observe without judgment. So I'm not saying you put the dirty dishes there. So I observe the dirty dishes in the sink. And then second step is the feeling. How am I feeling inside? I feel frustrated and disrespected. Then the third step is the unmet need. I experience not being listened to. The 4th step is the request. So would you be willing, son, when you have finished using the dishes, that you wash them and put them away so I can come into the kitchen and cook us a lovely dinner tonight? So this takes time and patience to work through my frustration, my anger, get those 4 steps clear free from the you finger blaming, and own my own feelings without blaming the other, and then make a request. The other secret is, though, not to be attached to the outcome. Because the son may still say, well, I'm tired, I've got homework to do, and you're the mother, you should be cooking and cleaning up. So I express the request with patience, with love. Sometimes I need to repeat it twice, 3 times, maybe the next day the same thing. However, because I am staying in my self-respect and I have compassion, and yet I'm clear on my boundaries, and I repeat the request with no negative emotion behind, you need to do this now. There's heavy energy. Gradually, the son experiences respect.
I think you have a point, because I think what we do is maybe we do the 4 steps, but we don't follow through. And we are on the tip of losing it at the end of the 4 steps. Like we've done this, but there's still a trace of, oh, he's my son, I got to teach him, and he doesn't seem to understand. Those sort of judgments or criticisms going on inside anyway, though we are trying to be detached and trying to be calm. So we lose it too fast. So I think here is again that authentic communication, that within yourself, how authentic you are about the calm and the peace and the respect and the request you're making from a neutral space is very important, and to follow through, because that's not a demand. But yes, with children nowadays, sometimes people are not listening, and it might take a few times. But I think if you're right, if someone if you keep calm through few situations with the same person, at some point that person is going to realize, oh, she's being extra calm with me. Does that work?
It does in time. Another secret is to, at times, away from that person, because it often is a close family member, like you said, that can be the trigger to cause me to go out of balance. Because if it's somebody I only meet once or twice, I can easily shrug it off. But when it's somebody I live with, then it's in your face. So the other secret, as I said, is to be detached from outcome. The other is a practice of, when I am back in my self-respect and listening to my need, looking after my need, then step into the shoes of the other for a moment. So if maybe I'm driving home and I'm thinking, gosh, I wonder if son is cooperating in the kitchen or whatever, I can, for a moment, whilst I'm listening to some peaceful music whilst driving home, so I'm relaxing, saying, oh, well, I realize the son has a big exam coming up. And right now he's under a lot of pressure, and he's very worried and tense. So I understand that. However, I know I need to show him boundaries, because he's a teenager now. And I want him to learn to respect women as well as himself. And so I'm going to be compassionate about supporting him, to give him a beautiful dinner tonight, make sure he goes to bed early enough. However, I'll also still give him the boundaries. And maybe on the weekend, we can do something fun together that he would like, that will relax him. So I'm thinking of give and take, because one of the spiritual secrets is the more I give, the more I actually receive. And in the old world culture of blame, attack, judgment, there's that sense of scarcity. That if I give too much attention to another, then they'll take and take and take. They maybe will take. However, I have to be clear on my boundaries, which is going back to self-respect. So it's really a dance of feeling the spiritual pulse of another, knowing when is their situation more tense. That's maybe not the time to have this conversation. Choose a relaxing time.
Stepping into their shoes in a way to feel what is it they're going through that has caused this to happen. So that's also being authentic to the needs of others and to the mindset of the other. I just hope practically we can do that, and we can practice the SOS and the pause and all these various things that will help us have non-violent communication and also be able to have good relationships with everyone, especially family members. You're right there. Most of our problems are with close friends and close people and family members rather than strangers and outside people, whoever we work with, not necessarily family, people we work closely with, who we are entangled with. Is there anything else you would like to add onto this particular topic that you have, with your experience, seen and that really helps?
So I encourage people to practice with someone that they're not too close with. That they, if I think I know somebody's nature and personality, then I already am entangled with the different personalities and my personality, and at times we're in a dance of victim, persecutor, rescuer. And I'll explain that in a moment. However, if I do it with, if I've been practicing, then maybe it's in, let's say, a shop. And so I go into a shop and I feel that the person who is selling is being very sharp with me and is not really listening to my request. Maybe I brought back a piece of merchandise, a piece of clothes that I say when I took it home, I realized that there's a tear, the buttons are off. And I'm coming back to say, actually, this garment wasn't 100%. And they're being quite disrespectful and they're exhausted, they're tired, and they just want to brush it off. So I can use that I statement because I'm staying in my self-respect. I'm keeping my boundaries, and yet I'm making it very clear in the request that would you be willing to look again at this garment that I bought only yesterday and that the button or the zip doesn't work? Could you give attention to that? And because I'm doing it with love, with compassion, I find that that person begins to change. And so start with someone that you're not too close with and watch how, as your confidence builds in it, then you can then start applying it with those that you're nearest and dearest.
To be in that state of mind where you are detached and loving and kind and not feel that you shouldn't ask again, in a sweet and humble way, carry on that niceness and make another request. Because you're right, after one request, sometimes you get a snap of an answer or something, is probably the other person hasn't really heard you or hasn't even taken in your niceness. So it's okay to pause and redo that, make the request again. And the second time, maybe the other person will be like, oh, she's asked me twice and she's asked it nicely, so maybe I can accommodate. Yeah, the energy might shift. We usually don't make a second request because when the other person's snapping back at us, we snap back and like, hey, it's not my fault, it's your fault. And it becomes a blame and
exactly, the blame game.
Fingers. Yeah.
Exactly. And so another useful request is, if it's with maybe your partner or child or another close friend, and you realize they are stressed out that day, then say, would you be willing for us to make some time together when we're both relaxed, where maybe we go to the park and we go for a walk together. So you take them, invite them to go somewhere neutral and relaxed, away that's private. Because I would really value to have a conversation with you on something that I feel is important for both of us. So you name the time, the place, would you be willing? So that it might be a Sunday afternoon, might be a time that's more appropriate. Then that person has time to think about that request. And a few days later, maybe there can be a very different communication between both. And it's an opportunity for both to speak honestly.
So hold your horses and don't be in a hurry to solve the situation as well. Thank you so much, Sister Masana, for this beautiful insight into different aspects of nonviolent communication.
Pleasure. Thank you so much. Take care.
So today we learned a lot about our own mindset and all the violent communication that we have within ourselves, all that anger, irritation, and negative energy that causes ourselves within our minds. We're already having the violent communications. So to pause and delete all that's going on in our mind, and to be neutral, and not just neutral, to bring on the love and the kindness, and to use our meditation practice in those moments and make a request to proceed without forcing, because usually we force. And I liked what Sister Masana shared about us not to repeat ourselves in a nice and kind way, which we usually don't. So I hope we have learned a few tools, and for the family members to make time and space to go out somewhere. If you want to talk on a more serious topic, we don't have to talk right away. Me, for one, I like to talk right away. So I think this is a good practice for nonviolent communication, to pause, repeat, and think about it, and find time to clear things. So we have gained a lot, and hope to see you again in another episode of Light of Knowledge International soon. Thank you very much. Om Shanti.
Exercise and stamina, and the joy and happiness is a fitness formula. Small steps every day is the new phenomena. Don't know how, time is now, find your fitness formula. Meditation and nutrition, soul power and new vision, pure intention, attitude gives you mission and ambition. Small steps every day is the new phenomena. Don't know how, time is now, find your fitness formula. Don't know how, time is now, find your fitness formula.
A very warm welcome to all our viewers and Om Shanti. A lot of people are always smiling because they find it much easier to smile than explain why they are sad inside. We have with us today in our studios Dr. Girish Patel. Dr. Girish Patel is a renowned psychotherapist. Doctor, most welcome.
Om Shanti.
Dr. Patel, today a lot of people portray a very different picture on the outside, but on the inside something else is going on. So somewhere I feel a lot of energy is required. If you're sad inside but you're pretending to smile outside, then there's a lot of energy required.
Very true.
Probably at the end of the day you'll feel more tired. Yeah. So what is the reason really behind this, first of all, and how do we rectify this? I would want that, if we can help people reach a space where they are smiling inside and smiling outside.
Very true. In fact, inside they are sad because of different reasons. They have not understood what life it is. That itself is a problem. Because people are confused. Our locus of control has also become external. We want things from outside, which is not true. It's a beautiful wisdom which says that we are looking for a right thing at a wrong place. All of us are looking for peace, for happiness, for bliss, but we are looking outside. It's not there. Like if somebody is poor, cannot give me money.
Right.
So no, if I want money, I should go to a person who has sufficient money, and then he will be able to help me out. Similarly, the outside people, circumstances, other luxuries, from where we are looking happiness, they don't have a capacity to give happiness.
But then you are not feeling good inside. That is what we have started with today.
True.
That is the problem, that you're not feeling happy inside. So if you're not feeling happy inside, how can you go inside for happiness?
No, you are not feeling for different reason. No, because you were looking somewhere else, and then rather than gaining happiness, you became more unhappy. Like another thing, people want to improve their self-esteem out of ego. To show that I am something, I am powerful, I am famous, something of that sort. Ego tells all this. And when you are trying to improve self-esteem out of ego, then rather you will become more depressed, because your self-esteem won't improve.
So is there like a skill set that can help us in achieving that state, that space where a person is happy inside and happy outside?
Now, if you talk about practically how to achieve, then the first step is self-analysis. That why I am unhappy.
So should we write it down?
Yeah, we can. Writing is a great thing, in fact. The first step is to do that self-analysis.
Right.
Sometimes it's true that I am unhappy because of external situations.
Right.
Like spouse is not cooperative. Spouse lends up with argument now and then. Even boss is very much suppressive. Like there can be some external situation, but we shouldn't blame them. Rather learn to detach. That because now it is necessary, I am with this relationship or with these people, but from inside I am peaceful, as I don't have any expectation.
But then that's easier said than done, because if somebody is pressing your buttons from outside and then you are telling, you are trying to be peaceful, that's not possible. You're attached to these people who you live with. You're attached to your office. You have a certain reputation in your office. And then if your boss is going to yell at you or shout at you, how are you going to be peaceful?
No, there are in different things, like at a certain level, you might be able to detach. Suppose if it's not everyday affair, if it happens once in a while, then you might be able to detach. Second help can be your attitude. That there is something wrong with this person itself.
Is there like a core skill? Is there like a core solution to rectifying all these problems? Is there one word that you can give us where a person can fix this leakage, this problem, this short circuit that has happened inside?
Every circumstance is unique. So we cannot have one solution for everything. But one common solution can be maybe 60%, 70% is, rather than expecting something from others, accept them.
And probably change yourself?
Yeah, wherever needed. If needed, most of the time we need to change. So wherever necessary, we need to change. As it is generally explained that what we are feeling, we are responsible for it. Our thoughts are making us feel so.
Right.
Our belief system, our attitude. So that area we can definitely change. But still, we have to remember this fact, what is called boiling frog syndrome. When they want to kill the frog, the easiest way that put it in a boiling water. Other animals will jump.
Right.
Because they can't adjust the temperature. Frog can adjust the temperature. So as the temperature of the water increases, frog will keep on increasing the temperature.
Right.
But a point comes when water is so hot, now frog cannot adjust the temperature and will die.
So then actually people who are adjusting and adjusting and adjusting is not a good thing. So you shouldn't
Sometime-
adjust.
Yeah, sometimes, no. Which point you need to jump is very important. No, at a particular point, you might need to change your job also. Not now and then, no, not every time, but there may be a situation where, no, rather it's going to take a toll on your health. No? You will suffer in other ways, even in any relationship as well. There may be a point where you have to jump. No, think twice that, no, what, like, no, if I jump, but no, don't have a fear.
I think one has to analyze both ways. If you're in this relationship, what are the pros and the cons? And if I jump out of it, what am I going to get?
No, but still, no, sometimes, no, some people remain in abusive relationship thinking that if I jump, I will not be able to adjust.
No, but I have met such people. There are genuinely such people who see no other option but to continue in an abusive relationship because they have nowhere to go to. They have nobody to support them. So they have kids.
No, but still, no, if you think really, it's really a crucial decision. But at times, no, we undervalue ourselves. No, a lady may think that I will not get job. In fact, she is capable. If she tries, no, although she has never worked, but if she tries, she can get job. Sometimes, no, in such relationship, no, we remain. But all of a sudden something comes.
Like you're saying, you have to analyze at what point you need to jump. If you're not able to take it anymore and you feel you're going to suffocate, then definitely you need to jump out. Yeah, and maybe prepare for it. Start preparing for it a little earlier and then probably take the leap.
And then a very important thing, that don't think that I won't be able to manage. No, we generally undervalue our mind power.
But there's another perspective to this. Sometimes you can accept the situation and make peace with it and stay happy.
Yeah, that's possible. Very
so which one is better?
No, you have to think now, no?
So it's very personal.
No, if it's taking very little energy to change yourself, make peace with the situation and live comfortably.
But even for that you need some power. Where is that power going to come from?
That there is a meditation then, no? It's a power of silence.
The mind is so powerful. How to quieten it? Does meditation really help in quietening the mind?
Yeah, very much, because it happens automatically. No, in meditation, one simple step is what we call to be a witness. And when you become witness to your own thoughts, your feelings, your emotions, slowly and steadily, they will reduce. So meditation, automatically that silence comes. And in meditation, even we realize this, that there is a huge treasure of happiness. Wisdom within. Let me acquire that wisdom. Let me go within. And the whole process is so calming. Whole process is so serene. It is so soothing. Like when you put a balm and how that soothing feeling comes.
Correct.
So as soon as you start meditation, that inner soothing feeling comes. And that's how to go in silence, to acquire that power becomes easy.
For our viewers who are viewing us, and if they are interested in learning meditation, how do they go about it?
It's very easy. Like now Brahma Kumaris have over 9,000 centers.
Across the world?
More in India and across maybe almost in more than 130 countries now.
So they can contact probably their nearest
centers and the whole beauty of it. Like founding father of Brahma Kumaris, he always felt that it's a wisdom. Meditation, what we are sharing is a wisdom, and we should share this wisdom free. Even many says that if you start charging, then the value of meditation will increase. Now because it is free, people don't value. But he said that no, it is actually ancient wisdom, and we shouldn't put price tag to that wisdom.
Correct.
So that's why I know many, even I have seen in the beginning only, when we started, awakening with Brahma Kumaris. At that time, no, this lady was in Borivali only. She was really in a very serious problem. And no, she was happy when she heard that it is free. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gone to the center. And after going, no, she could totally come out of depression. Even no cases where we would otherwise say that no, such cases won't improve even with medication.
So this is one of your patients that you're talking about?
No, she is now a BK.
Okay.
In fact, no, maybe long back when we started, then we have a center in Borivali East. No? So when I was going there, then her daughter said, Mummy, doctor is here. Then she came to me and said that, no, I have heard your episodes. And then I went to the center and now I'm absolutely free from all my depression and worries. And then because she was in Borivali only, I used to meet her once in a while. She told me the whole story.
Right.
The real problem.
So you mean your viewers have gone to the meditation centers and they have taken the meditation course and they have benefited?
Even another wonderful thing. Recently, in Central Excise in Mumbai, there was a lecture. After I completed my lecture, a lady came to me. She said, Doctor, you have changed my life. She said that everybody had said that you cannot improve. It's a lifelong disease and you are a hopeless case. Nothing can help you. But after listening to your programs, then on YouTube, otherwise also I followed Shivani Ben also. And she said, now I'm absolutely fine. Even my doctors are surprised that how come? It's not only psychological disease. She had so many physical problems also. Maybe
doctor,
due to the psychological stress. But today she is absolutely out of. She says, I'm out of medication also.
Correct. So I've heard this very famous saying that says 90% of the people live to die. It's only the 10% who really live to live.
Very true.
So then to live, to live really and to enjoy each moment, how does meditation help you to live your life, happily? Because a lot of people think that meditation is something that, that you need to start when you acquire a certain age, after you're 60 or when you're getting old, now is the time to meditate. So how does meditation really help in life, in living your life well?
First of all, it's a absolute wrong notion that you should start when you're old. Rather, if you start when you're old, you can't practice meditation properly. If you see anybody, say Vivekanand, Prakash Mani Dadi, anybody else also, who have achieved a great height, they started when they were young. Those who start after middle age, they can't do it better. So rather, younger you are, it's better.
Right.
And how it helps? First of all, meditation gives us insight into our life. Today, why people are confused? Because we don't know what is life.
Some people have a very simple definition to life. They feel that they've come here to spread happiness, to be happy, to benefit others and spread happiness. I think that's the best.
How we will spread happiness? As you said, if you're sad within, then you cannot spread happiness.
Correct. So you need to fix that with meditation and then get happy.
With that wisdom, you will understand what is life. And
so I think it's really a combination of wisdom, of discipline, of, like we were talking about it, you need to shift from negative past, be ready to, now acquire positivity. So it is really a combination and it does, in the beginning, need a lot of effort from your side also.
When we say effort, you may feel that, I don't want to do because, I want meditation to be more relaxed, more happy, and here I have to put effort. So instead of effort, we can say that these are very, very simple, small steps. Those simple things you are doing and you are acquiring the wisdom. As you acquire the wisdom, as you start meditating, your willpower will increase.
Well, I find it easy to understand that if you meditate, you'll feel more calm, you'll feel more relaxed. How do you acquire wisdom from meditation?
One thing is automatic even. That when you are calm, you are able to see things with clarity. Like when water is fluctuating, you can't see your face clearly.
Correct.
When water is still, you can see your face clearly. So one aspect is this. And second, especially about Raj Yoga, it is not based on any mantra. No, it is not based on any rituals. No, it is based on pure knowledge. First, for 7 days, which is a foundation course, where they share knowledge about self, supreme, or karma, the cycle, and in that knowledge itself we acquire lots of wisdom, and on the basis of that knowledge we are doing meditation as well, because the word is yoga, although now meditation has become more famous, and that yoga is a tuning of our inner self with the supreme.
So it's like building a foundation, a very strong foundation,
True.
and then probably whatever building you build on it is going to be quite sturdy.
Yes. Many of our viewers who go to Brahma Kumaris center, then they call us, they say, they have not taught us meditation. They were talking about wisdom, they were talking about spiritual knowledge. But technique is very easy, even I can share right now. For that, to practice, we need the wisdom. You need knowledge of the self. And when you have a total knowledge of self, you can churn on that knowledge deeply and can go in a meditative stage. So, foundation is wisdom itself.
Well, I have a question that, people, viewers, public who listens to your programs, a lot of them would like to go and associate with Brahma Kumaris, would like to visit their centers. But I'm sure every center has different kind of trainers, different kind of teachers. So how does one get best of the teachers? If you want to go to a center that has the best teachers, how do you analyze that? Because I'm sure everybody is not very well trained.
True. Actually, there are several instructors in each center.
Okay.
Like if in a small village, it may be that there is only 1 or 2 instructors. But if you go to medium-sized city, there are several instructors.
Okay.
And then accordingly, generally, like in a very big city, that is done 1 to many. Like in Mumbai, there they start this course on every Monday.
Okay.
And then it is done 1 to 5, 6, whatever. Every week they start. So there it may be that it's not 1 to 1. But in most of the second, medium cities or in villages, it is done 1 to 1. So there, even you can ask for a proper instructor. Suppose if you are young, then you may request for an instructor who is also young, of your age, so can understand your emotions better.
Right.
If you are a scientist, maybe you can look for an instructor who has some scientific background.
Correct.
If you are religious too much, then look for someone who is also religious, who have also read scriptures and all. So they will understand better. They can explain also.
But doctor, isn't it enough just to watch, since you are associated with the spiritual organization, isn't it enough for people just to watch you on TV? Or they have to go to a center to learn meditation?
No, it's not enough. Because what happens, there are a large number, who says that, we feel very happy, watching you on TV.
Correct.
But here what we are sharing, that knowledge is superficial actually, because viewers are changing.
So you mean for transformation you have to go
at a deeper, when
practically do it.
If you want to really go to the depth of meditation, going to the center is the way. Why? Because there the knowledge which we'll share also is deeper. And in Brahma Kumaris, this foundation course is there for 7 days. Then in many centers, at least where I am in Borivali, Mumbai, they have advanced course also. It may not be there everywhere.
Okay.
They have another advanced course for 7 days. And then there are group meditation.
Okay.
Group discussions. And once you undergo those group discussions for a year or so, then you can come to Mount Abu, which I would say is like a university. After 1 year only you qualify, to come to Mount Abu for those advanced programs. No? So then that is something like going to university,
Right.
where there are at much more deeper level experts are there, like Surya Bhai and all. Surya Bhai also might be sharing on such platforms in TV, but then it is superficial. But when people come here for those advanced programs, what he will share is much more deeper.
So would you like to say that learning meditation is basically the medicine for our fitness formula?
Yeah, it is. No? It is a medicine for our fitness formula, and it helps in so many ways. Before that, let me clear that previous point. No? Like when they come here for that advanced program, one thing is deeper. Then there is a still advanced thing, what we call a bhatti. Bhatti is like our clothes. Every day we wash in our washing machine.
Yeah.
But once in 3-4 months, you will send for dry cleaning.
Correct.
So that it becomes absolutely clean. So those intensive meditation programs, called bhatti, is something like dry cleaning the soul. So that is still advanced.
Correct.
So that way, all this cannot happen. Even if you keep listening to thousands of episodes, we might be talking different things. The material may be different, but then still you are not going to the real depth of the whole philosophy and practice of meditation.
Meditation is really the medicine.
Yeah, but how? Right? At least for fitness formula, if we want to discuss, meditation helps in several ways. One thing, it will bring clarity, so
Right.
that you are able to think properly. These days, even people are not able to think properly. Second, meditation will give you peace of mind, so that you get some energy to implement this fitness formula. Thirdly, with meditation, even your willpower will increase. And because your willpower increases, you are able to discipline yourself.
Does it happen that your thoughts also transform?
Yeah, definitely.
You have more positive thoughts than negative?
Yeah, that is natural. And another very important thing, when you start meditating, you experience the original state of the soul. So, something which is artificial, you will start disliking it. You yourself will feel that all this different mask which I am wearing, or different agenda that I have in my dealing with people, is wrong.
So
from within, I am peaceful. So let me acquire that my natural state.
So I think we have come full circle, because we started today by saying that we are smiling, but inside sometimes we are not smiling.
True.
And now you're telling us that once you start the practice of meditation, your inside and outside comes into a balance.
Yeah.
So I think that's a great note where we are going to end for today. And we will discuss more about meditation next time. But thank you so
Definitely.
much for today. Thank you for your time. Thank you. Om Shanti.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
I'm sure our viewers have also gotten some tips about meditation today. Yes, you might enjoy watching these TV programs, but it is very important, if you want to bring about a transformation, you visit one of our centers which is close to you, practice the meditation techniques, and definitely look for a balance inside out. We'll meet you very soon. Till then, Om Shanti and thank you.
Meditation and nutrition, soul power and new vision, pure intention attitude gives you mission and a mission. Small steps every day is the new phenomena. To know how time is now, find your fitness formula. To know how time is now, find your fitness formula.
Hello friends, and welcome to another episode of Change. When I speak about change, I look at my own life. I look about the events that I anticipate that are going to happen. And to those situations, I respond accordingly. Sometimes I bring about change in my own behavior so that I can deal with them better. But some of us are not so lucky. Some of us know that certain things are going to happen in life, but we just are not prepared for it. Whether to be prepared or not to be prepared is the question. There are many questions that come up with the changes of life. In this episode, let us encounter the changes that are set to happen in our lives. Today, we have a source of spiritual wisdom with us, Sister Usha. Didi, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Om Shanti.
Didi, when I look at life, it is a long journey. And after a professional life, which many people consider is the necessity of one's life, that you must pursue a profession or a source of income. But often it also comes to an end. Many people at an age of 60 or 65 choose to retire. Sometimes it is their job that offers them that you must retire now. It is an inhibition that they have. So when retirement happens, many people often consider that now it is the time to relax. Now there is nothing much to worry about. But for many people it is challenging. The first question that comes up to their mind is, now what?
Now what, yes.
So this is a challenge that many people see when this change comes up in front of them. Suddenly my life was busy. I was working from 9 to 5 and now I have nothing to do. So how do you see retirement?
Actually, retirement, I would say, is a beautiful phase of life. What we were doing in our life from 9 to 5, and whenever anything comes up, we would say, no time, I'm sorry, I'm so busy, I'm sorry. So now is the real time to explore. We have got enough time to explore something new in our lives, for which we always considered, I'm sorry, I have no time. So retirement I would see as, now we have ample of time. Those people who would like to, who are interested in reading something, they can read so many things now in life. They have a whole encyclopedia to explore. Those people who feel like now we have time to do some meditation or spirituality. So definitely for a personal growth, a personal journey that I want to make now, a beautiful journey, why not take the support of spirituality, meditation, so that constantly we were working under pressure, stress. Now that we have time to relax and go within, to explore our inner self. And in this process, spirituality is also science. So when we come across new things, which we never came through during that professional life, so now the mind finds it interesting. And it may welcome those ideas and try to implement them as well, because that is what they have been doing throughout their professional life. Now, experimenting with spirituality, implementing that, and getting new experiences, which will bring the newness constantly in our lives. Or sometimes there are some senior citizen associations also, where they all gather together and do some social activity.
They form their own clubs, yeah?
Yeah, they have their own clubs, they play, they do such nice things, they go together on a journey, maybe on an entertainment or entertain themselves. So beautiful things are being done in today's world. It just depends on how much I would like to go for what. But those people who have always been rigid in their lives,
then it becomes very difficult for them to adjust. But those who have been flexible throughout their lives, even in their workplace also, those who had welcomed new ideas of others, appreciated, for them it would be so easy to again adapt themselves to a new way of life, and they can design their life in that way.
For a person who has gone to work from 9 to 5 or maybe all around the week, suddenly coming back to just a different itinerary for the whole day is like, okay, I wake up today, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
Suddenly waking up to this reality appears a little fearsome. Yeah. As much as you say that you might explore spirituality or do some social service or join a club or join an association, look ways and means of entertainment, it is not something fixed, right? It is something that you have to choose now. It is something that you have to plan for yourself.
Yeah.
As much as you say that people who were rigid might find it difficult to accept this new change, but other people who have been flexible would be okay with it. But often do I see this, that there is a change of role as well. As a head of the family, you being the senior earning member of the family, you have a lot of things in terms of the financial give and take of the family.
Yeah.
What to be purchased, what should not be, what should be delayed, what should be postponed, and what should be totally not taken at all. And suddenly when you come into a retirement phase, when you have a pension, which is half of your salary or maybe even lesser than that, financial consultation is not offered to you. Most youngsters would make their own decisions because they are the ones who earn more than you. As much as they might respect your views as well, but sometimes they might not bother you with the trouble of making a financial decision.
Yeah.
So many people at that time, especially the male members of the family who have retired, feel I would say ignored. Yeah. As if that they don't care for us and they don't, our opinions don't matter.
To them,
so this brings in a different dynamics of family relationships. What do you have to say about it?
I would say at that moment, accepting life as it is coming up and being open to see what they are doing. Let them do. Sometimes on the basis of your experiences, you can guide them as a friend, but not always interfere with their decisions. Respect their decisions. If we want to make our life smoother, it is better to respect the decisions that are taken by the youngsters also. What I have seen in my life, in the spiritual world especially, we have senior brothers and sisters here as well, who are in the managing committee with some youngsters as well. And at that moment, what we learn from them is, whenever any young person gives an opinion or gives an idea, these seniors have a very beautiful speciality of, why not? Beautiful idea. They would always appreciate that idea. They will always welcome that idea. But then on the basis of their experiences, they would share, it's a beautiful idea, but if we go about in this way, what do you think? So again, taking their suggestions. So because we have respected them, they will also ponder and they would think, I think you are right. So this is how, in our spiritual world, I've always seen what our seniors of the organization are doing and helping the youngsters also to come up in this way and take over. But at the same time, on the basis of their experiences, they are also giving us the inputs. The same thing in a family also. That if the seniors appreciate what their children are doing, and because they've seen them grown up and now that they are taking decisions, instead of fuming at those decisions that are taken by them, it would be better that we appreciate and we feel proud of them. And you always tell them, today I feel great. I feel a lot of proud. I have this pride for seeing you because I have always seen you from this to grow up. And I never thought that you were so efficient in taking your own decisions.
Yeah.
So when we say that, they would also feel that respect. Our parents, they respect and they feel proud of us. So definitely, whenever you see on the basis of your experiences that the decisions they have taken can be a little bit twisted or taken in a different way.
Only after appreciating it first,
yes,
and
then
offering this suggestion.
Then offering, what do you think? If, and again asking their suggestions only, what do you think? If we do it in this way, how would you feel? Well, this is what my instinct says, but still it is open to you. And because we have appreciated and respected their opinions, ideas, they would also say, okay, why not? Because after all, youngsters are open. They are quite open. But if somebody is trying to push on to them
or force those views,
then they start reacting, or they also become rigid in their own way. So, in this give and take, let us try to adopt those soft qualities, I would say. The soft qualities, and then instead of taking the hard qualities and being harsh, being forcing, being pressurizing still, then they may say anything to us. And that is the time when we'll feel depressed also, we will feel ignored also, we'll feel as if we are insulted. And what do they think of themselves? We have no right to give them any opinion. No, definitely you have the right. And I think the youngsters would also say to their parents, you have the right, but respect us also, because you don't know the present time. We know what we are going through. When your time was, it was quite smooth. But this time, you need to be a little bit smarter,
efficient, and
efficient,
new ways of doing
in new
things.
ways, then definitely they would accept.
When you were saying this was precisely when I was thinking about a situation. It so commonly happens that when a person retires, there are two senior citizens in the family. Now they have become grandparents, and since they are not the decision makers of the family anymore, so they are just offering their advices and stuff. But at one point of time, people face this as a challenge when your opinion does not matter anymore. When you say that the child must be doing this, or no son, you must not be doing that. When these opinions are offered, and when they say that your opinion might be correct, but it is not fit for the right age. We know what is happening in the world outside. We live outside, and it is not your age anymore. People say that it is not your time. Your times are gone. Now this is a new age. It is a new time. So your ideas are not relevant. Is also something that our friends who retire get to listen from their children or people of their age. So when this comes up, it suddenly hit back to them saying that, oh, it is not our time anymore. It as if gives a feeling that our time has come to an end. It also brings in a realization that what is evident now is death. So there is nothing much left because our time has passed, and it is a new time, it's a new age. It is a new era altogether, and our relevance to this age, to this time, is going on a lower level. So what do I look up to? I wait for me to
So that
die.
is why instead of just limiting yourself to that family and if you just stay at home doing nothing, then definitely your interference will be more in the family and in their decisions and in their work and what they are doing and everything. So it is better to engage the self in some other activity, maybe a spiritual activity or something like that, or as I said, in the senior citizens club or anything like that. So definitely, when we are spending our time in some other activity, that is when things that are going on in the house or the decisions that are being taken does not matter us. But normally, those who do not engage themselves outside in some other activities and who constantly stay at home and feel as if now we are the guardians and now we have to look after our grandchildren and this and that. So then they start giving advice at each and every moment, which is not appreciated, even to the grandchildren. And they start giving advice. We in our age, we were doing like this, we were doing like that.
Yeah.
So then they will have to listen that your age was something different. This is not your age. Our age is something completely different. So it is better not to stay at home. Otherwise, every moment we are going to get the blows.
So instead, plan your day accordingly, that you go out somewhere, do something else.
Go out for a walk, spend some time in a library, maybe read something, or go out in the senior citizens club, do some activities. They also have beautiful activities, creative activities, because retirement age or after 70, 60, 70, definitely, they also become like children. So they are also engaged. If they are engaged themselves into some activity, then it is like newness for them. And that is when these things at home does not matter for them.
One of the recent things that I was reading was about the growing number of senior citizens who live alone, especially in cities like metro cities like Delhi, Bangalore, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Chennai, other places which have a huge number of population, and everybody was working at that point of time, and now their children are living out of India or they have moved on to a different city. And since these retirees have lived in that city, they have a special bond with that city now. They might have their own friends, they have their own localities, neighborhoods, so they feel difficult to let go of them and to move on to a different city just to live with their parents, so live with their children. So these people choose to live alone. And this is also a problem that was similar to Japan, because Japan now has the largest number of people, senior citizens who live, who are about the age of 60. So now they are forced to live alone. And now, earlier was the idea that when there are grandparents, most of their time would be spent with the grandchildren. So now the grandchildren are living in a nuclear family, they're living with their parents, so no longer the families are bigger in size. So this brings up to a new challenge of the new family structure at a time when things were not planned at all. We wanted, as a professional, I always wanted my children to get good education. So now they have got good education, gotten a good job, and they have moved on with their lives, but I am still there. So my relevance to my life becomes a questionable thing now. Because as much as you said that I might want to go out and spend things, but I don't have, I would say, I don't have a fixed thing for my life. The lack of purpose is what I would want to call. So at this point of time, some people feel this sense of voidness, blankness inside, and to find a new purpose now. And many people feel that we are too old.
We'll have to redefine our lives now. Find a new purpose now. What am I going to do with my efficiency? I have everything. So what am I going to do with that? There are some people, according to their choices, either they become trustees of some temples now, or some consultations they start or do some. So where they feel, some people still they have that feeling of their ego, because they've always remained in such positions where they felt that their decisions mattered most, and they were asked and they were approached to. So that's why if they go on to some such places, then definitely they'll be called for meetings. So where they'll go, and at least they can still share their ideas, and that ego satisfaction can still remain. But they have to engage. So redefining the life's purpose after retirement is very essential for each and every one. Otherwise, just being at home is not going to help them in any way. Now we have to give a new direction to our life. So that is why I said, either get engaged in some spiritual activity, or some religious activity, or some social activities, or some counseling or consultations that you can give and offer to some companies or some small business people, or maybe some small entrepreneurs who are starting a business thing by themselves. So that is where their ego satisfaction can still be there.
Okay. I know we are running a little short of time, but just last question. This was about people who work and who were forced to take a retirement, or who decided that it is a government norm that you must retire at this age. There are people who are businessmen, people who are into business. They come to an age, but they do not know whether they must really retire or not. Sometimes the younger generation feels that, oh, why doesn't he just retire and go home and stay?
I've seen such cases where there's a constant fight between the father and the child, because he wants to bring something new and make the shop in more like a mall type or something more advanced, so that he can attract such customers also. And the father feels as if he's just wasting money. So there is constant battling going on between the father and the son. And finally, I've seen that the son bought another shop next door, and he separated. They live in the same house. They have the same kitchen, but two shops, one for the father,
one for the son.
And the son has done everything according to what he wanted to do and how he wanted to. And the father is seeing that there are more customers going there rather than coming here. But he is happy with that. He feels as if I'm still protected and I am still having my own thing. The mother becomes sandwiched sometimes between both of them, because both have their own complaints and they both complain to the mother, this is what is happening, this is what is happening. But sometimes the fathers are rigid, definitely, and they feel as if they have started this from a scratch. So how can he just ignore us or tell us to just get retired? What are we going to do the whole day? Why can't I be helpful to him? Why doesn't he want my help? So these are their arguments. But I feel that instead of those arguments, let them take over and just watch. And whenever you feel like as if he's taking some wrong decisions, when you respect him, he will definitely respect you instead of combating with you.
Very beautiful, Didi, very beautifully said. As much as people think that retirement is all about finishing off with one's life, but you have redefined it as finding a new purpose and realigning ourselves and finding what really do we want to do with the rest of your life. And that gives you enough amount of freedom and a choice that you have newer horizons to explore.
Definitely.
Thank you very much for those insights, Didi, and I'm pretty sure my friends who are watching us on the TV would appreciate it as well.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for coming to the studio. Friends, that was this episode of Change. Combating retirement. It is not really a combat. It is something, a change that is evident. It is not something that we can forego of or let go of. It is something that will come up for everyone, one or the other day. But let us be prepared for it. Let us redefine our lives. Let us find a new purpose for our living. That's all on this episode. I'll see you again. Till then, take care.
Welcome back to chapter 11 in the series The Gita Decoded. As you know, in this chapter, God reveals himself to Arjuna, and Arjuna's reaction is a strong one. We are now at the second part of chapter 11, where we see the interplay between Sanjaya, who reveals what happened, and how the conversation between God and Arjuna ensues. Sister Denise is with us in the studio to share her understanding of this. Thank you for being with us. Very warm welcome to you.
Thank you.
Sister Denise, I would like to start on verse 35, where we meet Sanjaya again, and he says, Sanjaya spoke, the text reads, having heard this utterance of Krishna, Arjuna with joined palms trembling, prostrating himself, terrified, and bowing down, thus spoke in a choked voice to Krishna. We meet Arjuna in verse 35, humbled in awe and overcome with what he experienced about God. He never knew that this is what God is. He never knew. And there are many, Sister Denise, who would like to see God as he is, the way he is, and yet don't. How does Arjuna reach that stage where God trusts Arjuna in such a way that he reveals his full identity to him? Terrifying though it was, it's not an experience that Arjuna wishes he never had, because he asked for it and he got it. He wasn't harmed by it, but he was still terrified.
You know, God knows who everyone is, so he knows what Arjuna can take, and he knows that other people can't take. You see, God has within himself the sanskaras of knowledge. That means the sanskaras, he knows all the scenes of the beginning, continuation, and end of the world. So when he reveals himself, he's revealing what he knows. And so it's not that he is what he knows. What he knows is what he knows. And Arjuna has to see what God knows. And in a sense, what he knows makes him what he is. God is the only being who can endure on an eternal level, knowing all these things consciously forever. And that's what makes him non-human, or that's part of what makes him non-human. So for Arjun to see what there is in a non-human is scary beyond imagination. But at the same time, it's doable, you see. So God pulls him onto God's own level for a glimpse, and then sets him back down, and of course he's trembling and what happened here, you know.
Yeah.
But he survives it, yeah.
Yeah. Sister Denise, from verse 36 to verse 46, Arjuna's response to seeing God is set out. And he says in verse 44, therefore bowing down, prostrating my body, I ask forgiveness of you, O Lord, as is a father to a son, a friend to a friend, a lover to a beloved. Please, O God, be merciful. Having seen that which has never been seen before, I am delighted. Verse 45, and yet my mind trembles with fear. Show me that form, O God, in which you originally appeared. Have mercy, Lord of gods, dwelling of the universe.
Yes.
I desire to see you wearing a crown, armed with a club, discus in hand as before. Become that four-armed form, O thousand-armed one, you who have all forms. Now we find Arjuna asking God, please revert to your gentlest form.
Well, not exactly. This is the Vishnu. The club is not particularly gentle.
No.
The discus is a weapon. He's wanting to see Vishnu. So the universal form, when you see in the path of bhakti, when people show God in the universal form, they show Vishnu, or they show this combination of all the people, all the castes, all the elements of matter, both of them. is the universal form according to the depictions. So here is Arjuna, who has seen the destruction of the world and is saying, now show me yourself as Vishnu. Vishnu means the sustainer. So you've got again a reference to the Trimurti, the Trinity, Brahma, Vishnu, Shankar. So he says, no, let's go back to Vishnu, but that's still more awesome than simply Krishna. Yeah.
Okay. And so we hear what the response is in verse 47. The Blessed Lord spoke, "By my grace toward you, Arjuna, the supreme form has been manifested through my own power. This form of mine, made up of splendor, universal, infinite, primal, which has never been seen by other than you." God trusts Arjuna a great deal, doesn't he?
Well, I don't know about that. I would say he knows who he is, and he knows that he is the one and only human being who is of that caliber. That means this is the highest among humans. So you have God and the highest among humans who are able to really be really close to each other. So in that sense, Arjuna is the first creation, which you can also consider to be Adi Dev. You know, when we look at a comparison with what we learn in Brahma Kumaris, we also see that Prajapita Brahma is considered to be, Arjuna is considered to be the highest among all human souls, and able to experience God, see the vision, understand everything, and become the instrument for creation, hence the name Brahma, but who has to also take that form of the sustainer, because God himself, which is also mentioned, becomes the witness, becomes the detached observer, reverts to his place in the world of nirvana while the creation plays out. So the sustenance of the creation has to be done by Vishnu, which is the combined form of Brahma, Saraswati, who become then Radha, Krishna, Lakshmi, Narayan, which is all of which is Vishnu, you see. And here what happens is people mix up the highest human and God, and you have something a little bit similar in Christianity, where the Christ in some cases is considered to be God, in some cases is the Son of God, and so there is this ambivalence about the identity, you see, and in the same way the ambivalence between Vishnu, human form, and then incorporeal God. So this is something that is really, in a way you can say, out of range of humans, and only God can describe these things, and he will only do it at the time of the Gita episode, which means at the time of the Great World War, which means at the time of the end of the Kali Yuga, whereupon the world as we know it collapses totally and then is regenerated, you see. And this is something difficult for people to consider. But scientists have said, you know, according to the conventional science, that there have been 6 mass extinctions according to their records of the paleontology, the geological record. So there is something to say that every so often the whole thing collapses and starts off again. But nobody knows exactly the details. So in the Gita you've got some clues. In the geological record you have some clues, you have myths all over the world, and what we need to do now is try and piece it all together. And so if God is here, explaining these things again, and we are at that time again, then it means that God is going to enable us to understand what previously was just a wild imagination, you know.
Verse 49, God acquiesces, and it is stated, "Have no fear or confusion on seeing this terrible form of mine. Be again free from fear and cheered in heart. Behold my," in brackets, "previous form." Okay, and once again we meet Sanjaya, who says, having spoken thus to Arjuna, Krishna revealed his own previous form again. Having resumed his gentle, wonderful appearance, he calmed Arjuna, who was terrified. Is Krishna returned?
Yeah, this is Krishna.
But then
so you have Vishnu.
We don't see Vishnu.
Then you have Krishna, but you had Vishnu earlier. You see, and this is the thing. It is known that Krishna and Vishnu is one and the same. It is known that Lakshmi and Narayan is also Vishnu. So there are a lot of things that are unclear, but when you analyze it, you can see that he has to show himself in the simple Krishna form, but that Arjuna knows, having been sort of opened up to be able to see the universal form and the destroyer, which he then immediately links to the sustainer, Vishnu, and then God says, okay, let's go back to normal perception, which is Krishna, this friendly Krishna.
In the remaining verses of chapter 11, God acknowledges to Arjuna that it is difficult to see him, to see God. In verse 52 it reads, "The blessed Lord spoke, this form of mine which you have beheld is difficult to see. Even the gods are constantly longing to behold it." And in verse 54, "By undistracted devotion alone can I be known and be truly seen in this form and be entered into," Arjuna. And the last verse reads, "He who does all work for me, considers me as the supreme, is devoted to me, abandons all attachment, and is free from enmity toward any being, comes to me," Arjuna. Heart verse. Yes. Very much a heart verse. We go through this entire gambit of emotions vicariously with Arjuna. We experience what he's experiencing, and I think that is why the persons who actually put this into writing allowed us to see this through the eyes of the narrator, because we haven't met the narrator in the previous 10 chapters. And now it's no longer a head thing. We come to the feelings. This, I thought one should actually print it, magnify it, and put it next to your mirror at home, because for any seeker of God, Sister Denise, this is it. The message is very clear, isn't it? God is saying, this is what I ask of you.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, very clear, but it's so touching. It's so touching, yes. Because, Sister Denise, there are millions of devotees, millions of people who share Arjuna's hunger for God, but yet do not experience what Arjuna has experienced, because they are not doing what they're supposed to. And this gives the message very clearly, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. It's interesting. Another aspect is, only a very sincere devotee who has had devotion over many, many births can actually have a vision of God. And God will confer a vision of himself, but not on everybody. Now, anybody who has had a vision, they're extremely dramatic. They're absolutely...
Sorry, is it dramatic or traumatic?
dramatic.
Dramatic. Okay.
It can be traumatic
It can
too.
be, yes.
Yes.
Okay.
But absolutely unforgettable for the rest of your life. You remember each and every detail of the vision. It sears itself onto your soul, you know. So a vision is not an ordinary thing. It's not like a fantasy. It's not like a dream. A vision is that you get absolutely into a completely different reality, and you see something that nobody else can see. And historically there are stories of different people who have had huge visionary experiences which are life transforming. And here you have Arjun, who's seeing the vision of God, the universal form. This changes everything for Arjun, you see, and it makes it possible for him to do something which was absolutely impossible until he sees that vision. So he's a different person after that vision. And of course God comes and quietens him and calms him, and okay, now, you know, let's get back to normal reality. This was a vision, but did you get it? Did you understand it? You see, it's like that.
So Denise, I'd like to ask you to tell us again the importance of the divine eye in all of this, because it's fascinating to me that the divine eye was opened and Arjuna was able to experience all of this.
You see, there's this word Divya Buddhi,
yes,
and Divya Drishti.
Yes.
So it's translated as the divine eye, but it also means vision, you see. So God can give you a vision. Now, opening the third eye is to enable you to see that which is invisible. That's different. So God will give you both divine vision and open up your third eye, but he will not give it to many. You know, here is only Arjun. You're the one and only person who I'm going to allow to see me in this way. So you are special among humans, you see, the number one human soul. So one thing is to appreciate God, the number zero soul, who is non-human, and then out of all the human beings, who is the best one? Who is the one closest to God? Arjun, who is then transformed into Vishnu.
Take us again through the difference between God doing and being.
It's all a question of this concept that what is contained in a human being is their role. So a human being has to perform their role. So he says to Arjuna, this is the film, this is the scene, you're the actor, you play this scene in this way. But even if you don't, anyway the scene is there, because that's the scene. And I know, but I'm the creator, I'm the director. So this is the scene, and the scene is you have to kill. And anyway, they're already dead. So all you have to do is be the instrument and play your role. Now God, you open up the sanskaras of God. It's not about action that he will have to do one action after another chronologically like a human soul has to do. You open up the sanskaras of God and you see the totality of the history of the world is contained within him. So he knows it. And by knowing it, it is caused to happen. So each of us are the actors. We perform whatever our allotted role is. So there's this aspect of destiny. And God is the knower of destiny. Sometimes he is called as the provider of destiny. He will say, this is your role, this is your role, this is your role. But it's all already destined. It's already happened. And every so often it happens again because everything is cyclical. So the thing that we are being shown is that how God is not a human soul,
but what kind of a soul is he? And that is a soul who has the sanskaras of the entire story of creation. So he knows himself and he knows the creation, and this is good. And the creation ends up in the destruction, and then it starts again.
Is there any final thoughts that you would like to leave viewers with in this episode? We're not done with chapter 11 yet. We do not have time today to do the synopsis. We'll take it up in the next episode. But would you like to leave viewers with any last thoughts before we say goodbye to an audience that is sitting rapt in tension?
I think I would just say that, God is generally considered as incomprehensible, indefinable, impossible to know. And that is also very true. A human being cannot figure out God. But here in the Gita, God is saying, this is me, this is how I am, this is who I am. I'm showing myself to you, but it still requires a lot of interpretation. You see, and interesting that it is Sanjay who describes it to the king, Dhritarashtra, who is, Sanjay has the gift of clairvoyance. So not only can he see what's happening remotely, but he can also see the vision that Arjun is seeing, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, okay. Wow, this has been quite a chapter, hasn't it, Sister Denise? I think from all the chapters that we've gone through so far, it reveals the most about God. Everything else was words, but this was more experiential. Why would you say that is?
Well, going to a lecture on heaven and going to heaven is the same difference. When you actually experience God and when you hear about God, it's a very different thing.
Yeah.
There's nothing better than direct experience.
Yeah. Okay, there you have it. We expected to cover more today, but I'm kind of glad we didn't, because Sister Denise has shared what the second part of chapter 11 means, the text, the metaphors, the allegorical context in which it was written. And I think, like me, many of you would have experienced what Arjuna experienced when he saw God. We felt his fear, we felt his awe, we felt his wonder at seeing what God is and who God is. And I ask that you hold that experience with you. I was particularly taken by what is contained in verse 55, and I'd like to read it again because I think it encapsulates the entire message of the Bhagavad Gita. He who does all work for me, considers me as the supreme, is devoted to me, abandons all attachment, and is free from enmity toward any being, comes to me, Arjuna. From the time I've taken up studying this text, I sense that the reason that you're watching and the reason that we're sitting here is because there's a bit of Arjuna in us, and that is why we're attracted to God as Arjuna is. So I hope that the message contained in chapter 11 sits deep with you. I hope that you are able to carry it to your friends and family, and I hope that you are able to find that this episode enriches your life as it has enriched mine. Thank you so much for joining us, and I do hope to see you soon. Thank you and goodbye.
The child goes to the teacher who will guide them.
What do you mean by external moral authority? You use that expression a lot.
Materialism has to do with when you are
Hello, welcome back to the course in Values and Spirituality. Today we will be looking at pages 74 and 75 of Book 1. I would like to introduce Sister Denise to those of you who are joining us for the first time. Sister Denise, welcome back.
Thank you.
As far as implications for society is concerned, I'd like to start off with what is contained at the bottom of page 74. Education and values disseminated through many channels of communication promises to increase individual awareness and provide people of all ages and social groups with the necessary tools and skills to resist pressure to conform to malpractices. When I read this, I couldn't help but wonder, is there a hunger in people to become this?
Well, nowadays there is so much focus of attention on what is happening to the world. You have the environmental question, climate change, which is being attributed to human behavior, and you have the reaction to the massive movement of people, which is because of partly war and partly climate refugees. You have tremendous financial instability because of the way global finances are run. You have very severe overpopulation problems. All of this has created so much stress on the infrastructures, on people, that it kind of pushes people back to some kind of primitive reactiveness. And people are behaving in a survivalist way. And then they say, well, no, we can't be like this. We have to move forward. We have to do something. So it's a very strong impetus at the moment.
When education and values is integrated into education at all levels and provided to both genders equally, it properly equips people for civic life. It's quite far-reaching as to how the impact of education is felt. Do people who are in positions of authority and power understand the far-reaching impact? Is equipping people for civil life on the agenda or not?
The people who are in positions of power and authority nominally are not the same as the power that is being taken by people much more generally, including young people. I think social media has changed this situation, and somebody who may not be in a position of power governmentally or educationally or whatever, they are in a position of power because they have a voice, they're using that voice, and they're saying what they want to say and assuming power. So power is coming into the hands of people because people are taking power into their hands. And so this means that also girls are claiming their power more. They're not waiting for somebody to empower women. Nobody ever did that, nor will they ever. If you want power, you have to claim it, and people have realized this.
When you say if people want power, they have to go to claim it, do they claim it from outside or inside?
Once you get the idea that if you want power, you have to claim it, then you have to start thinking what's involved in claiming, going out there and get it, or going in there and get it, both ways.
Okay,
but you're not thinking of yourself as a disempowered person who's waiting for somebody to give you power. I think that penny has dropped and people realize nobody's going to give you any power. If you want power, you go and get it.
I don't think people realize that it's as, I won't say easy as that, but that's the logic of it. I don't think people realize that.
Because it's been in the conversation, you hear it, this word empowerment of women. Women's empowerment. Who is going to empower women? Those who disempowered them? I don't think so. Women have to empower themselves. Young people have to empower themselves. Disabled people have to empower themselves. This is what is coming through. And so because you have access like you never had before due to the internet, if you want to find out about something, if you want to read a book, you don't have to see if it's in the bookshop. You go get it on the internet. If you want to find out what's going on in the world, you go on the internet and you learn to navigate your way around it. Of course, there's lots of junk on the internet. Everything is there. So you find your way around and you come to understand what you need to know. And that makes people much more independent.
People with greater awareness can then contribute to shifting deeply entrenched social attitudes, including the general acceptance of corruption, bribery, and nepotism as part of life, and direct or indirect antagonism against women, children, or people of a lower caste. That is a seismic shift.
All of this that we're working with here has the potential to really change the face of India and the face of the world. And of course there's going to be lots of resistance to change, and even people who choose to be agents of change will sometimes have doubts, should I be doing this, and so on. But follow the voice of conscience, be in close touch with your essential spiritual qualities, and you will see that you have to move forward.
What is it about forward moving that is so spiritually attractive?
What you hear about people accepting the hell that they know and not going to a possible heaven that they don't know because of being so fixed and attached to what they know. I think the special mechanism is the willingness to take a leap into the unknown. And I think that idea has reached its time, and people are more confident to take a leap into the unknown, because I think they'd rather do something than do nothing.
As a result of all of these vices that you just mentioned, there is a strong feeling of apathy amongst individuals. How does one go beyond the feeling of apathy and do what is contained in your last line, which reads, such enlightened attitudes can also boost the confidence of socially disadvantaged individuals and encourage them to claim their self-respect? That is a major thing to happen to somebody. But if you have apathy, how do you pull yourself out of it?
I believe that apathy is connected with isolation from other things which could really powerfully encourage you. And when people are connected, there's so much networking going on, there's so many ways in which a person can be physically in an isolated place, but because of technology they're connected in. And so I think the apathy happens when you remain disconnected. But there's so much to connect you. Emails, this, that, people who don't even know you very well can stimulate you. You know.
People then become sensitized to the value of nature and to taking proper care of the natural environment. Is this one of the natural consequences?
Yes, because you have a culture of people who care what happens. And so you can be quite easily swept along by that. And it corresponds to something that is actually in your heart. You want to have a better world. You want to live in a clean environment. Everybody feels better when the environment is clean and tidy and people look well and are smiling. Misery is not attractive. So the other thing is, when you go and you see articles on something or something, there are always references which take you to something else. So there's just so many ways of getting connected, and through getting connected, getting inspired, and then you see that what you thought you couldn't do anything, and you find you can do something. You get linked into different networks, and then you're not so alone or isolated, or you may feel that in your community you're the only one who thinks this particular way. When you're linked in with other people who think like you, then you don't feel that you're the only one and maybe you're crazy. There's other people like you too.
I'd now like to take you on to what is contained in the last part of the second paragraph. Education and values can inspire people to act upon that awareness. This form of education also serves to empower people to resist tendencies to greed, selfishness and violence in thought, word and action. I have a feeling that you're going to bring in the law of karma again, and I can't wait to know what you have to say about this.
Yeah, obviously the law of karma applies here very much, but the thing about this form of education that we're doing is part of the methodology is that you talk about it to people that you know who may not be studying it, or you inspire somebody to study it with you. People like to study together, and you're working with your own feelings and then some of the words that are on the pages here, some of the examples that are given, and you're getting exposure to something you hadn't had before. Maybe the messages you receive from archaic social values are there isn't anything else except the values of greed and selfishness and violence, and they are described as values, and maybe it doesn't suit your conscience. And then when you see there's other ways of thinking and other ways of acting, and then you start bringing in the philosophy of karma, you see very clearly that the archaic social values lead to loss and suffering. So why would you do that? Doesn't make any sense.
I think viewers are surprised to note how far-reaching a good, decent spiritual education can take one. It has so many implications, and by travels like that to various levels of society.
Exactly, and because it's so relevant and it applies to right here, right now, your own personal situation.
I would now like to go on to Visions of a Better India, and I must say that term is very beautiful, Visions of a Better India. We need to recognize the power of each individual to inspire and effect change. I think that there are very few individuals who consider themselves to be game changers. I once heard an expression that went, "It is extraordinary how extraordinary the ordinary person is."
Yes.
Yeah, it is. I don't know who said it, but it always stayed with me. But unfortunately, I think that people who consider themselves ordinary haven't taken the time to tap into their extraordinariness. And when I read this line, I thought every single person can lift the finger of cooperation as far as change is concerned. What is your take on it?
Well, sometimes a person looks at themselves and says the word, I'm only a student, I'm only a poor person, I'm only having very basic education, I don't have power, I don't have influence. And even messages come from outside, who are you? You'll never amount to anything, you're just ordinary. So that message is reinforced from the outside and from the inside. But President Abdul Kalam had really given a lot of inspiration to people in India. First of all, he's a scientist. Second of all, he's a visionary. And, you know, one was used to a president belonging to really the old school. And here came someone who was modern, who had a lot of exposure to the Western ideas, and who could articulate his vision in such a down-to-earth way that people could say, yes, this is doable, I can do this.
What struck me the most about his speech is what is contained at the bottom of page 76. It reads, why are we as a nation so obsessed with foreign things? We want foreign TVs, we want foreign shirts, we want foreign technology. Why this obsession with everything imported? Do we not realize that self-respect comes with self-reliance? This is so powerful. I can see why you wrote an entire book around this. It is so powerful. Could you take the viewer into the depths of this, please? And what it means, how to get there, and its implications for the student of spirituality.
Going back to the archaic values, they really teach people that they belong like a cog in a machine. They fit somewhere and they have to go with how the machine goes. They don't have any independence of movement or thinking or functionality, and that what you have to do is accept where you are and just keep spinning in that place. You can't have self-respect like that. When you realize that you're not part of a machine. There is a big machine going on, definitely, the social machinery is there, but that you have choice about how you fit and where you fit, and all of these things are negotiable. This is something new for a lot of people. Your self-respect comes from recognizing that I am responsible for what happens to me, and I have the power to decide what happens to me. And then you start to achieve different things, which then become stepping stones for achieving something else. When you, on the basis of your own work, your own creativity, achieve something, you do it, and people look at you and say, I told you you are not capable of doing this, and you did it. And you did it well. You know? A person who gets that when other people tell me I can't do it, there's nothing true about it, it's just simple discouragement. Their thinking starts to change. And instead of agreeing that I can't, I'm not allowed to, and it'll never happen, the voice starts going, I can, I will, and I'm going to, and if you don't like it, I don't mind. But then when you do it, and people start rewarding you for it, you see, this is where your self-respect comes in.
Yeah, that is also a lifelong journey, isn't it? You add to your self-respect every day. I have another question on self-respect. It is said that respect of individuals is always earned. Your own respect, is it also earned?
I think it's definitely earned because it's connected with a feeling of accomplishment. You get an inspiration. You decide you're going to do something. You try it. It fails. You feel bad. And you may be fully discouraged. Somebody who won't allow themselves to be discouraged by failure, who will just go back in there until they succeed, the feeling that comes when they do succeed is very buoyant. And other people, the way other people look at you is different. I remember a very interesting experience that I had when I did parachuting. And I jumped from an airplane.
Okay, tell us about parachuting.
Well, it was an interesting story because before I did that, you know, a lot of people were telling me, you know, your problem is you're just a fearful person, and that's that, you know, and you're just too fearful and you'll never amount to anything. And then I got an opportunity to do skydiving. And someone said, would you like to go skydiving? I said, yes, you know. And I really did it very carefully seeing what my feelings were at every step of the dive. And you know, the person who was instructed me said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, well, what's possible? Well, you could do triple backward flip if you want. I said, okay, we'll do triple backward flip. And how high can we go? Well, normally you do 8,000, but this is the last flight of the day, so we're going to jump from 16,000 feet. So I said, great, that's good. And off we went and did it. And I thought, you know, do you land like a bird or an insect? And I was just looking and feeling, I said, no, I must keep my eyes open in this. I wanted to feel, is your heart, you know, fluttering or what? And I found I was totally calm, totally capable, landed beautifully like an insect. But then afterwards, I said, oh yeah, I just did a skydive. And they said, you did what? You're not capable of doing that. I said, well, I'm terribly sorry. Did it. Here's my certificate. So when you achieve something that other people may be afraid to do or something, they start looking at you differently, which causes you to start looking at yourself differently as well.
Well, but that's quite a story, Sister Denise. I somehow never thought of you as the parachuting type. Okay, so the point of the story is that you proved something to yourself.
Not really. You had an opportunity to do something that normally you don't have an opportunity. You were up for it. But I think the point of the story is when you do something that other people tell you you can't do, instead of just believing it and restricting yourself, say, well, we'll see, you know, whether I can or cannot do this. And then when you do it, those very same people who look at you as incapable and incompetent, they start looking at you as something that is higher than them. And so it changes your sense of self vis-a-vis public opinion. Because public opinion has a lot of impact on people. You know, and most people are told who they are and what they can and cannot do. And if you go against public opinion and you do something that they said you're never going to be able to do, or an artist, so you'll never make a living with your art, you say, well, actually, I earn my living just fine, you know. And you're challenging presumptions and prejudices, and you're really breaking through certain glass ceilings, certain glass walls, and it's very important for a person's self-regard.
We then come to the summary, which is contained in pages 80 and 81 of Unit 2, and having read through it, I picked up that you focus on the necessity of teaching values to adults. Also, you draw the reader's attention to the fact that the power of the oral tradition in forming social attitudes is significantly greater than the laws enacted by the governments. That is what I picked up from your summary. There are other aspects, but this is what struck me. So, this is the note on which we are ending Unit 2. Having covered 2 units of Book 1 already, what would you like the reader to know in essence about Unit 2? What would you have liked the viewer to have learnt by now?
I think when people come to this course, they come with certain assumptions and preconceptions. And many of those assumptions and preconceptions have been challenged and unpacked and deconstructed by these first 2 units. So what I would like is for people to understand that there is a massive clash of cultures and clash of values going on, which you see very much in India because the ancient societal values and social attitudes are really clashing with the modern views which come with saying that liberal, democratic, human rights based values are better. And now, which of these is better, you have to see. And instead of allowing compartmentalization to persist within yourself, you have to decide which side am I going to go with myself. Because ultimately, each one of us is responsible for constructing our own value system. That means prioritizing what is important and what we think is right and why.
A very powerful message on self-transformation and self-reliance, and I do thank you for lending us your ear for this half hour. I do hope to see you again for the next episode. Take care and goodbye.
Welcome everyone to the Spirit of Change talk show, an impactful dialogue for our generation. My name's Christine and I'm a Communications Officer from Australia. Our special guest today is Sister Rajni, a Raj Yogini of more than 45 years. Sister Rajni is the National Coordinator of the Brahma Kumaris activities in the Philippines and Japan. So welcome, Sister Rajni, to the program today.
Thank you, Christine, very much.
Today we're going to talk about creating a positive response to a changing world, particularly in the area of the workplace. So we have many different types of relationships in the world with different people, and our work colleagues are some of those that we spend most of our time with. So what should our relationship with our work colleagues be like?
I think when we work together, to me, first thing I keep in my mind also, even it is a work, of course we go to earn money, but the basic thing is still people there, isn't it? Atmosphere, people, environment. And even though we call them colleague, to me, still in my mind, I keep they are family members, our extended family. You know, in home it's like immediate family. But even though we are working with different culture, with different background people, and to keep in the mind that they are also family members, then there we feel easy to communicate with each other. Because we do know at workplaces there are so many, problems, competition, deadlines, and so many things happening, People are under pressure, So things have to be produced and done, and everything is happening in fast speed. And the most important thing, I think, is to keep our relationship good, be calm, in every situation, and not to come under stress, because when I come under stress, my decision power will be lost. And then I can't make accurate decision, So to avoid the stress, to be calm and very peaceful. So to come in with that kind of feelings in relationship with others, those who are working with me at work.
Okay, so to approach that with the good feelings of thinking that they're
and calmness.
With calmness,
yes.
As though they're like our extended family members.
Yes, I think.
Okay, so we may, however, be working with people who are from very different backgrounds.
That's right, yeah.
Than we're used to, and different cultures. And I know you have also had some of that experience. So
that's right.
can you share some experiences of how we can harmonise with people with very different cultures or very different value system than my own?
In my case, I have worked with different culture and background. I keep in my mind one thing is that I must respect every culture and also respect everyone's journey of life, whatever background they have. And the third approach, I keep it always be communicative with them and be easy with them. And the basic thing is also, again, go back to work. Even though work is work, but our inner relationship is relationship. Because of work, I should not spoil my relationship with anyone, because that's where I can make a mistake. Because I can speak loudly, I can speak disrespectful way, because the work is like a pressure for me. I value more relationship. Work can be done, but relationship should not be spoiled. So I really work out with three things: that I don't push people in my relationship, I don't force myself to others, and I don't argue. I stop there. Okay, later we will think about it. Not now, because relationship is very important. Because if relationship is spoiled at work, then we don't enjoy working together, isn't it? It's so hard. Because last week someone asked me this question, because the one person said, I am going to fire one of the person who is working in his company. So he said, I feel so bad to fire off because of their family. Where will they earn and eat? So I said, why you are doing this? Because they don't listen to me. I said, okay, you can use different approach. You can help them. Sit with them once a week, tell them what do you expect from them, and they can tell you what capacity they have, what they can do, what they cannot do, rather than fire them off, and then where will they get the money? So he tried talking to the person, communicating with the person, understanding the capacity of that person, and that person also understood the expectation of this person. The communication went well, he did not fire them off. I think that was good success at work, because sometimes we can work like a boss, and not understanding those who are working with us are also human beings, and they also need very good, feelings from us, understanding from us, and very good communication with us to understand them also. So I think that's what we need to pay little, give time. I have seen, some companies, every day people start their work with little silence, with meditative reflection, and they create beautiful vision for their company, and then they come together, they eat together, they bond together, they understand each other together. Otherwise, I don't think they can produce anything if there is a conflict, and because everywhere, wherever you are working, internally our mind, our attitude counts the most. So work is a job, but what is my attitude towards the person with whom I am working, isn't it? I can clean the floor, I can do office work, I can do internet work, so many things I can do, but when I approach you, what is in my attitude for you?
I've noticed in Australia at least that the turnover of work, especially with young people, is that it's very fast. People used to have jobs where they would work for a long time together, and that culture has now changed, where they do sort of short-term things, short-term jobs. So they don't develop those deep relationships so much. So what would you suggest in that atmosphere? It's quite a changing time.
I think, really, if we want to have a good production, good results, one of the agenda we should also add at work, I have seen in one country, they do exercise together, or they eat together, they go outing together, or they can add, to have a little quiet time together and reflect on our relationship together and how we want to grow as a colleagues even together. Everything is possible, I think, when we have the aim, because we have just the aim to go and earn money and come back. But together with that, I think we should also keep our working place as an atmosphere of a healthy family working together.
So a healthy atmosphere.
That's right.
And so you're saying even if it's a short time that we're together, to value that
That's
time
right,
as time that's creating a human relationship.
That's right. Anywhere you go, you have to build a relation. Without relationship, you cannot even work.
Even if you get the money?
No, money you can get. Relationship is not good. You're not enjoying. the work.
So there should be that dimension of enjoyment,
yes.
some satisfaction.
I think so, pleasure, because anything you do in your life, you are doing from your heart, doing with love. If I'm doing something, not putting my full focus, energy, I don't think I will be successful. It will become a work, but inside I'm not satisfied.
And then we don't want to go to work, or
that's right.
we don't enjoy.
Because anywhere where is the beautiful, positive, and very loving and respectful feeling, I think that's where the attraction is. Every human soul wants to experience that, whether at work or home or in the world, wherever. I have seen, with whomsoever you meet, and you meet them with respect, loving feeling, very positive, smiling way, I think people respond to it.
And so, what are some of the thoughts we can have to create a positive atmosphere in sometimes a very tense situation?
Once I met one journalist, and she shared her experience to me. She says she has a deadline, and all her colleagues are really nasty to her, and I am under stress and tension. So I said, what contribution you can give to that atmosphere? So she asked me also what contribution she can give to that atmosphere. I said, first thing, even someone spoke nasty or bad words, but first you can do the work is just to be quiet and positive first, not to react or go into fight or go into scolding or going into this kind of energy of disharmony, So we understand people are under stress and pressure, but at that time my contribution can be calm, and speak, with gentle way. Because that is my contribution to that work. And if I am also going to fight with that person, already that person is under pressure, I am contributing the energy of which is not very gentle and very aggressive. I don't think work will be accomplished, isn't it? Work will be left behind and we are fighting here with each other. I think that's what it happens, isn't it? But now, if we want to really bring back that beautiful atmosphere of spirit of change and healthy relationship at work, I think that can help, that gentleness. I think in every situation we have to learn now to respond rather than to react.
To respond rather than to react.
Ability to respond. If someone is impatient, I can be in patient stage. If someone is really so much excited, I can be calm. Like a parallel energy can work together.
So sometimes we're told that pressure is a good thing and it makes us go forward and makes us...
healthy pressure.
Yes. What's healthy pressure? What's healthy stress?
I think it's good. Healthy pressure is good.
What is it?
Someone can pressure me, but I think their tone, their attitude is not negative or making me feel so low, or making me feel that I am not worthy to do. I think that feeling not coming, but the healthy, positive pressure encouraging me, I think, helping me to grow in my life, even within a few minutes, get the answer, find the solution. I think it's very nice. But if someone is all the time criticizing me, correcting me, I think that is not healthy.
So encouragement rather than criticism.
I think so. Empower people rather than making them feel that you are nothing. That's what I think where the people are finding difficulty at work, that kind of image correction and all the time putting their mistakes in writing way and giving them, you are like this.
That's a high pressure situation.
That's
if they
right.
make a small mistake, it's recorded and it can come back to haunt them. Down the track.
That's right. Yeah.
So yes. And what about stress? Can you tell us what stress actually is?
To me, the stress is that when our mind is again and again thinking the same thought, it creates tension and stress. So, even while eating, while walking, while you are alone, So any thought which is really again and again coming in your mind, it creates the stress, tension in your mind. Repetitive thought, it really creates that energy. To avoid that, I do feel that, in my experience, I spend little time with me in silence, in quietness, and see that I don't go into that energy of stress. Definitely, I plan my day. You can plan your day, do what is the most, important thing to do in your life. Because sometimes we are doing which is not important to do first, and the important is left, So if we do first the important one, I think we feel very relaxed. Okay, this is finished. Then we can do the less. So in this way, I found I don't go into stress.
Smiling because I'm certainly guilty of that. Doing the fun things first.
Yeah.
And then sometimes the more important things.
That's right, yeah.
Yes.
It's just to put priority.
Time management, you say, is important. And
it helps.
What's important.
That's right.
So stress then is that repeated thought, and that's putting a pressure on our mind, putting a force on our mind to do something.
Yeah,
what should we do with that thought? How do we deal with that?
Because even though you recognize your pattern of thinking, that again and again same pattern of thinking is coming, so it is creating that energy of stress and tension. So if you can give little bit silence, be quiet, a space in between your thinking, I think it will help. So now and then going back to think that I am peaceful being and I am relaxed being, that creating that kind of thought, because I believe every thought creates a vibration, energy. Each and every thought produces some kind of energy, we call it vibration, So if I am training my mind to think I am a peaceful being and I am calm being and I am positive being, I think that kind of thought will produces the calm energy around me. Oh, I have to do this. That work is in my mind rather than who am I, being. That being aware of myself, I'm a being, of peace. I'm a being of calmness. I'm the being of one who is relaxed. I am the one who is positive being. I am the one who is capable being, That kind of being, dignified way of thinking for myself even. So work is separate, being is separate, So our mind is different, work is different. We are thinking about work. I am not work, but I am the one who is thinking. That thinking being is me. So I am peaceful thinker.
I'm a peaceful thinker, so I'm bringing the being into the doing. So the doing is the work.
That's right.
And I'm not the work, but I'm the being doing the work. So you're reminding yourself who I am.
That's right.
Really.
Yeah.
And I've heard that often when people retire from their work, they have an identity crisis.
That's right.
So what's happening there?
Working, they did not realize who are they. They identify themselves with the work, with the title, with the position, with the status. When all that physical goes, then they don't know what they are. I think it's very important in life to realize the real identity of the self. The job, the status, the position, that not I am. I am the one who is being of peace. I am a spiritual being, the one who is living forever in this world, soul, we call it, and I am that being. So when I stay in that awareness, and not connecting with the job and role, but I am progressing inside, being peaceful, I am building a peaceful energy in my side. And then when I am getting old, that energy which I develop peaceful way can be as a very big contribution to society, as a consultant, as an advisor to people, those who are working. I have seen, some yogis like that, those who built their inner energy of stability and peace and wisdom while doing the work, having a big positions. They did not lose their internal spiritual identity. They continue to work inside also to increase their tolerance power, increase their development, increase their patience, increase their peace, increase their spiritual strength, that challenging capacity they have increased. I think that inner strength helps them at the time of when they retire. If they have not developed that spiritual strength, I think they go through very bad time. I have seen.
Yeah, I have also seen that, and that sense of worthlessness or questioning where I belong and who am I and what's my value to society.
That's right, yeah.
Comes as a crisis then sometimes.
Because that's why we have to really value that work is work, that who am I? That, I must understand myself, what goodness I have, what strength I have, and what are the things which I have to work on in my life so that I continue to also internally, spiritually become strong to face the old age or retired time.
And another thing is also when we make mistakes, there needs to be some sort of internal support system, I think, to help us deal with our own mistakes at work, which can cause problems. So you mentioned before again about pressure and stress, but another thing about work that often happens is competition, either competition for position or for credit, for
that's right,
for rewards. How do you see competition? You said there's healthy pressure. Is there healthy competition?
I do feel that when there is a healthy pressure, it makes us alert and active. I think that way is nice. Healthy competition.
Healthy competition.
Yeah. So you can continue to grow in your life. Because I do believe that you have to increase your capacities and abilities and talents and skills which can be so valuable to humanity, to society, to your family, to your community. How will you be valuable in the world, We continue to increase. We should not stop our development, in our life. It's okay, healthy competition. I think it forces me to learn. Nowadays, I heard many people want to learn not only one degree, one skill. They want to have a 3, 4, 2, so that if one does not work, other will work. Isn't it? So it is good to increase. I think to use our brain in full spirit. I agree with that development of the mind and healthy competition, and keep that aim to keep on increasing our abilities, capabilities, capacity, wisdom, and the development of our intellect, creativity. I think that's beautiful competition.
So what would you say if we had a job to support their family or to support themselves, and yet it's not something that's fulfilling? The actual work is not fulfilling. It might be a task that doesn't fit their creativity or their passion. So what
That's
then?
why nowadays people are learning, different skills. What is really in their heart, I think they should follow that, what is in the heart, where they can put full focus, full heart, full energy, so that they can produce the best result. Because sometimes they are not recognizing what they want to do, and that's why they have to really spend little time in quietness and feel the feelings and listen to their inner conscience, that what really I am capable of, what I can do the best with my time, with my energy of the body. I think that will help.
That was going to be my next question. How do I find out? In that sense, it sounds like something where I belong in the world more than my work, but as a person.
As a person, as a soul, we belong to one God, definitely. And we are one word family, definitely. But wherever we are working, we connect our spiritual identity to understand ourselves internally. That's what I think, to focus to ourselves, because work, I think, is a separate thing. And really to understand myself, that my internal journey, and that will help me, the focus on the self also, while we are focusing to develop other talents. So our internal journey also continue. to grow. I think I feel the most satisfaction part, you know.
So our internal journey grows.
Yeah, because that's where I think the contentment comes. That when you are starting to touch your, you know, you touch your feelings, you connect with yourself so well, you know. It is really requires a little bit time to be quiet and reflect your own internal journey. Wherever you are at home or at work, that, you know, you can bring back your attention to yourself and ask yourself question, what I am thinking now. I am at work, then I don't need to think about home. At home, I don't need to think about the work. And go back to think about the self. That I am a person, I am a soul in this physical body, a being of peace and being of light, being of very good feelings I carry with me, and really shifting my image for myself. Not just I'm seeing myself worker all the time, but I am also a being of peace. I am a being of light.
Lovely.
Yes.
Yes, so thank you so much for sharing everything that you've shared with us today. So you've talked about particularly bringing back that human dimension into the workplace, and remembering that it's human beings that we work with, and also that I'm a human being, and there's a greater dimension to my life than the position and the role and the pressures that I might experience, that I'm a peaceful, positive being, and that my value is more than the role that I play at work. So bringing that calmness into responding to situations and thinking, what can I contribute to improve the situation, improve the atmosphere. You've talked a little bit about healthy competition and healthy pressure, which is more like encouragement than and positive upliftment rather than putting us down. So I think that's a very helpful way to look at moving forward and getting things done, and how we'll be much more efficient when we're positive, definitely, rather than spending our time fighting with each other. And so as that little, for that little takeaway, you've given us that thought of bringing a positive atmosphere into our thoughts and a positive feeling before we go to work, spending a few minutes just having that vision of creating a lovely place that we're going to. And so regardless of our role and our task, that we remember that I'm that positive being. So that's been a lovely interview and time spent with you today. And I'd like to thank all the viewers for joining us today on Spirit of Change, and we hope to see you again very soon.
बड़ी दूर, आओ चले हम अपने घर। देह की मिट्टी से बड़ी दूर, आओ चले हम अपने घर। चांद तारों से दूर, इन नजारों से दूर, चांद तारों से दूर, इन नजारों से दूर। प्यारा प्यारा लगे है अपना घर। देह की मिट्टी से बड़ी दूर, आओ चले हम अपने घर। जहाँ रहते हैं प्यारे प्यारे शिव बाबा, ज्योति स्वरूप उनका मन में है मेरे जागा। जहाँ रहते हैं प्यारे प्यारे शिव बाबा, ज्योति स्वरूप उनका मन में है मेरे जागा। सबसे निराला रूप है उनका, जग पे है छाया जादू जिनका। चांद तारों से दूर, इन नजारों से दूर। प्यारा प्यारा लगे है अपना घर। देह की मिट्टी से बड़ी दूर, आओ चले हम अपने घर। कर्मों की नाव में बैठे, कर ले भव का सागर पार। शिव बाबा की गोद में लेटे, आंधी तूफान होंगे मेरे पतवार। नैया लगेगी अपनी किनारे, उनकी कृपा से हो जीवन उधार। चांद तारों से दूर, इन नजारों से दूर। प्यारा प्यारा लगे हैं अपना घर। देह की मिट्टी से बड़ी दूर, आओ चले हम अपने घर। चांद तारों से दूर, इन नजारों से दूर। प्यारा प्यारा लगे हैं अपना घर।
सागर की लहरें जब जब पास में आए, मन हो शांत तन हो शीतल, पावन सुख बरसाए, पावन सुख बरसाए। शांति सागर की लहरें चलता चलता उस सागर में जब कोई खो जाए, चलता चलता उस सागर में जब कोई खो जाए, हीरे मोती शिव सागर से वो अनोखे पाए, शांति से भर भर नैना शांति सबको लुटाए, शांति सबको लुटाए। शांति सागर की लहरें शांति अमृत के सागर में जो कोई गहरा जाए, शांति अमृत के सागर में जो कोई गहरा जाए, आनंद के झूले झूले आत्म तृप्ति वो पाए, पा लिया अब जो पाना था, फिर वो आत्मा गाए, फिर वो आत्मा गाए। शांति सागर की लहरें हर लहर में हर पहर में समाया शिव का ध्यान रे, हर लहर में हर पहर में समाया शिव का ध्यान रे, बेहद अनुभव में छुपा है शांति और विश्राम रे, सागर में डूबी हर गागर शांति धार बहाए, शांति धार बहाए। शांति सागर की लहरें जब जब पास में आए, मन हो शांत तन हो शीतल,
तपते मन को मेरे आत्म तृप्ति मिली। बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे दीप्ति मिली। तपते मन को मेरे आत्म तृप्ति मिली। बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे दीप्ति मिली। जब पड़ी आपकी दृष्टि हम पर प्रभु, जब पड़ी आपकी दृष्टि हम पर प्रभु, जैसे जीवन मिला ज्योति जगती मिली। जैसे जीवन मिला ज्योति जगती मिली। जैसे जीवन मिला ज्योति जगती मिली। तपते मन को मेरे रात अंधियारी थी, राह भटकन भरी, नन्ही सी नाव थी वो भी टूटी हुई। पार करना गम को सुगम था नहीं, पतवार मेरी मुझसे छूटी हुई। पार सागर हुए, पार सागर हुए, पार सागर हुए, पार सागर हुए। ऐसी शक्ति मिली बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे दीप्ति मिली। तपते मन को मेरे तप का फल है मिला, प्रभु कृपा हो गई। छट गया है अंधियारा, नई सुबह हो गई। जन्मों के पुण्य मेरे आज उदय हो गए। जीवन की हर डगर उजियारी हो गई। ज्ञान चक्षु खुले, दिव्य दृष्टि मिले। ज्ञान चक्षु खुले, दिव्य दृष्टि मिली। बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे दीप्ति मिली। जब पड़ी आपकी दृष्टि हम पर प्रभु, जब पड़ी आपकी दृष्टि हम पर प्रभु, जैसे जीवन मिला ज्योति जगती मिली। जैसे जीवन मिला ज्योति जगती मिली। जैसे जीवन मिला ज्योति जगती मिली। तपते मन को मेरे आत्म तृप्ति मिली। बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे दीप्ति मिली। तपते मन को मेरे आत्म तृप्ति मिली, बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे दीप्ति मिली। तपते मन को मेरे आत्म तृप्ति मिली, बुझ रहे दीप को जैसे।
ओम शांति। मैं आत्मा अपने सत्य स्वरूप में स्थित हूँ। धीरे धीरे मैं आत्मा अपने निज धाम परम धाम जा रही हूँ, जहाँ मैं अपने अनादि सप्त गुणी स्वरूप में स्थित हूँ। परम पवित्र शिव बाबा के संग मैं अपने पवित्र स्वरूप में चैतन्य मणि के रूप में चमक रही हूँ। अब परम धाम से मैं आत्मा सृष्टि के आदिकाल सतयुग में अवतरित हो रही हूँ। अपने दिव्य स्वरूप में मैं संपूर्ण सतोप्रधान दैवी स्वरूप में स्वयं को देख रही हूँ। सतयुग त्रेतायुग में मैं अपने प्रारब्ध का आनंद अनुभव कर रही हूँ। अब धीरे धीरे मैं द्वापर युग में पूज्य इष्ट देव रूप में स्वयं को देख रही हूँ और परमात्मा मुझ इष्ट देव के द्वारा भक्तों की शुद्ध निस्वार्थ मनोकामना को पूर्ण कर रहे हैं। और मैं आत्मा शिव बाबा की नौधा भक्ति करते हुए कल्प के अंत में आ पहुंची हूँ। पुरुषोत्तम संगम युग पर परमात्मा ने मेरी भक्ति के फल स्वरूप ज्ञान के दिव्य चक्षु प्रदान किए और परमात्मा वर्षे का अधिकारी बना दिया। मैं सर्वोच्च ब्राह्मण आत्मा हूँ। बाबा की मधुर याद से मैं आत्मा पावन बनती जा रही हूँ। धीरे धीरे मैं आत्मा इस देह और दुनिया से उड़ चली अपने अव्यक्त वतन में। संपूर्ण अव्यक्त फरिश्ता स्वरूप ब्रह्मा बाबा के पास मैं फरिश्ते रूप में स्वयं को देख रही हूं। कितना हल्कापन महसूस कर रही हूं। धीरे धीरे अशरीरी होकर मैं बाबा के साथ साथ अपने निराकारी दुनिया में बीज स्वरूप शिव बाबा के सानिध्य में अपने दिव्य प्रकाशमान रूप में स्वयं को महसूस कर रही हूं। ये मेरा पांचों स्वरूप कितना आनंदकारी है।
बाबा के मस्तक में ज्ञान सूर्य शिव बाबा चमक रहे हैं। बाबा दृष्टि दे रहे हैं। अपना वरदानी हाथ मेरे सिर पर रख दिया है। उनके हाथ से शक्तियों के वाइब्रेशंस मुझ में समा रहे हैं। मस्तक पर तिलक लगाया और वरदान दिया। बच्चे विघ्न विनाशक भव, विजयी भव। बाबा से वरदान लेकर मैं आत्मा उड़ चली अपने धाम। शांति धाम में यहाँ संपूर्ण चैन और विश्राम है। मैं अपनी मुक्त अवस्था में हूँ। शांति धाम की शांति मुझ में समाने लगी। मेरे ऊपर हैं ज्ञान सूर्य शिव बाबा सर्वशक्तिवान। मैं उनकी किरणों के नीचे उनकी शक्तियां मुझ में समा रही हैं। सर्वशक्तिवान की किरणों के नीचे यहाँ से मैं पुनः अपने शरीर में भ्रकुटी की कुटिया में परमधाम में पवित्रता के सागर बाबा उनकी पवित्र किरणें चारों ओर फैल रही हैं। बाबा की ये पवित्र किरणें मुझ पर पड़ रही हैं। ऊपर से सफेद किरणों की जैसे कि बरसात हो रही है। परमात्मा पवित्रता मुझ में समा रही है। मैं पवित्रता का सूर्य, प्रकृति का मालिक, बाबा की पवित्र किरणें मुझ में समाकर चारों ओर फैल रही हैं। प्रकृति के पांचों तत्व इन्हें ग्रहण कर रहे हैं। बाबा के पवित्र वाइब्रेशंस मुझ में समाकर चारों ओर फैल रहे हैं। प्रकृति को पवित्रता का दान मिल रहा है। अब हम सर्वशक्तिवान का आह्वान करते हैं। हे प्राणेश्वर, हे सर्वशक्तिवान, हम आपकी शिव शक्तियां नीचे आपका आह्वान कर रहे हैं। अपना धाम छोड़कर हमारी छत्र छाया बन जाओ। सर्वशक्तिवान परमधाम से नीचे उतरने लगे। अपनी तेजस्वी किरणें चारों ओर फैलाते हुए नीचे आ रहे हैं। आगे हमारे सिर के ऊपर, नीचे में शिव शक्ति, सिर के ऊपर सर्वशक्तिवान छत्र छाया। अब हम संसार को शक्तियों का दान देंगे। मैं मास्टर सर्वशक्तिवान, मास्टर दुख हरता, ग्लोब के ऊपर विराजमान, परमधाम से सर्वशक्तिवान की शक्तियों की किरणें मुझ में समाकर चारों ओर फैल रही हैं, सभी के दुखों को हर रही हैं। अब यहाँ से बुने परम धाम, शांति के सागर की किरणों के नीचे डीप साइलेंस में यहाँ से अपने पहले जन्म में मैं आत्मा उतरी देवलोक में, पहला जन्म। सिर पर डबल ताज, कंचन काया, यहाँ मैं सर्वगुण संपन्न, संपूर्ण पावन, सामने देखिए अपना देव स्वरूप, ये मैं हूँ। चारों ओर चमकते सोने के महल, प्रकृति का अतुलनीय सौंदर्य, हवाओं में भी सुगंध, मैं सिंहासन पर विराजमान विश्वराज अधिकारी, अपने पूज्य स्वरूप में मैं अष्टभुजाधारी देवी विघ्न विनाशक गणेश मंदिर में स्थित सामने खड़े हजारों भक्त मेरे इस दिव्य स्वरूप का दीदार कर रहे हैं। गुणगान कर रहे हैं। हे देवी, तुम असुर संहारिणी हो, सिद्धिदायिनी हो, विद्या देने वाली हो, मनोकामनाएं पूर्ण करने वाली हो, शिव शक्ति हो, पाप नाशिनी हो, हे देव, तुम विघ्न विनाशक हो, सिद्धि विनायक हो, विद्यापति हो, हमारे मस्तक से शक्तियों के वाइब्रेशंस निकलकर भक्तों पर पड़ने लगे। यहाँ से मैं श्रेष्ठ ब्राह्मण प्रभु पालना में पलने वाली बहुत बहुत भाग्यवान आत्मा इस धरा पर महान आत्मा सृष्टि का श्रृंगार ईश्वरीय शक्तियों से भरपूर वरदानों से संपन्न मेरा जन्म ही महान कार्यों के लिए हुआ है। मैं दिव्य फरिश्ता बहुत तेजस्वी कमल आसन पर विराजमान, अंग अंग से प्रकाश फैल रहा है। मैं फरिश्ता आकाश में बाबा की किरणें मुझमें समाकर चारों ओर फैल रही हैं। मैं मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्य और ज्ञान सूर्य से बाबा आंखों के सम्मुख सामने से उनकी तेजस्वी किरणें मुझ पर पड़ रही हैं। परमधाम में सर्वशक्तिमान उनकी तेजस्वी किरणों से सारा ब्रह्मलोक आलोकित हो रहा है। एकाग्र कर दें बुद्धि को उन पर, केवल एक वही दिख रहा है। सूक्ष्म लोक में सामने बाबा ये वही है जिसे हम युगों से तलाशते थे। ये वही है जिसके मिलने के लिए हम त्याग, तपस्या, भक्ति करते थे। ये वही है जिसके दर्शनों के लिए हमारे नैन प्यासे थे। सम्मुख है, जी भर के देख लें। ये वही है जो हमारा है, जो प्यार का सागर है। उसका संपूर्ण प्यार मेरे लिए है। ये शांति का सागर हमें शांति का भंडार बना रहा है। बाबा सामने हैं, उनसे दृष्टि लेकर सारे संसार को दृष्टि दें। बाबा को सच्चे मन से शुक्रिया करेंगे। सामने बाबा, हे ज्ञान सागर, आपने संपूर्ण ज्ञान देकर हमारे चित्त के अंधकार को दूर कर दिया। आपने आकर हमारी जन्म जन्म की खोज समाप्त कर दी। आपने हमें स्वदर्शन चक्रधारी बना दिया। ज्ञान का तीसरा नेत्र प्रदान किया। आपने आकर हमारा सोया हुआ भाग्य जगा दिया। आपको बारंबार शुक्रिया। हे परम सद्गुरु, आप हमारे लिए स्वर्ग की सौगात लेकर आए। आपने हमें जीना सिखा दिया। आप आकर हमारी जीवन नैया के खिवैया बन गए। जीवन की यात्रा में हम अकेले थे। आपने आकर हमें साथ दिया। आप हमारे सहारे बन गए। हे खुदा दोस्त, शक्तियों और वरदानों से आपने हमारी पालना की। आपको पाकर हम बहुत सुखी हो गए। आपके प्यार ने हमारे जन्म जन्म के कष्ट हट लिए। आप हम पर मेहरबान हुए। आपको कोटि कोटि बार शुक्रिया। सामने बाबा मुस्कुरा रहे हैं। सामने से उनकी किरणें मुझ पर पड़ रही हैं। ज्ञान सूर्य की किरणें मग्न हो जाएं उसके प्यार में, जिसने आकर हमें नया जीवन दिया। खो जाएं उसकी यादों में, जिसने आकर हमारे दुख समाप्त किए। सामने से ज्ञान सूर्य की किरणें पड़ रही हैं।
दया सिंधु की स्नेह में डूबी इतना आनंद पाए। दया सिंधु की स्नेह में डूबी इतना आनंद पाए। बन कर बिंदु उन लहरों लवलीन हो जाए। दया सिंधु के स्नेह में डूबी इतना आनंद पाए। लवली हो जाए। दया सिंधु के स्नेह में डूबे इतना आनंद पाए। दया सिंधु के स्नेह में डूबे इतना आनंद पाए। बनकर बिंदु उन लहरों में लवलीन हो जाए। दया सिंधु के स्नेह में डूबे।
अमृत बेला शुद्ध पवन है, मेरे लाडलो जागो। अमृत बेला शुद्ध पवन है, मेरे लाडलो जागो। अखियाँ खोलो शिव शिव बोलो, खोलो शिव शिव बोलो। बच्चों आलस त्यागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो। अमृत बेला शुद्ध पवन है, मेरे लाडलो जागो। मुरली के स्वर मधुर मिले हैं, मधुबन के भी फूल खिले हैं। मुरली के स्वर मधुर मिले हैं, मधुबन के भी फूल खिले हैं। धरती जागी अंबर जागा, धरती जागी अंबर जागा। तुम भी लाडलो जागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो। जागो जागो जागो। डाल डाल पर पंछी बोले, कानों में अमृत रस घोले। डाल डाल पर पंछी बोले, कानों में अमृत रस घोले। प्रभु मिलन का यही समय है, प्रभु मिलन का यही समय है। ब्रह्म मुहूर्त है जागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो 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 जागो। सोवत है सो खोवत है, जागत है सो पावत है। सोवत है सो खोवत है, जागत है सो पावत है। बाबा की प्यारी वाणी सुन, बाबा की मीठी वाणी सुन, प्यारे बच्चों जागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो। अमृत बेला शुद्ध पवन है, मेरे लाडलो जागो। अखियाँ खोलो शिव शिव बोलो, अखियाँ खोलो शिव शिव बोलो। बच्चों आलस त्यागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो, मेरे लाडलो जागो।
पूछो प्यार में प्रभु के क्या क्या हमने पाया है। कृपा सिंधु की लहर लहर में जीवन ये लहराया है। उसका रूप रूहानी रूह को राहत मिलती है। देख के उसका रूप रूहानी रूह को राहत मिलती है। उसके रंग की रंगत पाकर उसके रंग की रंगत पाकर जन्मों की चाहत मिटती है। अपना बनाकर गोद बिठाकर रहमत का दिया साया है।
ये मत पूछो प्यार में प्रभु के क्या क्या हमने पाया है।
कृपा सिंधु की लहर लहर में जीवन ये लहराया है। प्यार में प्रभु के क्या क्या हमने पाया है। कृपा सिंधु की लहर लहर में जीवन ये लहराया है। पाना शेष नहीं। जग वाले से बढ़कर जग में जग वाले से बढ़कर जग में कोई वस्तु विशेष नहीं।
सांस सांस को जग सेवा में करना सफल सिखाया है।
ये मत पूछो प्यार में प्रभु के क्या क्या हमने पाया है। कृपा सिंधु की लहर लहर में जीवन ये लहराया है। ये मत पूछो प्यार में प्रभु के क्या क्या हमने
वादा हम सब ही सफल बनाएंगे। हम इसी धरा को स्वर्ग बनाकर दैवी सृष्टि बसाएंगे। हाँ, ज्ञान सूर्य शिव बाबा के, हाँ ज्ञान सूर्य शिव बाबा के, हम अविचल ज्ञान सितारे हैं। वो दिन कितने प्यारे थे, ये दिन भी कितने प्यारे हैं। वो दिन कितने प्यारे थे। बाबा अब भी साथ हमारे हैं। वो दिन कितने प्यारे थे, ये दिन भी कितने प्यारे हैं। वो दिन कितने प्यारे थे, ये दिन भी कितने प्यारे हैं।
ये सब्जेक्ट में बहुत कम पास है। ऐसे समझती है शायद क्रोध कोई विकार नहीं है, ये शस्त्र है, विकार नहीं है। लेकिन क्रोध ज्ञानी तो आत्मा के लिए महा शत्रु है। क्यों? क्रोध अनेक आत्माओं के संबंध संपर्क में आने से प्रसिद्ध हो जाता है और क्रोध को देख करके पाप के नाम की बहुत गिलानी होती है। कहने वाले यही कहती है, देख लिया ज्ञानी तो आत्मा बच्चों को। क्रोध के बहुत रूप है। एक तो महान रूप, आप अच्छी तरह से जानते हो, दिखाई देता है ये क्रोध कर रहा है। दूसरा क्रोध का सूक्ष्म स्वरूप, ईर्ष्या, द्वेष, घृणा अंदर में होती है। उसके स्वरूप में बाहर से जोर से बोलना या बाहर से रूप नहीं दिखाई देता है, लेकिन अंदर में जैसे बाहर क्रोध होता है तो अखंड रूप है ना, क्रोध चलता रहता है अंदर, खुद भी और दूसरे को भी चलाता है। ऐसे ईर्ष्या, द्वेष, घृणा, ये जिसमें अंदर है, वो अंदर इस अग्नि में चलता रहता है। बाहर से लाल पीला नहीं होता, लेकिन अंदर लाल पीला फिर भी ठीक है, लेकिन वो काला होता है। रूप भी है, वो चतुराई का रूप है, क्रोध की चतुराई का रूप है। वो क्या है? कहने में, समझने में ऐसे समझती है, वह कहती है कि कहाँ सीरियस होना ही पड़ता है, कहाँ ला उठाना ही पड़ता है कल्याण के लिए। अभी कल्याण है या नहीं, वो अपने से पूछो। बाप दादा ने किसी को भी अपने हाथ में ला उठाने की छुट्टी नहीं दी है। दी है, ला उठाने की छुट्टी है, दी है। कोई मुरली में कहा है क्या, ला भले उठाओ, क्रोध नहीं करो। ला उठाने वाले अंदर का रूप वही क्रोध का अंश होता है।
रोम रोम तेरी गाए महिमा, क्या से क्या तूने हमें बनाया। रोम रोम तेरी गाए महिमा, क्या से क्या तूने हमें बनाया। गिरे हो को पूछे न कोई, गिरे हो को पूछे न कोई, तूने ऊंचा उठाया, तूने ऊंचा उठाया। हर पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं बाबा, पल पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं। तूने भाग्य की रेखा बदलाई, जन्मों की तूने प्यास बुझाई। तूने भाग्य की रेखा बदलाई, जन्मों की तूने प्यास बुझाई। तेरी छतर छाया में आके, तेरी छतर छाया में आके, मन ने शीतलता पाई। हर पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं बाबा, पल पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं। तेरे प्यार की किरणें आए, मेरा मन तुझ में खो जाए। तेरे प्यार की किरणें आए, मेरा मन तुझ में खो जाए। तुझको देखते रहे ये नैना, तुझको देखते रहे ये नैना। कोई भी दूजा नहीं भाए, कोई भी दूजा नहीं भाए। हर पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं बाबा, पल पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं। दिल कहे बाबा तेरा शुक्रिया, दिल कहे बाबा तेरा शुक्रिया। तूने ही भाग्य बनाया है, हर पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं बाबा, पल पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं। हर पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं बाबा, पल पल तेरे गुण गाऊं मैं।
आपको मैं निरंतर निहारा करूं मेरे बाबा। आपको मैं निरंतर निहारा करूं मेरे बाबा। छवि अंतर में अपने उतारा करूं मेरे बाबा। छवि अंतर में अपने उतारा करूं मेरे बाबा। आप है साथ में, आप है पास में, आप है साथ में, भी प्यार से तुमको पुकारा करूं मेरे बाबा, फिर भी प्यार से तुमको पुकारा करूं मेरे बाबा, मेरे बाबा। देखते देखते अब तो मैं भी निराकार होने लगी। ज्योति बिंदु मेरे आपके ध्यान में, देह दुनिया का मैं भान खोने लगी। देह दुनिया का मैं भान खोने लगी। यूं ही पधारे इस धाम में मेरे बाबा, मैं परम धाम में यूं पधारा करूं मेरे बाबा, मेरे बाबा। वारा सदा मेरे बाबा, आप पर मैं भी सर्वस्व वारा करूं मेरे बाबा, मेरे बाबा, मेरे बाबा, मेरे बाबा, मेरे बाबा। प्रभु प्रेम में मन मेरे हर गम बिसार दे। छोटी सी जिंदगी हंस के गुजार ले। दुनिया का बोझ अपने सर से उतार दे। कि पूछी लेकर किस्मत सवारने हो, छोटी सी जिंदगी है हंस के गुजार ले। पग जब भी डगमगाए उसने ही हाथ थामा, वो मीत बन के आया जब तू बना सुदामा। सच्चाई की ताकत से कश्ती उबार ले हो, छोटी सी जिंदगी है हंस के गुजार ले। दुनिया का बोझ अपने सर से उतार ले, समर्थ को सौंप सब तू उसका प्यार ले। प्रभु प्रेम में मन मेरे हर गम बिसार दे, छोटी सी जिंदगी है हंस के गुजार ले हो, छोटी सी जिंदगी है हंस के गुजार ले हो, छोटी सी जिंदगी है हंस के गुजार ले।
जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम, जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम, जहाँ देह ना है ना देह का ज्ञान, जहाँ देह ना है ना देह का ज्ञान, जाना परम धाम जहाँ देह ना है ना देह का ज्ञान, जहाँ देह ना है ना देह का ज्ञान, जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम, जाना है हमें अपने परम वहाँ ना कर्म है ना धर्म है ना सुख दुख का कोई भरम है, वहाँ ना कर्म है ना धर्म है ना सुख दुख का कोई भरम है, आनंद ही आनंद वहाँ शिव बाबा रहते हैं जहाँ, आनंद ही आनंद वहाँ शिव बाबा रहते हैं जहाँ, जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम, जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम, जहाँ देह ना है ना देह का ज्ञान, जहाँ देह ना है ना देह का ज्ञान, जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम, जाना है हमें अपने परम धाम।
नजरों में अपनी रखना, नजरों में अपनी रखना, तू मुझको हर पल नजरों में अपनी रखना, नजरों में अपनी रखना, तू मुझको हर पल, बस इतनी सी कर देना प्रभु मुझ पे तू महर, नजरों में अपनी रखना, नजरों में अपनी रखना। सिवा ना मुझको कोई और देख पाए, कोई और देख पाए, नजरों में अपनी रखना, तू मुझको यूं समाए, तू मुझको यूं समाए, तेरे सिवा ना मुझको कोई और देख पाए, नजरों में अपनी रखना, तू मुझको यूं समाए, बार बार कहती है, बार बार कहती है मन की यही लहर, बार बार कहती है मन की यही लहर। बस इतनी सी कर देना प्रभु मुझ पे तू महर, नजरों में अपनी रखना, नजरों में अपनी रखना। नजरों की तेरी भाषा भरती है मुझ में आशा, भरती है मुझ में आशा। नजरों से तुमने अपनी मुझे खूब है तराशा, मुझे खूब है तराशा। नजरों की तेरी भाषा भरती है मुझ में आशा, नजरों से तुमने अपनी मुझे खूब है तराशा। समा तेरी नजरों में, समा तेरी नजरों में मैं जाऊं वहीं ठहर, समा तेरी नजरों में मैं जाऊं वहीं ठहर। बस इतनी सी कर देना प्रभु मुझ पे तू महर, नजरों में अपनी रखना, नजरों में अपनी रखना। तुम्हारी पल पल जीवन मेरा सवारे, जीवन मेरा सवारे। दिखते तेरी नजर में स्वर्गिक हमें नजारे, स्वर्गिक हमें नजारे। नजरें तुम्हारी पल पल जीवन मेरा सवारे। दिखते तेरी नजर में स्वर्गिक हमें नजारे। तेरी नजर में देखी, तेरी नजर में देखी खुशियों की नई सहर। तेरी नजर में देखी खुशियों की नई सहर। बस इतनी सी कर देना प्रभु मुझ पे तू महर, नजरों में अपनी रखना, नजरों में अपनी रखना।
प्रसाद है। सानिध्य से ही आपके, सानिध्य से ही आपके हर पल आबाद है। जिंदगी हमारी प्रभु आपका प्रसाद है। ओ जिंदगी हमारी प्रभु आपका प्रसाद है। शक्ति से संवर गया चिंतन,
आपकी शक्ति से संवर गया चिंतन,
शुद्ध हुआ मन और शीतल हो गया अंतःकरण,
शुद्ध हुआ मन और शीतल हो गया अंतःकरण,
हो गया अंतःकरण, हो गया अंतःकरण।
प्रभु अब तो दिल से आपका,
प्रभु अब तो दिल से आपका धन्यवाद है। जिंदगी हमारी प्रभु आपका प्रसाद है, जिंदगी हमारी प्रभु आपका प्रसाद है।
प्रभु प्रेम में हो रही पालना हमारी,
प्रभु प्रेम में हो रही पालना हमारी,
सुख शांति से भर गई भावना हमारी,
सुख शांति से भर गई भावना हमारी,
भावना हमारी, भावना हमारी,
परमानंद दायिनी,
परमानंद दायिनी आपकी ही याद है।
जिंदगी हमारी प्रभु आपका प्रसाद है, जिंदगी हमारी प्रभु आपका प्रसाद है।
मैं तुझको नजर
मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। चलो मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। बुला रहा है वतन तुम्हारा, मुस्कान अब करो उधर। अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। चलो मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। कितने प्यारे थे, सुख के भरे नजारे थे। धरती अंबर चांद सितारे सारे हुए हमारे थे। कब आएंगे दिन फिर कर, याद आते हैं रह रह कर। पूरा हुआ सफर। चलो मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। कल तक जो भी था अपना, आज हुआ सारा सपना। भूल गए निज घर की राह, पाए दुख ना जिसकी था। पग पग पर खाए ठोकर, चूर हो गए हो तक कर। तो पूरा हुआ सफर। चलो मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। परम पिता की बाहों में आओ प्रभु पनाहों में। राजयोग की राहों में, शीतल शीतल छाओं में। अगर मगर की छोड़ डगर, नजर करो ना और किधर। तो पूरा हुआ सफर। चलो मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर। चलो मुसाफिर अपने घर, अब तो पूरा हुआ सफर।
यूं खातिर मेरे तुम जो तशरीफ लाए, है मुझसे मोहब्बत ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए। यूं खातिर मेरे तुम जो तशरीफ लाए, है मुझसे मोहब्बत ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए। जलवा कहूँ या तेरी रहनुमाई, तेरा जलवा कहूँ या तेरी रहनुमाई, खूबसूरत तुमने ये जिंदगी बनाई। पाक तेरा जहाँ में दिलो तख्त है, पाक तेरा जहाँ में दिलो तख्त है, साया तेरा मुझ पे हर वक्त है। बादशाह तू मुझे अपने दिल का बनाए, बादशाह तू मुझे अपने दिल का बनाए, है मुझसे मोहब्बत ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए। देखे तालीम तूने मुझको संभाला, देखे तालीम तूने मुझको संभाला, तेरा शुक्रिया दिल से ओ अल्लाह ताला। तेरी ही बदौलत है चलते कदम, ओ तेरी ही बदौलत है चलते कदम, कैसे भूलेंगे तेरा एहसान हम। वो इल्म तेरा रूहानी हमें पसंद आए, इल्म तेरा रूहानी हमें पसंद आए, है मुझसे मोहब्बत ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए, ये दिल मेरा गाए।
मन की लगन को कैसे मैं छुपाऊं, तेरे ही प्रीत के मैं गीत सुनाऊं। मन की लगन को कैसे मैं छुपाऊं, तेरे ही प्रीत
सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर, सुंदरता अति प्यारी। सत्य ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर, सुंदरता अति प्यारी। शिव का ज्ञान समझने वालों से है ये माया हारी। सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम।
शिव सुख करता है, दुख हरता, कल्याणी कहलाए।
जन्म जन्म की पतित आत्माओं को मुक्ति दिलाए।
जन जन को ये मंत्र सिखाकर मन मना भव मामेकम। सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम।
सत्य पिता सद्गुरु हमारा सबसे अति निराला।
भर देता है ज्ञानामृत से खाली मन का प्याला।
ज्ञान खजाने के आगे है सारे जग का धन कम। सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम।
शिव की महिमा के आगे माया के बंधन टूटे।
सच्चा नाता परम पिता का जग के नाते झूठे।
सत्य वचन सद्गुरु समझा के तोड़े लाख भरम। सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम।
ओम शांति फ्रेंड्स, आप आज समाज में देख रहे हैं धीरे धीरे सारा समाज रोगों से ग्रसित होता जा रहा है। कुछ समय पहले, लगभग आज से 50 वर्ष पहले, सभी देशों में, लगभग भारत में ज़्यादा इन्फेक्शन वाले बीमारियां ज़्यादा होती थी, जैसे मलेरिया हो गया, ट्यूबरक्लोसिस हो गया, डायरिया, कॉलरा। ये इन्फेक्शंस होते थे और इससे काफ़ी लोग मर जाया करते थे। किंतु जब ये भारत का औद्योगिकरण हुआ, शहर शहर में गाँव का शहरीकरण होना शुरू हो गया, तो सारी जगह इंडस्ट्री लगनी शुरू हो गई, तो कुछ एक अलग तरह की बीमारियां पैदा हुई, जिनको हम नॉन कम्युनिकेबल डिजीज़ कहते हैं, जो एक दूसरे से फैलती नहीं है, किंतु इन बीमारी का कोई इलाज नहीं है। इनको इनक्योरेबल डिजीज़ कहते हैं, जैसे ब्लड प्रेशर है, डायबिटीज़ है, कैंसर है, हार्ट की बीमारी है, माइग्रेन है, एसिडिटी है, हड्डियों की बीमारियाँ हैं। तो ये बीमारी को, जैसे आप गर्दन की हड्डी खराब हो गई, आपको सर्वाइकल स्पॉन्डिलोसिस हो गया, इसका परमानेंट इलाज नहीं है। कमर की हड्डी खराब हो गई, घुटने की हड्डी खराब हो गई, आप घुटना रिप्लेस कर सकते हो, बस घुटने को हम रिपेयर करके ठीक कर लें, ऐसा नहीं होता है लगभग। तो ये बीमारियाँ, डिप्रेशन जैसे बढ़ता जा रहा है, स्किज़ोफ्रेनिया बढ़ता जा रहा है, ऐसे बहुत सारी बीमारियाँ बढ़ती जा रही हैं। ये सब की सब लाइलाज बीमारी कहते हैं इनको। किंतु इंग्लिश में जो वर्ड बना था इनक्योरेबल, उसका अर्थ क्या था? उसका मतलब एक्चुअली जिस ऑथर था जिसने वर्ड बनाया, उसका अर्थ ये नहीं था इट इज़ नॉट क्योरेबल। उसका मतलब था कि इट इज़ नॉट क्योरेबल विद मेडिसिन एंड सर्जरी, अर्थात ये मेडिसिन और सर्जरी, दवाइयाँ खा के ऑपरेशन करा के इनका इलाज नहीं कर सकते हैं। आप ब्लड प्रेशर आपको है, सारी उम्र दवाई खाते रहे तो भी आपको ब्लड प्रेशर रहने ही वाला है। डायबिटीज़ है, दवाई खाते रहिए, परहेज करते तो भी आपको डायबिटीज़ रहने वाली है। कैंसर है, आपने ऑपरेशन करा लिया, रेडियोथेरेपी ले ली, कीमोथेरेपी ले ली, उसके बाद भी आपको कैंसर वापस आ जाता है। तो ये जो इसका अर्थ जो उसने बनाया था, उसमें एक हिडन मीनिंग रखा था, इट इज़ इन प्लस क्योरेबल, अर्थात ये क्योरेबल है अगर आप अंदर जाएं तो। और अंदर जाके किसे क्या देखें, दो बात देखें आप अंदर जाके। एक तो मेरा सत्य स्वरूप क्या है, मैं कौन हूँ, और उस सत्य स्वरूप को जान करके उसको आप एम्पावर करें, सशक्तिकरण करें, उस बैटरी, आत्मा रूपी बैटरी को चार्ज कर लें, उस अंदर वाले मैं को चार्ज कर लें परमात्मा की याद से, जिसे हम राजयोग का मेडिटेशन भी कहते हैं। तो ये असाध्य रोग, चाहे ब्लड प्रेशर हो, चाहे डायबिटीज़ हो, जो भी मैंने नाम लिए, उन सबको हम क्योर कर सकते हैं। और हमने पिछले 21-22 साल में, जब से मैंने ये रिसर्च शुरू की है, तब से मैं 3 डायमेंशनल हेल्थ केयर प्रोग्राम फॉर हेल्दी हार्ट, हैप्पी माइंड, हेल्दी बॉडी शुरू किया है। तो इसके दौरान मैंने देखा है हज़ारों पेशेंट्स, मतलब मैं समझता हूँ कम से 2000 से ज़्यादा पेशेंट्स ऐसे होंगे जो ब्लड प्रेशर की 5-5, 6-6 गोलियाँ खाते थे तो भी ब्लड प्रेशर कंट्रोल नहीं होता था। और आज वो या तो गोलियों से मुक्त हो चुके हैं या फिर आधी गोली खा के उनका ब्लड प्रेशर कंट्रोल में है। सिर्फ डाइट, एक्सरसाइज प्लस मेडिटेशन से उनका बीपी कंट्रोल में है। आज उनको कोई भी दवाई नहीं खानी पड़ रही है। ऐसे कितने ही लोग डायबिटीज़ के पेशेंट, जिनकी डायबिटीज़ बहुत ज़्यादा रहती थी, इसी तरीके से अपने अंदर जा कर के इनक्योरेबल, अंदर जाके क्योर किया उन्होंने, अपने खान पान को परिवर्तन किया और मेडिटेशन को बढ़ाया, अंदर स्वीटनेस, अंदर मधुरता, आनंद के अनुभव को बढ़ाया, तो उनकी डायबिटीज़ ठीक हो गई। आज वो इंसुलिन नहीं लेते, गोलियां भी नहीं खाते, सिर्फ डाइट, एक्सरसाइज से और मेडिटेशन से ठीक है। हज़ारों पेशेंट्स ऐसे ठीक हो चुके हैं। इसी तरह से हमारे और जो माइग्रेन था किसी को, तो माइग्रेन हेडेक 30-30 साल का माइग्रेन ठीक हो गया है। ऐसे बहुत सारी हार्ट की बीमारी, जो ब्लॉकेजेस थे हमारे हार्ट के, वो खुल गए हैं। आज वो बिल्कुल ठीक हैं, हेल्दी और हैप्पी हैं। तो दोस्तों याद रखें, आप अगर किसी ऐसे रोग से पीड़ित हैं तो अपने अंदर जा कर के उस बीमारी अपने सत्य को पहचानें और उसके जड़ को आप हील कर दें, मन को ठीक कर दें और शरीर को ठीक कर दें। ओम शांति।
ओम शांति। कई बार जब हमारे सामने कोई ऐसी चैलेंज या डिफिकल्टी आ जाती है तो हम कहते हैं ये हमारे कोई पास्ट के कर्म का रिटर्न होगा, ये हमारा ही कोई अकाउंट होगा। अकाउंट हम सबके होते हैं और कहीं ना कहीं सिचुएशंस आ भी जाती हैं हमारे सामने, लेकिन उसके इफ़ेक्ट को कम करने के लिए ये ज़रूरी है कि हम उसके बारे में बार बार सोच कर, औरों से उनके बारे में बात करके हम उसके इफ़ेक्ट को बढ़ाएं ना। जितना ही जो बात हमारे सामने आई उसे हम एक्सेप्ट करते हैं और उसे फुल स्टॉप लगाकर आगे बढ़ते हैं, उस कार्मिक अकाउंट का जो इफ़ेक्ट हमारे ऊपर है उसे हम कम कर देते हैं। तो आज से जो बात आए उसे स्वीकार करके फुल स्टॉप लगाकर हम अपने जीवन में आगे बढ़ें। ओम शांति।
शांति। आज है 12 फरवरी 2026। मुरली का सार, मीठे बच्चे, यह कयामत का समय है। रावण ने सबको कब्र दाखिल कर दिया है। बाप आए हैं अमृत वर्षा कर साथ ले जाने। प्रश्न, शिव बाबा को भोला भंडारी भी कहा जाता है, क्यों? उत्तर, क्योंकि शिव भोलानाथ जब आते हैं तो गणिकाओं, अहिल्याओं, कुब्जाओं का भी कल्याण कर उन्हें विश्व का मालिक बना देते हैं। आते भी देखो पति दुनिया और पति शरीर में है, तो भोला हुआ ना। भोले बाप का डायरेक्शन है, मीठे बच्चे अब अमृत पियो, विकारों रूपी विष को छोड़ दो। धारणा के लिए मुख्य सार, पहला, इस अंतिम जन्म में विष को त्याग अमृत पीना और पिलाना है, पावन बनना है, कांटों को फूल बनाने की सेवा करनी है। दूसरा, विष्णु के गले की माला का दाना बनने के लिए बाप की याद में रहना है, पूरा पूरा मददगार बन बाप समान दुख हरता बनना है। वरदान अपनी अलौकिक रूहानी वृत्ति द्वारा सर्व आत्माओं पर अपना प्रभाव डालने वाले मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्य भव। जैसे कोई आकर्षण करने वाली चीज आसपास वालों को अपनी तरफ आकर्षित करती है, सभी का अटेंशन जाता है, वैसे जब आपकी वृत्ति अलौकिक रूहानियत वाली होगी तो आपका प्रभाव अनेक आत्माओं पर स्वतः पड़ेगा। अलौकिक वृत्ति अर्थात न्यारी और प्यारेपन की स्थिति स्वतः अनेक आत्माओं को आकर्षित करती है। ऐसी अलौकिक शक्तिशाली आत्माएं मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्यपन अपना प्रकाश चारों ओर फैलाती है। स्लोगन: सदा स्वमान की सीट पर स्थित रहो तो सर्व शक्तियां आपका ऑर्डर मानती रहेंगी। ओम शांति।
Om Shanti. Today is 12th of February 2026. We shall listen to the essence of today's Murli. Sweet children, it is now the time of settlement. Ravan has buried everyone in the graveyard. The Father has come to shower nectar and take you back with him. Question: why is Shiv Baba called the innocent Lord of the treasure store? Answer: because it is when Shiva, the innocent Lord, comes that he benefits those with no virtues, those with stone intellects and the hunchbacks, and makes them into the masters of the world. He comes into this impure world and enters an impure body. He is so innocent. The direction of the innocent Lord is, sweet children, drink nectar and leave the poison of vices. Song: the resident of the faraway land has come into this foreign land. Essence for dharana. Point number 1. Renounce drinking poison for this last birth. Drink nectar and enable others to drink nectar as well. You have to become pure. Do the service of changing thorns into flowers. Point number 2. In order to become a bead of the rosary around Vishnu's neck, stay in remembrance of the Father. Cooperate fully and become a remover of sorrow like the Father. Blessing: may you be a master son of knowledge and make an impact on all souls with your spiritual attitude. Something attractive pulls others to itself and everyone's attention is drawn to it. In the same way, when your attitude is not worldly but filled with spirituality, the impact of that will automatically influence many souls. A spiritual attitude means the stage of being loving and detached, which automatically attracts many souls. Such spiritual and powerful souls become master sons of knowledge and spread their light everywhere. Slogan: remain constantly set on your seat of self-respect and all your powers will accept your orders. Om Shanti.
ओम शांति। परम पिता, परम शिक्षक, परम सद्गुरु शिव बाबा, जिन्हें हम भक्ति मार्ग में अनेक नामों से पुकारते आए, कभी बबुलनाथ, कभी मल्लिकार्जुन, कभी पाप कटेश्वर, कभी मुक्तेश्वर, कभी पतित पावन, कभी दुख हरता सुख करता, अनेक कर्तव्यवाचक गुणवाचक नाम जब हम बाबा को उन नामों से आज पुकारते हैं तो हमें उनका अर्थ भी पता चलता है। क्योंकि बाबा जब आए तो हमें पतित से पावन बनाया, बाबा जब आए तो हमें कांटों से फूल बनाया, विषय विकार मिटाओ अब तक कहते आए, परंतु जब बाबा प्रैक्टिकल आए तो कैसे बाबा ने हमारे अंदर के विषैले विकारों को सर्वंश सहित विनाश करने की विधियां बताई। तो इन सब भावार्थों को आज हम संगम युग पर जब ब्राह्मण बन जाते हैं तो बहुत ही यथार्थ रीति विस्तार पूर्वक उन सब बातों को समझ पाते हैं, और कैसे हम ईश्वरीय हर एक नाम और गुण और कर्तव्य के स्वयं भी स्वरूप बन जाएं, अपने अंतर की सब विकारी वृत्तियों को विनाश करके बाबा के सच्चे बच्चे बन जाएं, उसका भी पुरुषार्थ हम संपूर्ण संगम युग में करते रहते हैं। तो आज की मुरली भी बाबा के इन्हीं नामों को सार्थक कर रही है। सुनते हैं प्यारे बाबा के मधुर महावाक्य। आज है 12 फरवरी 2026। बाबा के महावाक्य हैं, मीठे बच्चे, यह कयामत का समय है। रावण ने सबको कब्र दाखिल कर दिया है। बाप आए हैं अमृत वर्षा कर साथ ले जाने। तो रावण ने क्या किया, हमें बॉडी कॉन्शियस में ले आए, यानी हम अपने आप को देह समझने लगे। तो जब देह समझते हैं तो कब्र में क्या होती है, बॉडी तो होती है। तो बाबा बॉडी कॉन्शियसनेस को ख़त्म करते हैं, ज्ञान अमृत का छींटा दिलाते हैं, जिससे हम बॉडी कॉन्शियसनेस से उपराम होकर स्वयं को आत्मा समझते हैं। चैतन्यता आ जाती है आत्मा में। तो ईश्वरीय ज्ञान जो हमें स्व की स्मृति दिलाता है, पिता की स्मृति दिलाता है, और मुक्ति जीवन मुक्ति का हमें वर्षा देता है। तो बाबा कहते हैं, बाप आते हैं अमृत वर्षा कर साथ ले जाने। प्रश्न है, शिव बाबा को भोला भंडारी भी कहा जाता है, क्यों? भक्ति में तो बहुत कहते हैं भोला भंडारी, पर क्यों कहते हैं? बहुत सारी स्टोरीज़ हैं, पर उन स्टोरीज़ के पीछे अर्थ क्या है बाबा बताते हैं। उत्तर है, क्योंकि शिव भोलानाथ जब आते हैं तो गणिकाओं, अहिल्याओं, कुब्जाओं का भी कल्याण कर उन्हें विश्व का मालिक बना देते हैं। ऐसी आत्माएं जिन्हें कई बारी दुनिया के अंदर मंदिर में जाना अलाउ भी नहीं करते, बाबा उन आत्माओं का भी उद्धार कर देते हैं। चाहे वो गणिकाएं हों, चाहे पत्थर बुद्धि आत्माएं अहिल्याएं हों, या फिर कुब्जाएं हों। आते भी देखो पतित दुनिया और पतित शरीर में है। तो भोला हो आना, नहीं तो कोई बड़ा आदमी आए तो बहुत शानो शौकत के साथ आए। बाबा तो बहुत ही साधारण तरीके से आते हैं। भोले बाप का डायरेक्शन है, मीठे बच्चे अब अमृत पियो, विकारों रूपी विष को छोड़ दो। ये डायरेक्शन है बाबा का, श्रीमत है, क्या छोड़ना है, क्या धारण करना है। गीत है, दूर देश का रहने वाला आया देश पर आए।
दूर देश का रहने वाला आया देश पर आए। दूर देश का रहने वाला
ओम शांति। रूहानी बच्चों ने गीत सुना, अर्थात रूहों ने इस शरीर के कान कर्म इंद्रियों द्वारा गीत सुना। ऐसी फीलिंग आती है? दूर देश के मुसाफिर आते हैं, तुम भी मुसाफिर हो ना, आत्मा यात्री है ना। जो भी मनुष्य आत्माएं हैं वह सब मुसाफिर हैं। आत्माओं का कोई भी घर नहीं है। आत्मा है निराकार। निराकारी दुनिया में रहने वाली निराकारी आत्माएं, उसको कहा जाता है निराकारी आत्माओं का घर। वो है निराकारी आत्माओं का घर, यहाँ नहीं है। पापा कहते हैं घर भी कह सकते हैं, देश व लोक, इनको यहाँ इस दुनिया में जीव आत्माओं का देश कहते हैं। यहाँ आत्माओं का कोई देश नहीं है, यहाँ जीव आत्माओं का देश कहा जाता है इसे, इस साकारी मनुष्य लोक को। वह है ऊपर आत्माओं का देश। फिर वहाँ जाने के बाद आत्माएं यहाँ आकर शरीर में जब प्रवेश करती हैं तो निराकार से साकार बन जाते हैं। सिंपल। ऐसे नहीं कि आत्मा का कोई रूप नहीं है, रूप भी जरूर है, नाम भी है। इतनी छोटी आत्मा कितना पाठ बजाती है इस शरीर द्वारा, है तो छोटी सी। हर एक आत्मा में पाठ बजाने का कितना रिकॉर्ड भरा हुआ है, हर सेकंड का रिकॉर्ड। रिकॉर्ड एक बार भर जाता है, फिर कितना बारी भी रिपीट करो, कितनी बारी भी रिपीट करो, वही रिकॉर्ड बजेगा, वही चलेगा। वैसे आत्मा भी इस शरीर के अंदर रिकॉर्ड है। समझ आ रहा है ना? एग्जैक्टली बाबा समझा रहे हैं बहुत बारीकी से, है ना। आत्मा कैसे कार्य करती है वो समझा रहे हैं, जिसमें 84 जन्मों का पाठ भरा हुआ है। जैसे बाप निराकार है, वैसे आत्मा भी निराकार है। कहाँ कहाँ शास्त्रों में लिख दिया है वह नाम रूप से न्यारा है, परंतु नाम रूप से न्यारी कोई वस्तु होती नहीं। आकाश भी पोलार है, नाम तो है ना आकाश। बिगर नाम कोई चीज़ होती नहीं। मनुष्य कहते हैं परम पिता परमात्मा। अब दूर देश में तो सब आत्माएं रहती हैं। जो गीत था ना, दूर देश का रहने वाला, तो दूर देश यानी परम धाम में तो सब आत्माएं रहती हैं। यह साकार देश है। इसमें भी दो का राज्य चलता है। दो का राज्य, राम राज्य और रावण राज्य। आधा आधा कल्प। आधा कल्प है राम राज्य, आधा कल्प है रावण राज्य। बाप कभी बच्चों के लिए दुख का राज्य थोड़ी बनाएंगे ना। कोई भी चीज़ कोई व्यक्ति बनाएगा तो अच्छी बनाएगा ना, तो धीरे धीरे खराब हो जाती है चीज़। कहते हैं ईश्वर ही दुख सुख देते हैं। बाप समझाते हैं मैं कभी बच्चों को दुख नहीं देता हूँ। मेरा नाम ही है दुख हरता सुख करता। यह मनुष्यों की भूल है। ईश्वर कभी दुख नहीं देते। इस समय है ही दुख धाम। ये किसने दिया दुख? कैसे बना दुख धाम? विकारों से, विकारी कर्मों से। आधा कल्प रावण राज्य में दुख ही दुख मिलता है, सुख की रत्ती नहीं। सुख धाम में फिर दुख होता ही नहीं। बाप स्वर्ग की रचना रचते हैं, वहां दुख होता ही नहीं। अभी तुम हो संगम पर। इनको नई दुनिया तो कोई भी नहीं कहेंगे, कोई भी नहीं कह सकता ना इसे नई दुनिया। नई दुनिया का नाम ही है सतयुग, वही फिर पुरानी होती है तो उनको कलयुग कहा जाता है। दुनिया वही है, नई चीज अच्छी और पुरानी चीज खराब दिखाई देती है तो पुरानी चीज को खलास किया जाता है। कोई चीज खराब हो जाए तो उसे खत्म कर देते हैं ना। फिर मनुष्य विष को ही सुख समझते हैं। गाया भी जाता है, अमृत छोड़ विष काहे को खाए। फिर कहते हैं तेरे भाने सर्व का भला, है ना। गुरुद्वारे में कहते हैं ना, तेरे भाने सर्व का भला। तो अगर हमारा भला होगा तो सारी दुनिया का भला हो जाएगा। तो क्या करेंगे? स्व परिवर्तन करेंगे, बाबा को याद करेंगे। आप जो आकर करेंगे उससे भला ही होगा, नहीं तो रावण राज्य में मनुष्य बुरा काम ही करेंगे, है ना। अगर बाबा ना समझाए, करण करावन हार ना आए, तब तक हम अपने कर्मों को श्रेष्ठ ना बनाए, नहीं तो क्या होगा? रावण राज्य में बुरा होता ही जाएगा, बुराई बढ़ती जाएगी। यह तो अब बच्चों को पता पड़ा है कि गुरु नानक को 500 वर्ष हुए, फिर कब आएंगे? तो कहेंगे उनकी आत्मा तो ज्योति ज्योत समा गई। आएंगे फिर कैसे? अस्तित्व ही खत्म हो गया जैसे। तो वह कहते हैं, वैसे कहते हैं, लेकिन हमें पता है क्या? तुम कहेंगे आज से 4500 वर्ष बाद फिर गुरु नानक आएंगे। तुम्हारी बुद्धि में सारे वर्ल्ड की हिस्ट्री, ज्योग्राफी चक्र लगाती रहती है। इस समय सब तमो प्रधान है। इनको कयामत का समय कहा जाता है। अलग अलग धर्मों में इन सब बातों के बारे में क्या क्या लिखा है बाबा वर्णन कर रहे हैं। पहले गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब की लाइन बताई, अभी फिर जो कुरान है उसके बारे में बता रहे हैं। सभी मनुष्य जैसे कि मरे पड़े हैं, सबकी ज्योति उझाई हुई है। बाप आते हैं सबको जगाने। बच्चे जो काम चिता पर बैठ भस्म हो गए हैं, उन्हों को अमृत वर्षा से जगाए साथ ले जाएंगे। माया रावण ने कामचिता पर बिठाए कब्र दाखिल कर दिया है। सभी सो गए हैं, अब बाप ज्ञान अमृत पिलाते हैं। अब ज्ञान अमृत कहाँ और वह पानी कहाँ? सिख लोगों का बड़ा दिन होता है तो बड़े धूमधाम से तालाब को साफ करते हैं, मिट्टी निकालते हैं। इसलिए नाम ही रखा है अमृतसर, अमृत का सरोवर, है ना, अमृत का तालाब। गुरु नानक ने भी बाप की महिमा की है। क्या महिमा की है? खुद कहते, एक ओंकार सतनाम श्री वाहे गुरु। कहते ना, कर्ता पूरक निर्वैर निर्भय। बाबा कहते हैं वह सदैव सच बोलने वाला है ना। सत्यनारायण की कथा भी है ना। गुरु ग्रंथ साहिब में भी वर्णन है, फिर हिंदू शास्त्र भी हैं, कथाएं भी हैं इस पर। तो सत्यनारायण की कथा है ना। मनुष्य भक्ति मार्ग में कितनी कथाएं सुनते आए हैं। अमर कथा, तीजरी की कथा। कहते हैं शंकर ने पार्वती को कथा सुनाई, अमर कथा कहते हैं ना उसे। वह तो सूक्ष्म वतन में रहने वाले, वहां फिर कथा कौन सी सुनाई? वो तो सोचते हैं कैलाश पर्वत पर रहते हैं। बाबा बताते हैं सूक्ष्म वतन में कथा थोड़ी ना सुना सकते हैं, वहाँ तो आवाज़ ही नहीं होती, कोई किताब ही नहीं होती है। तो बाबा कहते हैं यह सब बातें बाप बैठ समझाते हैं कि वास्तव में तुमको अमर कथा सुनाए, अमर लोक में ले जाने मैं आया हूँ। ये अमर कथा है। अमरनाथ आए हैं और हमें इस अमर कथा से अमर बनाकर अमर लोक ले जाएंगे। मृत्यु लोक से अमर लोक में ले जाता हूँ। बाकी सूक्ष्म वतन में पार्वती ने क्या दोष किया जो उनको अमर कथा सुनाएंगे? शास्त्रों में तो अनेक कथाएं लिख दी हैं, सत्यनारायण की सच्ची कथा तो है नहीं। तुमने कितनी सत्यनारायण की कथाएं सुनी होंगी, है ना? सुनी है ना? व्रत रखते थे ना? फिर सत्यनारायण कोई बनते हैं क्या? और ही गिरते जाते हैं। अभी तुम समझते हो हम नर से नारायण, नारी से लक्ष्मी बनते हैं। उन कथाओं में ऐसे कुछ बनने की तरीका या कोई विधि नहीं होती है। वो तो स्टोरीज बनाई हुई हैं कि सत्यनारायण की कथा सुनी तो ऐसे हो गया, पर कथा वास्तव में क्या है वो तो किसी को भी पता नहीं है। तो बाबा कहते हैं यह है अमर लोक में जाने के लिए सच्ची सत्यनारायण की कथा, तीजरी की कथा, है ना? इस कथा को सुनने से हम अमरपुरी में चले जाते हैं, नर से नारायण बन जाते हैं, तीसरा नेत्र खुल जाता है। तुम आत्माओं को ज्ञान का तीसरा नेत्र मिला है। बाप समझाते हैं तुम ही गुलगुल यानी पवित्र पूज्य थे। फिर 84 जन्मों के बाद तुम ही पुजारी बने हो। इसलिए गाया हुआ है आपे ही पूज्य आपे ही पुजारी। बाप कहते हैं मैं तो सदैव पूज्य हूँ, तुमको आकर पुजारी से पूज्य बनाता हूँ। यह है पतित दुनिया। सतयुग में पूज्य पावन मनुष्य, इस समय है पुजारी पतित मनुष्य। साधु संत गाते रहते हैं पतित पावन सीताराम। यह अक्षर है राइट। सब सीताएं ब्राइड्स हैं। सीताएं यानी आत्माएं। कहते हैं हे राम, यहाँ राम कौन? शिव बाबा। हे राम आकर हमको पावन बनाओ। सब भक्तियां पुकारती हैं, आत्मा पुकारती है हे राम। गांधी जी भी गीता सुनाकर पूरी करते थे तो कहते थे, क्या कहते थे? हे पतित पावन सीताराम। कहते थे ना, पतित पावन सीताराम। सबको सन्मति दे भगवान, रघुपति राघव राजा राम, है ना? पर वास्तव में बाबा कहते हैं यहाँ पर सीता है आत्मा और राम है शिव बाबा। अभी तुम जानते हो गीता कोई श्री कृष्ण ने नहीं सुनाई है। बाबा कहते हैं ओपिनियन लेते रहो कि ईश्वर सर्वव्यापी नहीं है। गीता का भगवान शिव है, न कि श्री कृष्ण। पहले तो पूछो गीता का भगवान किसको कहा जाता है? भगवान निराकार को कहेंगे व साकार को? ऐसे क्वेश्चनेयर बनवाओ, फिर पूछो उनसे। श्री कृष्ण तो है साकार, शिव है निराकार। वह सिर्फ इस तन का लोन लेते हैं, बाकी माता के गर्भ से जन्म नहीं लेते हैं। शिव को शरीर है नहीं। यहाँ इस मनुष्य लोक में स्थूल शरीर है। बाप आकर सच्ची सत्यनारायण की कथा सुनाते हैं। बाप की महिमा है पतित पावन, सर्व का सद्गति दाता, सर्व का लिबरेटर, दुख हरता, सुख करता। अच्छा, सुख कहाँ होता है? यहाँ नहीं हो सकता। सुख मिलेगा दूसरे जन्म में, जब पुरानी दुनिया खत्म हो और स्वर्ग की स्थापना हो जाएगी। अच्छा, लिबरेट किससे करते हैं? रावण के दुख से। यह तो दुख धाम है ना। अच्छा, फिर गाइड भी बनते हैं। यह शरीर तो यहाँ खत्म हो जाते हैं, बाकी आत्माओं को ले जाते हैं। पहले साजन फिर सजनी जाती है। शिव की बारात है ना, आगे आगे बाबा। वह है अविनाशी सलोना साजन, सबको दुख से छुड़ाए, पवित्र बनाए, घर ले जाते हैं। घर ले जाने की विधि क्या है? दुख से छुड़ाते हैं, पवित्र बनाते हैं। शादी कर जब आते हैं तो पहले होता है ग्रूम यानी पति, पिछाड़ी में ब्राइड यानी पत्नी रहती है, फिर बारात होती है। अब तुम्हारी माला भी ऐसी है। पहले कौन है? शिव बाबा, फिर ब्रह्मा बाबा, मम्मा, फिर हम सब बच्चे। ऊपर में शिव बाबा फूल, उसे नमस्कार करेंगे। माला जब फेरना शुरू करते हैं तो पहले फूल को नमस्कार करते हैं, जब फेर लेते हैं फिर फूल को नमस्कार करते हैं। फिर युगल दाना, मेरू दाना जिसे कहते हैं, ब्रह्मा सरस्वती, फिर हो तुम जो बाबा के मददगार बनते हो। फूल शिव बाबा की याद से ही सूर्यवंशी विष्णु की माला बने हो। ब्रह्मा सरस्वती सो लक्ष्मी नारायण बनते हैं, लक्ष्मी नारायण सो ब्रह्मा सरस्वती बनते हैं। इन्होंने मेहनत की है तब पूजे जाते हैं। कोई को पता नहीं है माला क्या चीज है, ऐसे ही माला फेरते रहते हैं। 16,108 की भी माला होती है, बड़े बड़े मंदिरों में रखी होती है। फिर कोई कहाँ से खींचेंगे, अकेले तो फेर नहीं सकते ना, तो बहुत सारे लोग बैठ जाते हैं। बाबा बॉम्बे में लक्ष्मी नारायण के मंदिर में जाते थे, माला जाकर फेरते थे, राम राम जपते थे, क्योंकि फूल एक ही बाप है ना। फूल को ही राम राम कहते हैं, फूल शिव बाबा। फिर सारी माला पर माथा टेकते हैं। ज्ञान कुछ भी नहीं, पादरी भी हाथ में माला फेरते रहते हैं। पूछो किसकी माला फेरते हो? उनको तो पता नहीं है, कह देंगे क्राइस्ट की याद में फेरते हैं। उनको यह पता नहीं है कि क्राइस्ट की खुद आत्मा कहाँ है। तुम जानते हो क्राइस्ट की आत्मा अब तमु प्रधान है। तुम भी तमु प्रधान बैगर थे, अब बैगर टू प्रिंस बनते हो। भारत प्रिंस था, अभी बैगर है, फिर प्रिंस बनते हैं। बनाने वाला है बाप। तुम मनुष्य से प्रिंस बनते हो। एक प्रिंस कॉलेज भी था जहां प्रिंस प्रिंसेस जाकर पढ़ते थे। तुम यहां पढ़कर 21 जन्म लिए स्वर्ग में प्रिंस प्रिंसेस बनते हो। तो ये कौन सा कॉलेज है? प्रिंस प्रिंसेस बनने का कॉलेज। यह श्री कृष्ण प्रिंस है ना, उनके 84 जन्मों की कहानी लिखी हुई है। मनुष्य क्या जाने, यह बातें सिर्फ तुम जानते हो। भगवानुवाच, वह सबका फादर है। तुम गॉड फादर से सुनते हो, जो स्वर्ग की स्थापना करते हैं। उसे कहा ही जाता है सचखंड। यह है झूठ खंड। सचखंड तो बाप स्थापन करेंगे, झूठ खंड रावण स्थापन करते हैं। रावण का रूप बनाते हैं, अर्थ कुछ नहीं समझते हैं। किसको भी पता नहीं है कि आखरीन भी रावण है कौन, यथार्थ रूप से नहीं जानते। जिसको मारते हैं फिर जिंदा हो जाता है। वास्तव में 5 विकार स्त्री के, 5 विकार पुरुष के। इनको कहा जाता है रावण। ऐसे कोई 10 शीश वाला नहीं है कोई रावण। बाबा कहते हैं उनको मारते हैं, विकारों को मारते हैं। रावण को मारकर फिर सोना लूटते हैं। दिखाते हैं ना दशहरे पर, सोना लूटते हैं बच्चे जाकर। तुम बच्चे जानते हो यह है कांटों का जंगल। बॉम्बे में बबुलनाथ का भी मंदिर है। बाप आकर कांटों को फूल बनाते हैं। सब एक दो को कांटा लगाते हैं, दुख देते हैं ना, अर्थात काम कटारी चलाते रहते हैं। इसलिए इनको कांटों का जंगल कहा जाता है। सतयुग को गार्डन ऑफ अल्लाह कहा जाता है। वही फ्लावर्स कांटे बनते हैं, फिर कांटों से फूल बनते हैं। रिपीटिशन होता रहता है। पवित्र फिर अपवित्र, है ना, पहले निर्विकारी फिर विकारी। तो ये चक्र चलता रहता है। कांटे से फूल और फूल से फिर कांटे। तो बाबा कहते हैं अभी तुम 5 विकारों पर जीत पाते हो। इस रावण राज्य का विनाश तो होना ही है। आखिरीन बड़ी लड़ाई भी होगी। सच्चा सच्चा दशहरा भी होना है। रावण राज्य ही खलास हो जाएगा, फिर तुम लंका लूटेंगे। अब इन सब बातों का हमें यथार्थ अर्थ पता चला है। तुमको सोने के महल मिल जाएंगे। अभी तुम रावण पर जीत प्राप्त कर स्वर्ग के मालिक बनते हो। बाबा सारे विश्व का राज्य भाग्य देते हैं। इसलिए इनको शिव भोला भंडारी कहते हैं। गणिकाएं, अहिल्याएं, कुब्जाएं, सबको बाप विश्व का मालिक बनाते हैं। कितना भोला है। आते भी हैं पतित दुनिया, पतित शरीर में। बाकी जो स्वर्ग के लायक नहीं है वह विष पीना छोड़ते ही नहीं। बाप कहते हैं बच्चे अभी यह अंतिम जन्म पावन बनो। यह विकार तुमको आदि मध्य अंत दुखी बनाते हैं। क्या तुम इस एक जन्म के लिए विष पीना नहीं छोड़ सकते हो? मैं तुमको अमृत पिलाकर अमर बनाता हूँ, फिर भी तुम पवित्र नहीं बनते हो। विष बगैर, सिगरेट शराब बगैर रह नहीं सकते हो। मैं बेहद का बाप तुमको कहता हूँ बच्चे, इस एक जन्म के लिए पावन बनो। खुद भगवान रिक्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं। और किस लिए? हमारे भले के लिए। तो बच्चे इस एक जन्म के लिए पावन बनो तो तुमको स्वर्ग का मालिक बनाऊंगा। पुरानी दुनिया का विनाश और नई दुनिया की स्थापना करना, यह बाप का ही काम है। बाप आया हुआ है सारी दुनिया को दुख से लिबरेट कर सुख धाम, शांति धाम में ले जाने। अभी सब धर्म विनाश हो जाएंगे। एक आदि सनातन देवी देवता धर्म की फिर से स्थापना होती है। ग्रंथ में भी परमपिता परमात्मा को अकाल मूर्त कहते हैं। बाप है महाकाल, कालों का काल। वह काल तो 1-2 को ले जाएंगे, मैं तो सभी आत्माओं को ले जाऊंगा। इसलिए महाकाल कहते हैं। बाबा सब बच्चों को ले जाएंगे, इसलिए कालों का काल महाकाल। बाप आकर तुम बच्चों को कितना समझदार बनाते हैं। अच्छा
मीठे किसी के लिए जवानी बच्चों पे जुबानी बाप दादा का दिल जान सको प्रेम से नंबरवार प्रसाद अनुसार याद।
रूहानी बच्चों की रूहानी बाप दादा को गुड मॉर्निंग, नमस्ते नमस्ते नमस्ते। धारणा के लिए मुख्य सार। पहला, इस अंतिम जन्म में विष को त्याग यानी विकारों को त्याग अमृत पीना और पिलाना है। ये ज्ञान का अमृत पीना भी है और पिलाना भी है। पावन बनना है, कांटों को फूल बनाने की सेवा करनी है। दूसरा, विष्णु के गले की माला का दाना बनने के लिए बाप की याद में रहना है। पूरा पूरा मददगार बन बाप समान दुख हरता बनना है। वरदान है, अपनी अलौकिक रूहानी वृत्ति द्वारा सर्वात्माओं पर अपना प्रभाव डालने वाले मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्य भव। कैसे बनेंगे मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्य? जब अपनी अलौकिक रूहानी वृत्ति से सर्वात्माओं पर अपना प्रभाव डालेंगे। जैसे कोई आकर्षण करने वाली चीज़ आसपास वालों को अपनी तरफ आकर्षित करती है, सभी का अटेंशन जाता है। वैसे जब आपकी वृत्ति अलौकिक रूहानियत वाली होगी तो आपका प्रभाव अनेक आत्माओं पर स्वतः पड़ेगा। अलौकिक वृत्ति अर्थात न्यारे और प्यारेपन की स्थिति स्वतः अनेक आत्माओं को आकर्षित करती है। ऐसी अलौकिक शक्तिशाली आत्माएं मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्य बन अपना प्रकाश चारों ओर फैलाती हैं। तो कैसे बनेंगे मास्टर ज्ञान सूर्य? जब रूहानियत में रहेंगे, अलौकिक रीति व्यवहार में आएंगे। स्लोगन है, सदा समान की सीट पर स्थित रहो। सदा है ना, हमेशा, कभी कभी नहीं। समान की सीट पर स्थित रहो तो सर्व शक्तियाँ आपका ऑर्डर मानती रहेंगी। आज का व्यक्त इशारा, एकता और विश्वास की विशेषता द्वारा सफलता संपन्न बनो। ज्ञानी बनने के साथ साथ स्नेही बनो। स्व की सेवा विश्व सेवा का आधार है। सेवा में सिर्फ 2 शब्द याद रखना। क्या? एक, निमित्त हूँ। दूसरा, निर्माण बनना ही है। इससे एकता का वातावरण बनेगा। एक दो के सहयोगी बनेंगे। तेरे मेरे की, मान शान की, टकराव की भावनाएं समाप्त हो जाएंगी। तो क्या शब्द याद रखेंगे? एक निमित्त, दूसरा निर्माण। अच्छा, ओम शांति।
चले प्यार देते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
देते चले प्यार देते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
दीप राहों में जलने लगेंगे, जीवन सभी के संवरने लगेंगे। देते चले प्यार देते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लौटाते चले।
निर्मल सी मुस्कानों से जग शीतल हो जाएगा, स्नेह भरे दो बोलों से पत्थर पानी हो जाएगा। निर्मल सी मुस्कानों से जग शीतल हो जाएगा, स्नेह भरे दो बोलों से पत्थर पानी हो जाएगा। ईश्वर की पहचान बने, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
ईश्वर की पहचान बने, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
दीप राहों में जलने लगेंगे, जीवन सभी के संवरने लगेंगे। देते चले प्यार देते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले। साया करने वाले बादल सिर पर धूप संभाले हैं, खींच के बेखारे जल से मधुर मेह बरसाए हैं। साया करने वाले बादल सिर पर धूप संभाले हैं, खींच के बेखारे जल से मधुर मेह बरसाए हैं। सुख सागर की लहरें बने, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
सुख सागर की लहरें बने, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
दीप राहों में जलने लगेंगे, जीवन सभी के संवरने लगेंगे। देते चले प्यार देते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले। प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले। प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले, प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले। प्यार प्रभु का लुटाते चले।
मेरा बाबा मेरा बाबा, एक गीत यही मन में बजदा। मेरा बाबा मेरा बाबा, संगीत यही सुर में सजदा। मेरा बाबा मेरा बाबा, एक गीत यही मन में बजदा। मेरा बाबा मेरा बाबा। जिन आँखों
अब तक जिनमें थे अश्क भरे, मुस्कान लिए तुम आन हंसे। सोते जगते हर पल दिखता मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। एक गीत यही मन में बजता, मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। दिल की दिल में दिल से सुनता मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। एक गीत यही मन में बजता, मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। एक गीत यही मन में बजता, मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। संगीत यही सुर में सजता, मेरा बाबा, मेरा बाबा। एक गीत यही मन में बजता, मेरा बाबा,